over number 6.
I think you're right. Yep.
It sets you up to try to go to the outside if you're carrying a lot of speed. But if you're someone who can kind of scrub that off to the inside, you're going to get a better run. And like we said, Luke, that inside line is probably a little smoother at this point than the outside, so you might get better drive going down there.
It definitely appears to be as they're going down the hill there. It looks like the suspension is not working quite as hard. So great stuff seeing Tinley McCoy have the wherewithal. Her and Zoe Moore both taking that inside. Oh, and Rocket Girl almost goes down here in that same section.
All right, looking over the shoulder of your leader, going to head down out of the Loop 270 down to the team cramp corner. This 180 left-hand turn. And then it's time to charge up the hill towards Cemetery Hill. And we'll watch for your leader up and over the FMF Power Wall.
Look at the speed she's carrying through the 12-pack. Really impressive stuff. We're going to get to see a lap time here. I'm excited to see what the 1.9er can pull off here. 2:28 from Herrick Jamison to 2:31, so a couple clicks off.
Here's McCoy on the 22. And Zoe Moore. So the gap remains between 4th and 5th, but unfortunately Moore not closing up the gap on McCoy. Got some time to do it.
Yeah, 5 seconds a lap off there on that one, and Skylar Draycott still waiting on her to come through here in the number 5 spot.
As we follow your leader down through the Don's Double Down section there. And here we go up into the Leonard Skidded Oak Tree turn.
Standing on the pegs very late, and it's just really cool watching these riders, and it's kind of become what everybody does now. They stand until almost the absolute exit of the corner, and then they barely set at all whenever they do. They just touch their rear just for a second, and then they're back up. They're waiting that outside peg, and then they're back up on their feet again to let the suspension have full travel without their body not being able to work with it. Now they're going outside here. Both these riders, I think you're right. I think the speed they're carrying over 6 is just kind of drifting them out to where they're having to hit that outside line going down the hill.
Yeah, they'd have to like really check up or hit the brakes hard to get to the inside line. So
now McCoy that time, she went ahead and hit that same outside line that they took. Here comes Zoe Moore. She's going to take that tight inside again to get that smooth drive down the hill. It's a little rough on the inside there, but once you get your steam going, it's really smooth dropping down into the Blake Baggett berm.
Yeah, and I noticed a lot of them, when they get to that berm, they end up fading out to the outside. So Moore's already in that line.
Yeah.
So she doesn't have to cross over any of the lines and worry about trying to cross rut.
So you think about the amount of real estate she's saving by not going out here and then having to cut back in and then having that smooth line. Seems like it, if nothing else, save energy.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a game of inches. And the fewer inches you can ride on the track, the better.
Absolutely. Well, Herrick seems to be fine, figuring out a way to make it work, running that outside line, clipping off 2:28. She's still out front last time through, 5 seconds out.
And here we go through the rollers into the VMAX switchback.
And here she comes, sight set on the finish line, coming up over, throwing a little drain plug action. Yeah, it's still in there, sweetheart. Clicking off at 2:27, so she's getting faster. Whoa, check out Jamison.
Yeah.
A little quicker yet. She did a 2:79.76 versus Herrick's 2:79.79.
I was going to say, she really looked like she was on the move that lap. When she came over the finish, she was pushing that bike back.
Yes, she was. 3/1000ths of a second faster was Jamison in second than Herrick in first. That 5-second margin, though, she's going to have to figure another way to click it off.
Yeah, it's going to be a daunting task to overtake that, but we're watching them down through that new double down section.
That section looking very challenging today. It's starting to rut up nicely.
And there's a timing to that section, too, that you have to get right if you want to maintain that momentum. So that little set of doubles there, you've really got to just hit those correctly, get to the downside.
Absolutely impressive watching Herrick run down the hill. And there's Jamison. She's on the far right side where Herrick come down the far left, dropping down into the Dunlop drop. So, again, these riders are searching the racetrack. You know, Don, watching those riders come over 6, I think they could shut it down and take that inside. They're opting to take that outside to go down the hill here, down the roller section. I was watching Jamison that time, and it was like I think she could have tucked in and taken that inside And again, it looks like McCoy going to take that outside. We'll watch Zoe Moore when she comes through and see if she's going to continue to lean towards that inside. And Zoe does take that inside again. So that's just her line. She likes it. And it does seem to be smoother, but those upper tier, the 3 podium riders in front of her are taking that outside right now.
Well, you know, sometimes you just sort of get married to a line. It's the one that makes you feel like you're in the right spot on the track. So that might just be the thing where she's like, you know what, this always works for me.
Yeah,
I'm going to stay with it.
And it is funny how you say that, because it's so easy to just get in that mindset, in that frame of mind. You know, we're talking about it earlier. You get behind somebody and almost get hypnotized. Not hypnotized is our race leader, turning another 2:27.7. So she just clicked off the fastest lap of the race. Let's see what Jamison clicks off here. 2:27.0. They just continue to push the edge.
Yeah, they've gotten faster as the race has gone on, both of them.
And the gap has gotten smaller. It's down to 4.6 seconds. So right now, Jamison got her sights set on Herrick, keeping the pressure on Herrick. Try to make any kind of a mistake from Herrick, because she's just 4 seconds off. Anything can happen.
And good battle at the front of the pack. Would be good if Jamison could get up there alongside, because as evenly matched as they are, that would be a heck of a back-and-forth battle. But you got to get there to make that battle happen. And right now, Mila Herrick doing everything she can to make sure Jamison can't, as they're going to come at the end of that double-down section, heading on up to the Leonard Skinner tree turn.
Well, Don, really cool to get to watch these 2 young ladies in this girls senior 11 to 16, because we're watching world-class caliber riders. These are 2 of the best in the world. I mean, they're absolutely incredible at what they do, and to get to watch them, you know, just continue to shave hundredths and thousandths off of the lap times. Pretty incredible stuff. As Herrick coming up over number 6, and she is, she's opted to take that outside line clearly, and actually Jamison even a little farther outside as she come off of number 6. Oh, look at Herrick going way inside down the bottom of the hill this time. Yep. She stayed far left all the way down the hill there, so we'll see if she can pick up some lap time here. Maybe she feels the pressure of Jamison coming, but it looks like that margins continue to reduce.
Well, I'll tell you what, with the way some of these turns switch back on each other, you know she can see her, and you know she can see she's getting closer.
She's less than 3 seconds off right now. I just clicked it off in my little clicker in my head there, so she's reeling her in. Jamison is reeling her in. The pressure's on, and it looks like we're fixing to unholster the white. I'm not sure where we're at on laps. Yeah, he's unholstering it. So it looks like they're going to take the white flag this time through. Herrick out front. Jamison keeping the pressure on. And maybe fixing to catch up on some back markers in this next lap here potentially. Keep an eye on that, see how that factors in. Oh, the white flag already out. Did not realize that.
Yeah, we are working the
we're on the white flag.
Here
comes the checkered flag, and here she comes. And she is going to hold on. Looks like the 1-9. Mila Herrick going to take the checkered flag. Sweet ride. Impressive stuff from Hannah Jamison. She kept her honest. So 2:25.
The fastest lap on the final lap of the moto.
Well, I could see that she was reeling her in. I mean, I knew that it was under 3 seconds, but she did. She clicked the fastest lap of the race on the last one. Incredible stuff.
Yeah, that is a great battle there. So didn't get the win, but I got to tell you right now, that was an advantage in confidence building for Hannah Jamison. But Mila Herrick going to get the moto win and going to get a chance to head down to the podium. So let her pop that bike up on there. It looks like they're getting situated. So, Dean, we will send it down to you.
Yeah, thank you, guys. I'm down here with Mila Herrick. Mila, outstanding ride. Got out front, clicked off some laps. How'd it go?
It was good. I got the whole shot and just led my race.
Yeah, you're talking about maybe something happened there towards the end and she started catching you. Some lap riders getting in the way out there?
Yeah, I had to roll a couple jumps, but my lead was big enough to where I was still comfortable, so.
Yeah, comfortably confident. Great ride. You're doing much better here on the podium as well. So tell me who you like to thank.
I like to thank my dad for being my mechanic, my trainer Robbie Raynard, Raynard Training Complex, Bobo, everyone over there, Sun Enterprises, Renthal, Paul, Oakley, Aaron Fox, the new Fox guy, Alex, Monster, Mike, everyone else, thank you so much.
All right, guys, give it for Mila Herrick for getting it done there. And the girls 11 to 16 class. I can't see from down here, but you guys are up there in the Stasic Tower. Looks like maybe we're doing a little bit of track work up there.
It does look that way, Dean. Looks like a little bit of water going down as I see the water trucks rolling up into the middle section there. So it does look like they're going to do a little bit of touch-up. Got a couple of machines rolling, got some water going out on the track. So going to take a little pause here before we get into the college sportsman 18 to 24. Again, Schoolboy 1, you should be in staging. And then it looks like it'll be time to get into some LCQs. So 85 10 to 14, 250 B12 plus, 85 9 to 12 limited, and Schoolboy 2. All those classes that had division racing. If you did not qualify directly out of your first moto, you need to make your way to staging, as the LCQs are going to go by very quickly.
Well, concession stands are wide open. I want to encourage you guys to make your way over, check out the opportunity to get your grub on there. We got some fine dining to be had there with Big Hal's. Of course, Little Joe's Lemonade, Pizza Guy, Taco Lady, and the ice cream guy there as well. Man, a lot of folks here making this workable for us this week. Without them, we wouldn't be here 100%. Adrenaline Jerky, Alpha Moto Apparel, Altus Motorsports, Answer ASV, Cantex Utility. They paid for all the PW50 entries. Man, big gratitude to you guys. Y'all absolutely rock. Clutch in the house. They got the Clutch Coffee set up down there. Of course, CP Racing, MX Tire, DRS Suspension, EBR, Enzo, FMF. They're a year-long sponsorship here. Flow Vision, FCA, HyperX, JM Racing, Lynx Racing, Next Level Chiropractic, Mika Metals, Money Inc., MXers for Jesus, MX6, MTF, Pro Circuit, Rad MX, RMA TV, Red Bull, 7MX. They're the title sponsor here. Stasic Tower sponsor is, the tower sponsor is Stasic. Stan Benson Racing, TAMER is a presenting sponsor. Trans World, Verb Moto, and Yamaha Blue Crew. Run down the list here for the girls 11 to 16, breaking it down how they finished. Mela Herrick taking top spot, followed by Hannah Jamison, Tinley McCoy, Zoe Moore in fourth. Kinsey Watine, Skylar Draycott, Brecken Hansen, Lana O'Brien, Aubrey Dempsey, and Kayla Papke. They're in 10th. Got the dozers out, the water trucks out, trying to squirt a little juice back into this thing, keep it alive. And we got the cloud cover. A little bit of blowout here today, but this cloud cover is helping keep this track in incredible shape. Media in the house here this weekend. Texas Berm, Hughes Cinema, Area 51. Seat Bounce Moto, CNC Factory. 710 Designs, Octane, 92 Cinema, Click Optics, and, of course, XR. Shan Garcia just grabbed a microphone. Tell us something special, Shan.
Well, it's nearing the lunchtime hour here, so like you said, there's plenty of food vendors here in the food court, and we encourage everybody, head on over, let them handle your food needs here for the week.
They've done a fine job of taking care of our food needs, and it not just taking care of it where it's just making the empty spot full, but it's just really pleasant putting it in there.
Yep, you're absolutely right, Luke. Little track maintenance going on, a little pause for the cause here before we jump into the college sportsman 18 to 24 class, race number 34 next up on the docket, Luke.
Yeah, the College Boy 18 to 24 sportsman is going to be a dandy. There's some fast riders down there. And we're not too far away from hitting those 3-lap LCQs. And want to remind you guys, once we start hitting those LCQs, it is green, white, checkered. It'll go quick. So don't drag your feet to get down here. You might miss your opportunity to drop a gate here this next motos.
Yeah, what that means, it's crunch time, Luke. They've got we're taking the top 8 out of the consies to make to the second moto. So some of these riders will be packing it up and heading in if they do not qualify.
Yeah, I've been talking about it quite a bit for these LCQs, man. Those starts, absolutely imperative. You got to get off the gate. Got to get the start.
Yeah, we'll burn through these consolation races really quick, and then we'll be jumping into the second half into the championship podiums. Championship motos coming up here pretty soon. Yep, absolutely heading into the second motos here, championship motos. Don't forget tonight, it's going to be the FMX or the TAMER 100% Dodgeball Tournament at the starting gate. 3 different groups. Group 1 will be the 125cc and up. Group 2 will be all kids, 85cc and down. And Group 3 will be all the deadbeat dads that have pawned off the mortgage. Whole shot devices to each winner, thanks to the great folks at TAMER, and 100% swag for qualifying group winners here. That is tonight's activity at the starting gate. That'll be at 6:30 p.m., Luke.
6:30. Are we going to do some Stasic racing tonight as well, right?
Yep, Stasic racing tonight at 7 p.m.
7 p.m., all right.
So a couple of us will be over at the starting gate, and a couple of us will be over at the Stasic races.
Well, to reiterate, after LCQs, we're going into motos, so don't pack up and try to go eat and all that stuff. We're going into motos this evening, so stick around. Make sure you don't miss anything important like your race, because we're going into motos after LCQs, and the LCQs, we'll burn through them quick.
Tomorrow evening, just to let everybody know, Saturday, 6 p.m., the Indianapolis Supercross live at the Pavilion, and at 6:30, the awards ceremony for the motos that have completed, top 3 in the 250A and Open A Pro Sport, and the top 10 in all amateur classes here for the Spring Championship. That'll be at 6 and 6:30 p.m. up at the Pavilion.
Sign me up for some Indianapolis Supercross. I'm giddy to watch it.
Sure. That award ceremony is also a lot of fun, watching all the kids get their
it
awards.
is. That's a hoot. Yeah.
Those smiles.
Yep. A lot of hard work going into getting those awards, so those smiles are well earned.
Speaking of kids and smiles, just another big shout out to Billy Harrison with Syntex Utilities, taking care of the entry fees for the entire PW50 Micro 1 shaft drive limited class entries. So just really heads up there for Billy Harrison, always supporting Freestone County Raceway. Don, how's your sandwich, man? You wolfed that down pretty quick. Little turkey sandwich, ham sandwich, some cheese. Or was it one of those prison bologna sandwiches I had to eat? All right, there you go.
Don is a hard-working dude. I'll just say that. When you watch Don work, he's just a grinder. And every once in a while, he'll take a bite of about a half of a sandwich, because he's not going to miss a beat. He's going to keep on going. He's going to do his job, and he's going to do it well. But he's got to nourish himself. So he'll take a half of a sandwich and about 2 chews, and it's gone. Microphone's back rocking again. The dude's an animal. Impressive to watch him do what he does.
Yeah, fun to listen to Don. He's an eating champion as well, microphone champion. He's got the new section named after him, the Don Double Down.
An eater extraordinaire.
That's right.
All right, looks like we have completed the track work, and it's time to get back into the race program with the college sportsmen 18 to 24. So again, college sportsmen 18 to 24 riders going to fire off the gate next. Schoolboy 1, 12 to 17. You should be in staging for the final moto in the first half, and then we'll get into the LCQs. 85 10 to 14, 250B 12 plus, 85 9 to 12 limited, and Schoolboy 2. If you ran a division race and you didn't qualify, get down to staging for your LCQ. Here we go. We're off the gate in the college sportsman. All right, looks like Cole Coker with a whole shot. And then moving to second, looks like that might be Chase Haynes, the 171. And then Cameron Harrison up into third early on as they work past the mechanics area. All right, leaders coming back up into the inside. That Leonard Skinner at Oak Tree turn. Oh, nice move by the 13. That was Templin, but he's going to lose the spot. He got into second for about 2 minutes. Side by side, up into the inside now. Got a Yamaha rider out front, leading him around. That's the 57 of Cole Coker. It is indeed Templin trying to hang on to that second spot, but he is dealing with some pressure from the 171 of Chase Haynes. College sportsman, 18 to 24 riders working that big Loop 270. The Suzuki sweeper looking over the shoulder here as riders making their way back to the top. That little off camber right, and they'll drop back down the hill. Yeah. All right, Brad Williams, Cole Coker, Chase Haynes, your top three. Cameron Harrison in the fourth spot on the number 90 KTM. Kyle Looney in fifth. Josh Bowman running in the sixth spot. Carter Roberts seventh. Then it looks like Gavin Templin, the number 13 KTM eighth. Tanner Paulson, the 407 ninth, and Lorenzo Guion going to round out your top 10 on the 179 first time around. All right, we got some slicing and dicing going on for the second spot here. And it looks like Coker might be under pressure by the 171. Williams still holds the lead. Coker side by side, but the 171, Haynes going to make the move. And it looks like he is going to get the pass made. Yes. So Chase Haynes on the 171 Kawasaki able to make the move. Coker going to try and charge back up on the inside as they head to the top of that Loop 270 section. And there we go down the hill into that big sweeping left-hand turn. Riders switching up their lines.
Don, really impressive how close those are, inside and outside, both those lines maintaining the same position there.
Yeah, and you know, that's what we were talking about earlier. That outside starting to really develop, and now you've, like you said, it's an evenly matched speed.
Yeah. It has formed into that place, and it really wasn't very rough. It was really smooth. That bike was just tracking really nicely in there.
Yep.
Suspension wasn't busy.
And I'll tell you what, that's been a good battle going on between Coker and Haynes. Right now, the 13 of Williams still holding the advantage.
Yeah, 0.9 of a second off when they came through last time through. The 13 still out front. Yapped it out just a little bit more that time, Don. 1.7 seconds. Both of them turning 2-minute 22-second lap time, so they are really, really closely matched for speed.
Looks like we got a rider down over the top of that Dragon's back. Is that the 171 of Haynes?
Ooh, I'm not sure.
It looks like it is. Yeah, that looks like that might have been Haynes who tipped over on the Kawasaki. He's going out of the mechanics area now.
Yeah, that was him.
So Chase Haynes going to lose that second spot and probably a few more. Cole Coker going to move to second on the 57 Coker Pumps ride. So following the battles out front here as we work our way back up and over Cemetery Hill and then back down to the inside. So again, working through that Freestone freeway. Yeah, so unfortunately, Diesel Thomas way back in this one. I think he had a little trouble off the start. All right, so looking for your leaders to make their way up and over that FMF power wall. All right, so the 13, that is Gavin Templin.
Well, Cole Coker
Next,
is reeling him in. Look at that.
Yeah, Coker's been at a good pace. Bradley Williams on the 13X Gas running out front, and I think he's kind of fallen into that lap time trap where he's just kind of set himself into his own comfort zone, but Coker's willing to hang it out.
Well, he's just a 10th off that time, so he's right there ready to, like you say, ready to pounce.
Chase Haynes minimizing the damage there. He went down but only lost one spot, and he's right back in the fight.
Followed by Bauman, Polson, Roberts, Looney. I don't even know how you say that one. Lorenzo, Gioni, and Templin. That's your top 10.
I think that's a fair assessment there, Guillaume.
Yeah, Gioni, that's even better. I like it.
If we're going to be wrong, let's be wrong together,
Heck
Luke.
yeah. You hammer them out pretty good. I got to admit, Don, you do pretty good at understanding some of these different names. I go real phonetic, and you have an innate ability to understand how it's really supposed to be, and you do pretty good at it. Well, they're making their way up over number 5 right now, charging in towards number 6. They're fixing to make their way through the shock sock sweeper here.
And it's Coker who's taken over the lead, Luke. The 57 out front.
And he's going to take the outside line where Williams is going to take that inside, that smooth line we've been talking about.
Yeah, so the Fly Racing, Kenda, Mika Meadows, Scott, CP Racing Ride, Cole Coker. He was right there on the rear fender of Williams and just waited for the right spot to do it. Now he is out front. We'll see if he can drop the hammer here.
Well, he pulled the whole shot, so he's no stranger to what it's to be out front, and he's made his way back up there again. Anxious to see his lap time here. I think he's going to put in a heater here. I think it's
I was going to say he was a little quicker than Williams last time. He'll probably be a lot quicker this time.
Yeah, I think you're right. So Coker, Williams, Harrison should be the running order. 5:24 coming across. Diesel Thomas, not sure what's going on with Thomas. He's leaving the racetrack.
Yeah, you know what? I think he went down, Luke, because he had dirt all over his gear.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, so I think he might have gone down.
He soil sampled somewhere.
Just decided, you know what? Better for the valet to be kind of a little bit cautious and go get checked out. If something's up with the bike, get that fixed now.
Well, let's see what kind of lap time Cole Coker's going to turn here. 2:21, 2:36. Kind of thought it was going to be a little quicker. Sure enough, a second and some change.
Yep, knocked it down a full second and then some. Haynes back into the 3rd spot, so good quick recovery there.
So right now it's Coker, Williams, Haynes, Harrison, Bowman. That's your top 5.
So again, beautiful overhead shot by the drone there as you look at Freestone County Raceway here for the 2025 7MX James Stewart Freestone Spring Championship presented by TAMER.
Coker up over number 5, charging hard towards 6, and last time he took that outside. Looks like he's going to take that outside again. Let's see if Williams goes inside. He took the inside last time, and he's going to do it again. So he's liking that inside line there.
Yeah, and we're following Williams down the Freestone Freeway here, the overhead shot. And look at who's sneaking up behind him. Chase Haynes is starting to close the gap. So the 13X of Williams wants to hang on a second. He's going to have to get on the horse.
Well, that last time by, they came across the finish. Haynes was just a touch off our race leader in lap time. So got a sneaky suspicion he's going to dip that visor and probably put a charge in and try to make the move around Williams here pretty quick.
Yeah, and we're watching him down at the bottom of that big looping 270-degree turn here. And again, that mid, almost to the inside, but not quite. That seems like that smooth line is kind of pushed out a little. Coming to the top of the hill there. Let's see if we can look and see where Haynes is. Creeping into the picture behind him.
Yep, he's charging in there. Well, he was 4 seconds a lap faster last time through than the rider in front of him of Williams.
Yeah, and he's closed right up on him. So I would imagine this next run through the rollers, we're going to see Chase Haynes try to get that second spot back. So here's your leader, the Yamaha of Coker. And here's that battle for second. Different lines in the VMAX switchback. White flag is out.
So 1 to go. I got a sneaky feeling we're going to see Chase Haynes go straight up psycho here.
There we go. He comes right to the inside. Almost got him there, Luke.
Yeah, he tried to stick it up underneath there, unable to fit it in there. There just wasn't enough real estate. Where do you think he's going to do it, Don? Where have you noticed that he looks like he might be able to get it in there?
Well, you know, it did look like that Haynes had a really good line as they came over 6. And like we said, that inside or outside option going down there.
Williams has been taking the inside. Haynes going out. If Haynes can carry the momentum on that outside line, we'll see if he can carry it down the hill there.
We're right behind him on the drone here, so let's see if he can get it done through that Don's double down section there. All right, here we go, up into the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn. Watch the different line choices here. Oh, no, they're both going to funnel inside. Now he's going to fade out.
Wow, he carried a lot of speed up the hill.
Here we go, coming to the inside. Can Haynes get there?
Trying to go bonsai. Sawed him off there. Clean racing.
Yeah, and that's just good race strategy right there. You just got to make sure you know what's going on behind you.
Here we come into the shock sock sweeper. Let's see here. Oh, and it looks like Haynes is going to have a back marker that could hinder him.
He'll switch up.
Yep, had to leave his line. Now he's going to go outside of the Blake Baggett berm, and that's probably going to hinder him a bit to get drive.
Well, cuts right back in, so that might not have affected him as much. Look at that big whip there. So they're going to head down to that big sweeping left-hand turn down the far left side of the track. Loop 270.
Anxious to see if Haynes jumps outside in one of those outside lines. I got a sneaky suspicion that Williams is going to run that defensive line inside.
Yeah, he's not going to give that inside line up at this point in the race. No way. All right, no change in position yet.
He's running out of time. Don, he's just got about, I don't know, just a few corners to go. The Texas 12-pack and the switchback.
Yep. If he's going to make something happen, it's going to happen quick. But right now, the thing that's going to happen is the Yamaha ride of Cole Coker is going to make his way to the finish and grab a moto win.
Here they come through the 12-pack.
Yeah, I just don't think he's got the track position.
So great ride.
Good recovery, too, to get himself back into third after a little miscue.
Yeah. He went down there at one point.
So probably not happy that he didn't get the pass made, but good recovery on that one. So the CP Racing ride, Cole Coker going to bring that Yamaha right to the top step. And it's going to end up being Brad Williams, Chase Haynes, Cameron Harrison, and Josh Bowman, the top 5. And we're going to get him situated and send it down to the podium as we drop the gate on Schoolboy 1. Dean, we'll send it to you.
All right, down here with Cole Coker. Gets it done down on the podium. Cole, dude, taking the win here in the college 18-24 class. How does it feel to be up here on the top step?
It feels good. I mean, I've always been more at the top of this class and more focusing on the Bs, but it feels good. I think first national win in college boy at a national, so it feels good.
Are we going to be able to get back up here again doing moto number 2 or what?
Yeah, hopefully. Start was good. Practicing those over in the grass. And Yeah, hopefully do it again.
Definitely. Yeah, good starts are key. I know you got a lot of people helping you out this year. Tell me who is helping you.
Yeah, CP Racing Team, my mom, my dad, my brother, Grace, Scott, Mob Graphics, Mika Metals, Fly Racing, HBL, Thrill Seekers, Enzo Suspension, helping me out this week, and Kenda Tire, and everyone else. And Scott, also Scott for building my bike. Thank you.
All right. Call one more spot, so you don't want to forget anybody.
And Hayden Lusk, my mechanic.
Yeah, get up to Lust, man. Making it happen. What do you guys see on the top?
All right, Dean, we are underway here with Schoolboy 1, 12 to 17. And it looked like it was Colby Lassar, the 11, with the whole shot. Tristan Pruitt second and Braxton Mess third. But now Truitt on that 7 going to make the move to the front of the pack here.
Yeah, Truitt was able to jump over him over the Texas 3-step to take that number 1 spot away from Lassar.
All right, so this is Schoolboy 1. That means the next gate is going to be the 85 10 to 14 LCQ. So again, 85 10 to 14 riders, 250B 12 plus, 85 9 to 11 limited, and Schoolboy 2. If you ran a division race, you should be down in staging unless you qualified directly out of the first half.
Oh, Don, these dudes are hammering it out right now with the 11 machine, just making the move, going through the 12-pack to come over the finish line side by side, 11 and 7, duking it out.
Yeah, Colby Lassar says, you know what, I think I'd like that lead back if you don't mind, Tristan.
So it's Lassar, Pruitt, Mess, Bolasina, Dorman. That's your top 5 right now. And then the gaggle, one down here in the VMAX switchback. Oh, another one gets into the back of him, so 2 of them down.
Yeah, the 130 just trying to pick his bike up, and the 71 Yamaha came through and clipped it, knocked him back down, and put the 71 down. They're both up. But that is not where you want to be in the early stage of the moto.
We still got some incredible racing out front, Don, as they make their way around the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree. It looks like the number 11 machine, Lesser, still out front with Pruitt putting the pressure on as they drop down into the Dunlop drop.
Yeah, and look at that battle, 3rd and 4th. That is Braxton Mess, Kane Bolasina. They're going to drop down to that turn as well as the battle for the lead comes through the middle.
My goodness, this is incredible. All right, let's see who's going to take the inside. Both riders are going to cheat to that inside line there. Nobody wanting to give up that inside advantage.
Well, more than ever with the 2-stroke here, you've got to keep that line and you got to keep the bike moving hard.
Got to keep it on the pipe. This is where he made the pass last time. He was able to get the triple here last time through. He didn't, unable to make the pass that time. The number 7 Pruitt was able to get it done. Oh, a little contact. Looks like he's going to get underneath, and it looks like Pruitt going to make the move.
Yeah, it looked like when Colby Lassar got into that turn, he kind of hiccuped a little bit.
All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We have a phone that's been turned in downstairs, so if you've lost a cell phone, they had one turned in downstairs.
It just looked like that when Lassar went into the turn, he didn't get the drive out, and Pruitt was so close, he just almost bumped into him.
Yeah. Really close racing. All right, there he comes, Lesser out front. Still holding on with a 2-minute, 22-second lap time.
Oh,
Bolasina in the number 2 spot
yeah,
now.
so we've lost Pruitt. Pruitt way back now,
wow.
Luke.
Interesting. So that puts Mess in 3rd.
Yep. So something may definitely have happened to Tristan Pruitt.
The lap time there, Bolasina turned to 2:21, so he's a second a lap faster than Lesser out front.
So there's the 11 coming back to the inside. Colby Lassar trying to get away. Bolasina on the 14 in the second spot. Mess, Dorman, and Reese Seba, third, fourth, and fifth. And they are all right in that same Freestone Freeway section, Luke.
They are, yeah. They're nose to tail dropping down the hill there. Oh, my goodness. Yeah.
Oh, Tristan Pruitt on the 7 is off the side of the track, and the bike is done.
Smoke belching out of the back of that thing, man. Heartbreak for Pruitt. He's been up here duking it out for the lead early on here, but he is heartbroken on the side of the track right now.
Yeah, that rear tire is not even rolling much. He locked that thing up tight.
Yeah. You can see his body English. He's just absolutely devastated. He's in one piece. The bike is not, but at least he's going to walk away, and we'll get this thing rebuilt, and he'll be back out there.
Yeah, you know, best case scenario, that happened when the bike was wheels on the ground, because if that thing goes when you're in the air,
yes, sir,
it gets ugly.
Yes, sir.
All right, so looking over the shoulder of the number 11, charging up the hill, Colby Lassar.
He's right here coming across the finish line. Let's see what kind of lap time he's going to pull off here, because he's under pressure right now. A 2:20, fastest lap of the race right now. Oh, Bolasina, 2:19.
Oh, there you go.
So he's continuing to charge forward and put the pressure on Lesser.
Wow, and he just ripped that off right. I mean, really no way to know Bolasina was going to be able to get that thing going like that.
Yeah, he's closing that gap up pretty quickly. So there's quite a bit of time left for him to do some work here. So we'll keep an eye on that one for sure, because he's 2.2 seconds off. The back wheel of Lesser is Bolasina. They fixing to drop into the, what do you call it, Don? How do you say that?
The Don's double down?
Don's double down. Don is even starting to call it the Don's double down now.
You guys wore me down.
It was a long road to hoe to get Don to finally call it the Don's double down.
All right, we're looking over the shoulder of the 14 of Bolasina as he comes out of the Leonard Skidded Oak Tree turn. Trying to chase down the 11 of Colby Lassar. Not a lot of distance between them, so Bolasina with that fast lap, Luke, he can do it.
Yeah, no, I mean, there's time left to work, and he's putting in the work right now for sure as they drop down through the roller section here, headed down towards the Blake Baggett berm. And both those riders opting for pretty similar lines there. But he's far enough back right now that he don't need to try to worry about switching lines just yet.
No, well, you got to figure they're pretty well evenly matched as far as the bike's power with those 125. So, yeah, you got to get the right line choice.
Yeah. And you said it a while ago. Keeping that bike on the pipe is imperative in these 125s. These two-strokes, you got to keep them on the header.
All right, here we go down the hill into that big Loop 270, following the second-place ride right now of Kane Bolasina. Again, dancing through that like mid-line in the middle there of that big Loop 270. Back to the inside.
Looks like he's reeling up on him again there. Looks like he's really pulling up on the back wheel of Lesser.
He's got
a little bit of a hiccup there.
He had a good line there. He's going to go outside, try to sweep that speed.
Big bobble.
Yeah, a little mistake like that. He's going to lose a couple of seconds.
Well, you know that he's riding the ragged edge. He's pushing. He's trying to catch up to the back wheel of Lester, so he's on the ragged edge, and that's going to happen from time to time.
Well, I'll tell you, that 219 tells me he was on the ragged edge.
Yeah,
for sure.
For sure. And we've seen a couple of mistakes here. I'm anxious to see what his lap time is, even with a couple of mistakes.
We're at the halfway point here.
2:09. He just turned the fastest lap of the race that time with mistakes.
With those mistakes. So that tells me that if you're on the number 11, you have got to start to worry about what's going on behind you.
Well, he can hear that two-stroke screaming. It's 1.3 seconds off the back wheel. So he knows he's back there.
Yeah, coming out of the mechanics area. Nice move to the inside. All right, here we come to that Don's double down section. And it looks like Lassar a little smoother through there.
Charging up the hill into the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree section, that right-hand corner. That Lassar going to heel her over there. Bolasina right there on his back wheel as they drop down into the Dunlop drop. Bolasina carrying really good speed down there, taking that tight inside. Up over number 6. So they're both going to run the tight inside here. Let's see. It looks like Lassar going to take they're going to drift out to the outside, both riders.
Yeah, getting into that little G out at the center of the turn. And now trying to get to the inside. Got to fade out if you want to get all this triple on a 125. Both riders look like they're going to double up and just step off that. So again, here we go into the right-hander down the hill. And let's take a look at the lines as they make their way down. Again, Bolasina right about the middle, cuts back just a little bit.
Not quite as close this time through as they were last lap, Don.
Yeah, but you'll notice he did not use that line where he had that little mistake.
Yep.
Again, let's see if he does this thing at the bottom.
Yeah, I bet you he'll change it up in this next one. Just a little too far away to see.
No, he came out of the middle, so he definitely did not dig in deep in that turn.
He learned from that last lap. I see a yellow flag out there, but it's not our leaders because we've been watching them on the camera. They should be pounding through the 12-pack. Here they come, and it looks like Lassar got a little bit of breathing room this time. He's picked up a little ground from that last lap.
Yeah, he brought it down to a 2:19 that time around.
Wow, he did. Bolasina draw. He lost a little time, a 2:20 that time. Uh-oh, we have a hiccup. I'm not sure what happened, but I think our leader may have ran off the track. Oh, and he goes, who went down? Bolasina went down there.
Oh, so that was a charge trying to get that lead away. And it looks like he might have just stepped himself into a rut. He couldn't get out of it in time and just went over.
Yeah, he just had it leaned over, and the RPMs and the speed wasn't matching the lean and went down. It was a drag race out of that corner. He's back up and away, but a heartbreak.
Well, again, let's not forget this is Moto 1, so if he can hang on to the second spot, he's still in a good spot for the overall picture.
And he still has the fastest lap of the race, so he can put that in the back of his mind to know that he knows he's got speed to at least run with lesser.
Oh, did Braxton Mess make the move to second, though? That might be the that might make Kane Bolasina's mistake a little more costly. So there's the 11. Colby Lassar heading down the Freestone Freeway. All right, does look like the 14. There's Bolasina. He does hold on to second. But he does have some company now. Braxton Mess on the 115 is going to be close. And there's still a lot of laps to run, so Bolasina going to have to get on the horse.
Well, as they run right now, it's still Lassar out front. It's going to be Mess, Dorman. I'm not even sure how far back did you say Bolasina was. But Dorman, Carminetti, Ellis, Moss, Seba, and Darren Pine there in the number 9 spot. Hargrove in 10th.
All right, so there's your leader heading over the finish line jump on the number 11, Colby Lassar. Or Lesser. And here is the 14. So Kane Bolasina does hang on to second, but he's lost a ton of time, 12 seconds the gap now, and he's going to have to deal with Braxton Mess for the rest of this race. So again, looking over the shoulder of your leader heading down that Don's double down section. Colby Lassar into the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn.
Yeah, it looked like Bolasina 12.4 seconds off, so that tip over there cost him big as far as time goes, but it didn't cost him any positions.
No, but right now he's going to have to deal with Braxton Mess, which could cost him that position.
Yeah, you're right. Mess is putting the pressure on, 1.2 seconds off. Here they come. That's him over number 5 right now, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
All right. Yeah, he is under pressure right now.
Hey, you can see his mechanic standing at the gate there, waving that hat.
Yes,
go,
sir.
man, go.
He got to go, bro. Wow, look at him manual down the hill. Did you see that, Don? He manualed all the way down the hill through that roller section.
Feeling the pressure.
Beautiful way to just keep the power down, keep that tire driving. These two strokes, man, that momentum is huge. Oh, look at Mess getting the triple there, so he reeled up some bike links there.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, that is going to be the tail of it. If you can keep on chopping away a half a second here, half a second there, he's going to get himself to second.
Yeah, and of course, Bolasina's probably still a little rattled after that tip over there. Once you get up from those, it's just hard to try to get totally back into form.
Yeah, get the mindset clear and charge again.
And then when the pressure's on the back wheel, it just rattles it more.
So here's your leader up and over Cemetery Hill, heading to the FMF Powerwall. That is going to be the number 11 Yamaha ride. That is Colby Lesser, the Altus Factory Yamaha Team Monster Army Moose Dunlop ride.
Looking back up the racetrack, waiting for Bolasina. There he comes with Mess still right there on the back wheel. Both of them into the switchback here. 14 looks over, just making sure there's no flags out just yet. So early on, he was probably hoping that there was a few more laps left to help him have time to catch the leader and make the move. Now he's thinking, let's finish this thing off while I'm out front.
Exactly.
So Lesser, Bolasina, Mess come through, then Dorman, Carminati. Pine has moved up into the number 6 spot, Darren Pine.
Yeah, and let's not forget, Darren Piner's riding a Super Mini. He's not on a 125. He's on a Super Mini.
That's pretty incredible.
I've seen this happen years and years. If you've got a rider that really knows how to ride that Super Mini, they're very competitive against the 125. There's not that much difference.
Yeah, absolutely. Those Super Minis make a lot of horsepower, and if you've got a smaller rider on a Super Mini, sometimes you might have an advantage there.
The power to weight ratio.
Yes, sir.
And plus, he knows how to ride that thing on the pipe.
Dude knows how to do it. Yeah, he can get her done. That's Darren Pine time. We had him up for our interview the other night for this announcer's hour, or power hour, and he's incredible on the mic.
So again, Kobe Lassar picking him up out of the Blake Baggett berm. Going to double up and step off that triple. Nice smooth line on that inside off camber and heading down the hill, Luke.
Man, that really was smooth. Impressive stuff. So Lesser with a 2:22 last time through, fastest lap, a 2:19. Bolasina still has the fastest lap of the moto, but he's 14 seconds off after that tip over. So Mess 1.3 seconds off Bolasina last time through.
And we're looking at the stopwatch here, Luke, so time might have expired. Well, maybe not.
Lesser comes across, still holding on to that number 1 spot. And here's that battle for the number 2 and 3 position. Still got the 14 out front. Look at that, the 115 all over his back wheel, Don.
It's going to get close.
0.8 of a second back. Mess was, let's see here, almost a second faster than Bolasina that time through, so he's right on his back wheel.
All right, so working through the laps here, and it does look like we might be getting close to the time expiring on this 20-minute plus one. And still following your leader on the 11. Representing for the Blue Crew, Kobe Lassar down the hill. He's going to make that inside line choice into the triple step up. Again, these riders are mostly electing to double up and then step off that. That's a nice smooth line, very quick.
It is quick because you keep the wheels on the ground, you scrub that thing, get that back tire back into the dirt, making power.
Well, you know, in terms of conserving your energy, too, if you're going to get that 125 over a jump like that, you're really going to have to stretch it.
You've got to send it.
And doing that every single lap, you know, that can get to be a little.
demanding,
Yeah.
And psychologically, because it's a full send. You have to do it in your head, too.
Oh, I can full send in my head. I just can't do it on a motorcycle, Luke. In my head, I am James Stewart.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Up and over the FMF power wall here in just a moment. Your leader going to charge through the rollers, and it's going to be the white flag coming out.
Got a little bit of a view of the backside of the FMF power wall that time, and it's still in really good shape.
Yeah, they've done a nice job of touching that up from time to time to keep it nice and clean.
White flag out. Number 11, Lesser, comes across, turns at 2:23 that time. He's got 17.3 seconds last time through. Waiting for Bolasina. Here he comes, and he is still under pressure coming through the 12-pack mess right there on the back wheel. Both riders in the VMAX switchback. White flag flying the 14. Bolasina turns at 2:26 as well as Mess. Both those riders same times there. 1 lap to go. Does Mess have anything to offer Bolasina? What do you think, Don?
I think that Bolasina is going to have to be real careful about those inside lines because Braxton Mess is going to just decide to roll the dice and try to make him force his way through.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think he's really got to make good decisions and maybe hope for just another little hiccup from Bolasina. It's not that we haven't seen Bolasina do it once.
All right, so you're looking at your leader here heading to the Dunlop drop down into that big, deep left-hand turn. And it has really been no problems since he got himself out in front for Kobe Lassar.
Yeah, that's some really good racing early on. Of course, the 7 machine had the hiccup. Tristan Pruitt blew that bike up, but him and Lassar were absolutely duking it out. And Pruitt's bike said, I just can't handle what you're doing to me.
Yeah, that's the thing about the 125s. You've got to ride them on the ragged edge so hard that
Bring
it's
their
really
little necks.
it's a question of time.
Yeah, that's for sure.
All right, well, I'll tell you what, Kane Bolasina doing a good job getting himself a little bit more of a gap over
He
Braxton
is.
Mess.
Yeah, he's done great this last quarter of a lap or so, finding a little bit of breathing room, pulling away from Mess ever so slightly as they make their way through the Blake Baggett berm, headed up over the Texas 3-step. Like you say, both these riders are going to double through there. Get the wheel back on the ground, get the power down, and get these 125s moving up the track. They drop down into the Loop 270 area. You got the sky shot here. Getting a good view of the racetrack. Looks like race leader headed up the hill, headed up over Cemetery Hill. He'll be headed up into the FMF power wall right now.
Yeah, and there's going to be a checkered flag waiting for him.
Well, there he is, Don. Manualing through the 12-pack into the VMAX switchback. Checker flag flies for the number 11, Kobe Lesser.
Little point to the sky there. So Colby, little low-key celebration. See if Bolasina going to hang on to that second spot. It looked like he was doing well with it.
Look at that gaggle of bikes going to the left-hander down there at the bottom of the hill right now. What a race. 14 going to hold on, Don.
Yeah, he still doesn't look too happy, and Braxton Mess does not look happy. So there's 2 riders who did not finish where they wanted to be. Dorman and looks like Alessandro Camin going to hang on there.
And then, of course, Darren Pine right there behind him on the Super Mini. Darren Pine time.
All right, so Kobe Lassar, solid run all the way through. Had to do a little bit of work, had to deal with a little bit of pressure, but able to get things up onto the podium. So we're going to let him pop that helmet off and get ready to send it down and talk to our moto winner. So, Dean, we are going to send it down to you, sir.
Yeah, boys, I'm down here with the super excited Colby Lesser, man. That moto was heated all the way through. How'd it go?
Oh, it was so sick. I got the whole shot and put the number 1 after the right. That was probably not the smartest decision, but, I mean, all for the gram, right? But, yeah, no, it was a good moto. Tristan was just trying to play around, but I guess he couldn't do that with me. And, yeah, so that's his fault. And then, yeah, I just drove my own race. Felt good on the bike, and, yeah, I'm excited for the second motos.
Yeah, dude, solid ride. I know you're super excited with the second motos. Tell me who's helping you out this week.
Altus Factory Racing, Yamaha team, so much. They're awesome. Bell, Moss Army, 100%, Moose, Hearts Unlimited, ODI, T-Rex, SPDA, my trainer Robbie Raynard, and MTF, and Colleen, and Brian, Jacob, everybody down there, and AP Designs, and again, the Altus Factory Racing team. Thank you so much.
All right, guys, you have Colby Lesser for getting it done there in the last of our first motos. Looks like we got some LCQ racing out on the track. Take it away in the Stasic Tower.
All righty, Dean, thank you. Yes, we are indeed underway with the most hectic racing of the day, the LCQ. And this is the 85 10-14 race. 12 riders have got out on the track. Only 6 of them, or only 8 of them, are going to make it through. So 4 riders are going to be left unhappy at this one. So again, 85 10-14 LCQ. Corbin Leonard doing what he needed to do on the Beaverton Motorcycles JMR suspension OGO ASV Dunlop ride, grabbing the whole shot. So the rider out of Washougal, Washington, doing exactly what you need to do if you're going to end up in an LCQ. Get that start. All right, following the battle at the bottom of that big cemetery hill. All right, so the 537, Corbin Leonard holding the lead. He has got the, looks like the 65 of Connor Hensley in the second spot. Austin Bolts in third. Nixon Meineke running fourth. Javier Nicolas Cabell in the fifth spot. Kenzie Watine running sixth. Jackson Wright seventh. And Brecken Hansen in the all-important eighth spot. Terry Kenny, the 504 on the outside looking in. So again, top 8 will go to the main. You've got to be top 8 to make it to the main out of this one. This is the 85 10-14 LCQ. 250B 12 plus LCQ next off the gate. 85 9-12 limited LCQ in staging, and Schoolboy 2 LCQ in staging as well. And yes, we are going into the second half of racing today. We are going to start crowning champions today. So I saw some folks asking that question down at the window. Yes, we are going into the second half of racing today. And looking at your leader through the inside there. Over the shoulder of the 537 KTM, Corbin Leonard. Working down that Freestone freeway, using that inside line. He's going to fade back over and get inside to this turn. And picking up the battle behind the leader here as they start to head down that big step down into the Loop 270. Working the inside line there. So again, the LCQ is going to go very, very quickly. Green, white, checker. 3 laps. Make sure you're in the top 8 so you can get into that second half of racing. And there it is, the 65. Connor Hensley taking the lead. So Hensley making the pass. Looks like some problems there for Corbin Leonard. Nixon Meineke to second. There's Leonard. He's going to hang on to third. Austin Bolts, the 298 ride of Javier Nicolas Cabildo. Kenzie Watine, Jackson Wright, and Terry Kinney. The 504, JP, that's the final transfer in 8th place. So Terry Kinney, he's got to stay there.
Well, that would be exceptionally nice since his mom is our computer guru.
Oh, there you go.
Hey, once again, if you guys are expecting any packages, there's so many up there that it would take me 20 minutes to say everybody's name. So if you're expecting packages, cruise up to the front gate. If your package is there, fine. If not, say hi to the girls and tell them they're doing a great job. Thank you, and have a nice day.
All right, so your leader's working back to the inside. It is the 65. Connor Hensley with your new leader there.
Connor Hensley out of McKinney, Texas, riding for TAMER, our great esteemed title sponsor. Go see Kevin over at TAMER. They got the front hole shot device, rear hole shot device. They'll install it for free. Go see TAMER down Performance Alley.
I haven't heard yet, but it's 12:40, so I'd imagine maybe after the LCQs. Yeah.
Because the kids got to go from that last LCQ right back to the line for Moto One.
Yeah, that's probably So again, we're watching the 85 10-14 LCQ. All right, so we've got the 85 10-14 LCQ on the track. 250B 12 plus LCQ next. 85 9-12 limited LCQ and staging, followed by the Schoolboy 2 LCQ. And we need riders in the 250A Pro Sport. 250A Pro Sport need to head to staging. You will run your moto today right after the LCQs are completed. So again, 250A Pro Sport riders, make your way down to staging. You are going to head out after the LCQs for your second moto. So Hensley with the win. Connor Meineke, or Nixon Meineke in the second spot. Corbin Leonard third. Austin Bolts fourth. Kenzie Watine, Jackson Wright, Terry Kinney. So underway here with the 250B 12 plus LCQ now. All right, looks like it's going to be the 99. And that is Gavin Moon, the 99X, with the whole shot here in the 250B 12 plus LCQ. I knew Gavin had trouble in his qualifying race. I believe he went down. So he's got the lead here. That is where you want to be if you got to be in this race. The 15 of Eamon Pulsifer making a move to second. So once again, riders in the 250A Pro Sport, make your way to staging. You will head out for a sight lap once the LCQs are completed. And once again, yes, we will be heading directly into the second half of racing. We will start crowning some champions here today. So there's the 99, Gavin Moon. 976 Kawasaki making up the move to second. So Caden Martin getting around the 15 of Pulsifer. Pulsifer hanging on a third. Ryan Boutier on the 779 in the fourth spot. Gavin Fortner in fifth. Eric Vasquez running in the sixth. Ethan Carter and Oliver Bonner seventh and eighth. The all-important eighth place position. That's the final transfer ticket. And watching these riders negotiate down through that double down section. Dean, the LCQ, always the race you never want to be in.
Yeah, definitely never the race you want to be in. But there is a lot of kids, they're not from around here. They see these LCQs as an advantage because they just get some more track time out there.
I guess that's a good way to look at it. You're trying to put a positive spin on it if you have to.
As a trainer, man, you always got to find the positives.
There you go.
So it's actually starting to tighten up a little bit in the front of the pack, and that's where you got to be careful, too. You don't want to cough it up, make a mistake out there.
No.
Find yourself outside that final transfer position.
Yeah, and we actually did see that earlier with the first LCQ. One rider who was in a great spot, tipped the bike over, not going to be making it to the main.
Man, that's tough. It is tough out here at Freestone. Obviously, it's one of the more challenging races here on the circuit.
Yeah.
I love to see it. Like I was talking before, so this is true moto,
Yeah, absolutely. Long laps, a nice varied course. You got deep soil. Like you said, this is what you want to see in outdoor motocross.
Absolutely. And the first time with you've seen Gavin Moon out there leading it out on the number 99X, putting in a good ride out there. On screen watching Ryan Bootlier. He's doing a good job trying to reel in the number 15 of Ammon Pulsifer. That's a pretty sweet last name, Pulsifer.
There you go. Keeps the challenge up for us announcers.
Absolutely. The challenges never end up here.
Well, especially because we're challenged generally, but
Yeah,
that's another story entirely.
As a challenge person.
All right, here we go. The white flag out. So Gavin Moon, like I said, I'm sure he didn't want to be in this moto, but he's here. He's making the most of it. Going to give himself at least the best gate pick out of the LCQ.
Yeah, got a great lead over our second place rider, Caden Martin. Caden Martin just now coming through. So, again, we talked about it too. Gavin Moon, he may have had an issue there in one of his heat races.
I think he actually did have a bike issue in his heat race. If I remember, he had gone down on the Dragon's back, and the bike was just too bent up. He couldn't continue.
Yeah, just out there making the most of it. Last time through is Gavin Moon, Caden Martin, Ammon Pulsifer, Ryan Bootler, Gavin Fortner, Caden Mitchell, Rick Vasquez, Oliver Bonner. I believe we're taking top 8, you said, right?
Yeah, that's right. So right now, Ethan Carter not going to make it in if he doesn't pick it up.
Yeah, he's a couple seconds off of our rider in the 8th place position. Oliver Bonner, man, he's the one on the bubble.
And again, looking overhead here, following over the shoulder of these riders as they work up into that Leonard Skinner tree turn.
Man, this is the first time I've been up here to see these drone shots, man. They are amazing out there. Really seeing how the race course looks and keep an eye on our riders.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, if you were a rider who had a race coming up in a few, I'd be back in my trailer watching this live stream because, like you said, that drone footage really does show you how the lines are building up.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll tell you what, there are a lot of riders out there that are doing just that.
Yeah, that's a great tool to use.
And we used to have to go out there and walk to different sections of the track. Now we can watch it on our computer screen.
There you go. Somebody just send a drone out there, do a little scouting report for you.
Looks like we're going to check our flag this time around. This is nice, cool sprint motos.
Yeah.
That's my type of moto, Get a good start, 3-lap sprint.
Go. Yeah.
It's super cool, going to the second motos. Got a lot of motos have 20 minutes. That's a lot of time. What's good about that, the rider doesn't get the whole shot. They have a little trouble on the start. They have plenty of time to work through the pack and make it happen.
Yeah, that's one of those double-edged swords because if you're the guy that got the great start, you're not liking that 20 minutes.
Where's the white flag?
Yeah, but if you've got, if you're in 10th and you deserve to be up front, you're going to have time to go to work.
You're absolutely right. Here they go over the FMF power wall and then to the rhythm section one last time. I don't know if consider that a rhythm section or rollers. Either way, they got all kinds of things. They're jumping through it. They're skimming them.
Yeah.
Wheel tapping off.
Yeah, wheel tapping. Look at a little
Yeah.
oppo for Gavin Moon, our winner here in the LCQ, that 2DV 12 plus. We got in second, Doc.
Caden Martin going to hang on to it. Looked like Pulsifer really pushing the issue. He'll have to settle for third.
Guys really battled up tight in here.
Yeah, Pukular. Gavin Fortner in fifth. Caden Mitchell going to hang on to sixth. There's Vasquez. And the 823 of Bonner will hold that final transfer. We are already underway with the 85-9 to 12 LCQ. Riders already coming out of that Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn. And that looks like it's the 298 out front. Javier Nicolas Cabildo. And it does look like we have 5 riders that have come out for the LCQ here in the 85-9 to 12 Limited. So it looks like they will all make it in. Again, we still need to run the LCQ, even if we know they're all going to make it in, because that is going to determine gate pick. All right, here we go. The leaders in the 85-9 to 12 Limited LCQ coming through. And it is indeed the 298 out front, Javier Nicolas Cabildo. Nixon Jukes in the second spot. Coming around in third, it's going to be Braden Cox. Gunnar Lusk is fourth. And there's the 20. Dominic Steele, the Pirate Mafia MX Dirt Labs ride, in the fifth spot. It looks like that is the 5 riders out here in the LCQ, so they are all going to make it in. Again, we need to run it, even if all the riders are going to make it, we still have to run the LCQ because that does determine gate pick in the second half. That's it. So following the leader here in the 85-9 to 12 LCQ, as he heads down into that Dunlop drop up and over number 5, heading to 6. So we are looking at the 9 to 12 Limited LCQ. Again, all these riders going to make it in, as we've only got 5 out there, but we got to run the race. Next off the gate, we will have the Schoolboy 2. That'll be the last LCQ in the order. So Schoolboy 2 LCQ is next. And then we're going to have the 250 Pro Sport riders. So 250 Pro Sport, you should be in staging right now. You're going to head out for a sight lap and then run your second moto.
Man, I'm going to give a big shout-out to Kyle Dangler over at FMF Exhaust, our trackside support guru. We brought a 1999 YZ125 up. J.P. Parsons did. It is J.P. Parsons' 1999 YZ125 that was once owned by Donnie Emler at FMF, Donnie Emler Jr. So Donnie hasn't seen the bike in over about 25 years. JP has had it in his possession. It had needed to be rebuilt. We printed, Bermlord printed graphics. We took the bike over to Kyle Dangler at FMF. Everybody can see it over there. And Kyle put on new plastic, new graphics, new chain, new tires donated here from Cernix, MX Tires. Everybody has pitched in, and all of a sudden JP Parsons YZ125 is sparking and back to life. JM Racing, John Mitchell just cleaned the carburetor, jetted it. It is ready to rock and roll. So we brought a historic two-stroke back to life here in a matter of 3 or 4 days. So for everybody that helped out and donated their time and their product, from the bottom of our heart, thank you very much, especially Kyle Dangler. And here's how that went down. Well, I said, JP called me and goes, well, who do you think we can get to kind of help do this? I said, well, it's kind of an FMF bike, so I say we roll that thing over to Kyle Dangler and just unload the problem and burden on Kyle Dangler, and I love it when a plan comes together. Kyle, thank you, buddy. We love you. I know you love JP. Thanks for taking care of JP on this project. And everybody else had a hand in it. Go on over there. And I'll tell you what, let's get a Sharpie out. Let's have some people go over there and just sign that front plate. Take a Sharpie over to the FMF booth and sign. Have them sign the old plate and the new plate. Why not, JP? Why not? We can print another number plate, and we can hang that one in your house. So if you would like to sign JP's number plate, the YZ125 front number plate, go on over there with a Sharpie and sign it. Let him know you love JP Parsons, the South, long-time Freestone announcer here. Limited real estate. Don, what we got going on the track?
Well, we're on the final lap of the 85 9-12 limited LCQ. Again, all these riders are going to get in. Javier Nicolas Cabildo in the lead. Nixon Jukes, Gunnar Lusk, Braden Cox, and Dominic Steele, the running order. We have got one more LCQ to send out. That is going to be the Schoolboy 2. And we need 250A Pro Sport riders in staging now, as you will head out for your sight lap and then your race after this final LCQ. All right, so that's the win for Javier Nicolas Cabildo here in the 85 9-12 LCQ. We are underway with Schoolboy 2. So again, everyone in this LCQ, the 9-12, going to go through. And once again, we are going to be doing the Stasic racing at the completion of racing today. So we will postpone the dodgeball just a little bit so we can get the Stasic racing in. So if you want to sign up for the Stasic racing, make sure you make your way over there and get signed up over at registration here. So come on over, sign up for the Stasic racing. We're going to do it after the completion of racing today and just a little bit before the TAMER 100% dodgeball tournament.
Well, we are running down, Luke and I are running down to the FMF rig. We're going to sign at JP Parsons' front number plate.
It sounds like you're running.
Yeah, I'm breathing hard, labored breathing here, Don. Not quite the 6 months ago.
Dean, you're going to have to get JP on or Shand on a training program.
When you get timed on, come on out, come down here and sign the number plate.
All right, looking for your leaders here in the Schoolboy 2 LCQ. Up and over that FMF power wall, the green flag is out for the 231 of Trinity Bachelor. Eamon Pulsifer in the second spot. Ethan Carter running in third. Looks like Adam Santway in the fourth spot there, the 237. And there's the 38. That's Isla Phillips. And it looks like we might just have 5 in this one as well. So again, everyone going to qualify. So again, Trinity Bachelor, the 231 gas ride, holding the lead. Pulsifer in second. And again, don't forget, 250 Pro Sport riders, you should be lining up to head out for your sight lap. 250 Pro Sport riders, you should be heading out or lining up to head out for your sight lap. And then group sight lap after that if you guys want to do it. But again, we've got the 250 Pro Sport riders lining up for their sight lap. We'll send the sight laps out, and once we complete all the sight laps, we will go with the gate drop for 250 Pro Sport. All right, white flag is out. So Trinity Bachelor, Eamon Pulsifer, Ethan Carter, Adam Santway, and Isla Phillips continuing to run in this order here, and the top 5, again, all of them going to go through. And again, we're on the final lap here for the riders in the Schoolboy 2 LCQ. 250 Pro Sport riders going to line up on the gate for the next moto down the start straight. They're going to do a sight lap. So group sight lap. And then we'll get into the second moto here for the 250A Pro Sport riders. So again, watching your leaders heading down the hill, following them down that big Loop 270. And you get a really good look at the line selection they have down there and that big sweeping left-hander. Area 51 Films providing the drone shots here with the XR Media broadcast. All right, your leader going to come down into the Texas 12-pack one final time. That checkered flag going to be waiting for him. I'm sure that Trinity Bachelor would rather not be in this race, but if you're going to be here, you take the win in the LCQ, and that's what he did. So Trinity Bachelor with the win. Looking for Eamon Pulsifer to come in through that roller section in second. So there's the 15 Yamaha. Ethan Carter, Adam Santway, and Isla Phillips looking to round out the top 5 here. That is the field in this LCQ, so all of them going to go through to the second half. So there you go. We are completed with the LCQs. And it looks like a little bit of water going to go down on the track here.
Well, Don Collings making his way over to make his mark on JP's scooter down there. Dangler pulled that Kickstarter out, Shan, and just wing.
It fired right
so
up.
Beautiful.
John Mitchell jetting, cleaning the carb, jetting. There's a line of people down there ready to sign JP's front number plate. Looks like there's about 75 people down there, JP.
Hey, JM, John Mitchell, instead of spaghetti, thank you for cleaning my carburetor. And I appreciate it. Love you a long time. And thank you, Kyle Dangler. Thank you, everybody that has helped in this little project. And I think it's going to be cool, pretty cool once we get it all dialed in and finished.
Hey, Brittany Johnson. She might have her earplugs in. Anyway, everybody make your way over there and just sign off on JP's front number plate. Really cool. Stacy Matthews at HyperX, go sign. JP would love to have your signature. Little Joe's Lemonade. You guys and girls, Stacy and Joe, head on over there and sign off on the front number plate.
Did get to sample some of that Little Joe's Lemonade yesterday, Shan. I tell you what, that stuff is absolutely incredible.
Yep, you're right.
Of course, the Adrenaline Jerky crew in the house here. Clutch Media, they got the Clutch Coffee set up there. Hey, attention in the pits. Going to go into a little session, a riders meeting here. Want to remind you guys, man, there is absolutely no jumping on yellow flag. A yellow flag is no jumping. So just have to reiterate that. It's coming over the radio that we've got a few folks that are maybe not fully aware that this is outdoor motocross, and so it's no jumping on the yellow flag. This is not supercross. This is not arena cross. This is outdoor motocross. So we do not jump on a yellow flag. And man, we don't want to have to get the officials involved in your race results. So just pay attention to those flags. It's for your sake. It's for the sake of the down riders. It's for the sake of the workers there. No jumping on the yellow flag. So, yeah, not trying to beat a dead horse here, but apparently we just have a hard time getting this into our skulls because people are continuing to jump. No jumping on a yellow flag.
Man, Buddy Antonez, our 5-time arena cross champion, legendary Buddy Antonez. He is about to make his way over to the FMF rig and sign J.P. Parsons' front number plate. That is pretty cool, man, right there.
Yeah, that is
everybody
cool.
coming together.
Yep. J.P. Parsons turning heads here. He's been such a part of the Texas moto scene for so long. Now he's a legend. He's got buildings named after him. He's
That's
got
right.
people giving him dirt bikes and the people just coming out of the crowd to build them and make them work for him. JP, I hope you know that you're loved by an awful lot of people.
He is. No, I don't think so.
So once again, we are going to be doing the Stasic Racing this afternoon. Once we finish up with today's race program, we'll be doing the Stasic Racing. So we will delay the dodgeball tournament just a little bit. As you know, we got a little late into the day yesterday with racing, so we had to postpone the Stasic race from yesterday. So they're going to go today about maybe 20 minutes after the completion of racing, and we will push back the start of the Tamer 100% dodgeball tournament a little past 6:30. Yeah, and if you're not familiar, the Stasic racing takes place on that Stasic track. If you are standing looking at the announcer's tower, it's going to be to your left, behind the RVs and stuff over there, sort of left of the barn. But again, we will do the Stasic racing today. So if you want to sign up for that, head down to registration, get signed up for the Stasic race. And then again, we will push back the start of the Tamer 100% dodgeball tournament to accommodate the Stasic racing. All right, looks like you got them fired up on the line. The 250 Pro Sport rider is going to take a sight lap. So heading off now for the sight lap for the 250 Pro Sport. A couple riders burning off that start just to try to get a little feel for the dirt here. So again, the 250 Pro Sport rider is going to do their sight lap here. We'll see if we have some group sight laps after that, and then we'll line up the 250 Pro Sport riders. This will be Moto 2 for them today. They had their first race yesterday. This will be Moto 2 tomorrow. We run the final third moto for the Open A Pro Sport and the 250 Pro Sport, and we really get to see who's going to come away on top.
Who will be the 2025 class champion here, Don. Their third moto tomorrow morning will kick off at 10 a.m. approximately.
Yes, it will. And, man, how stoked are we about Shorty grabbing the win in the Open Pro Sport? That was a great run. Dealt with Diesel Thomas all the way through. Kept that young whippersnapper in line.
That's right. You're right, Don. It was an incredible moto to watch. Hats off to both Thomas and Andrew Short. Diesel will go into that third moto with a 2-point advantage over Andrew Short. That sight lap underway here for the second moto of the 250A Pro Sport.
Yep, we got some group sight laps going on as well, Shan. So, again, let's keep those wheels on the ground out there. Hopefully folks had a talk with their rider about that.
Yeah, and one more warning here, and nod of information that you focused on a few minutes ago. Buddy Antonez rating up to us to let us remind us and let us know that we need to remind everybody that during a yellow caution flag situation, it is wheels on the ground, no jumping, wheels on the ground during a yellow caution flag situation here, Don.
Yeah. And they will penalize you for that if we see you doing it. So that's the thing. You don't want to have that be part of your race program. You want to just get the run done and be judged by your score. So, again, we've got the 250A Pro Sport riders circulating on their sight lap. We've got a group sight lap going on, and then we will lock and load 250A Pro Sport riders for their second moto. Jonathan Getz, the 22 out of Old Town, Florida, had the win in Moto 1. Cole Timbo, rider out of Calamasa, California, was second. Diesel Thomas third, rider from Raymond, Nebraska. Cole Forbes out of Richmond, Virginia, was fourth. And Gavin Betts out of Clifton Park, New York, rounding out the top 5 in Moto 1 for the Open Pro Sport. Jaden Searles was 6th, Bradley Williams 7th, Owen Bills 8th, Gavin Templin 9th, and Brian Medeiros going to be rounding out your top 10 score there in Moto 1 for the 250A Pro Sport. And following the Pro Sport Moto, we are going to get right into the main event half of racing and start crowning champions. All right, so winding out the sight laps here, just winding up the sight laps. 250A Pro Sport riders on the gate. We need mini Senior 1 riders down to staging as their moto is going to come off. That's Moto 1 in main event half. So again, mini Senior 1, 12 to 14 riders, Junior Plus 25 riders, and 250C 12 Plus. Those are the first 3 motos in the second half. You need to be in staging because the Pro Sport is getting ready to leave the gate next.
Big shout out to Chip Munn, Big Dan, Big J, and the Munn crew here helping out all the KTM riders on location here. Wouldn't be a Freestone event without the Munn crew. We love you, Big Dan. Big Dan was the first signature on J.P. Parsons' front number plate. I said, Dan, I want you to be the first one to sign it. He goes, all right, thank you, Shan. You crossed them all off, Don? Perfect. Big paint roller. Did you sign it, Donnie Cakes?
There you go.
Lex Clark over there handling our 32nd board. Don, we are about to be underway here for our second look at the 250A Open Pro 250A Pro Sport class.
Here we go. 550 ride, going to grab the whole shot. That's Cole Forbes. And it looks like moving into the second, Kay Johnson on the 177. And then the 524 Diesel Thomas up to third. And it looks like Jonathan Getz, your Moto 1 winner, into fifth.
A few riders have stacked up here in turn number 2 here. They are locked together. Unfortunate for those 2 riders, whoever they are. But yeah. Forbes, Getz, Thomas.
That is not how you want to start the race off, that's for sure.
Cole Forbes, the 550, leading the pack here around the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree, Don. Kay Johnson there in second out of Hideaway, Texas.
And Johnson looking to make some work happen early on here.
Okay, turn. Looks like it was Cade Groen and Jaden Searles are the ones that tangled up there in turn number 2, Don. So they're mathematically, they got a hard task at hand here to climb up inside the top 15.
They are disadvantaged for sure, Shan.
Sure.
I'll tell you what, though, if they can get on the horse and catch the back of that pack early, that'll mitigate the issues.
Well, they've got 20 minutes to do it. 25 minutes, actually. 25 minutes.
All right, so your riders making their way down to that big sweeper and turn down at the lower section of the track, back up to the top of the hill. And they're bunched up still at the front of the pack. So 25 plus 1 here in the 250A Pro Sport. Plenty of time to do some work. And it's the 550 out in front, Cole Forbes.
Oh, and check out the 43 here. Cole Timbo all over Jonathan Getz. Rubbed tires coming through the VMAX switchback. So Timbo putting the pressure on Getz here. Yeah. Jonathan Getz, our first moto winner, Don.
Yeah, that was close.
Well, mathematically here, Jonathan Getz, 5 points going on right now here on lap number 2. That is obviously going to change here, but just taking a look at the overall class results. You got a 4-1 and you got a 1-4 with tied with 5 points here. So Cole Forbes needs to stay there in first place for sure.
Well, he's going to have his hands full with Kay Johnson because I'm sure Diesel Thomas is going to start to push. That's going to make the Yamaha rider need to pick up the pace as well.
And Johnson in that first moto got a 20. Remember, he had the bike issue.
Yep, so he's not a factor for the overall, but he could be the spoiler in this moto.
Big time spoiler here, Don Collins. He wants these moto wins, no doubt.
All right, following over the shoulder here, heading down into the Dunlop drop.
Big shout out to Tamer, the original whole shot device. Go to tamermx.com for the online catalog.
And here we go. Leaders going to make their way down that Freestone freeway. And right now, Cole Forbes doing everything he can to shake the rest of the field. All right, so again, looking at the lead battle here coming back up the hill. Turn at the top to head back down. And still the 550 holding the lead here. Got to tell you, it doesn't look like Kay Johnson cutting into that gap very much. And he's starting to get pressure. There's Getz making the move around into second, Timbo to third.
And that puts Getz there with 4 points, 1-3. Yeah. So Getz not done climbing the ladder here in the overall class championship run. Kay Johnson is going to be that buffer / spoiler as we talked about here. And like you said, Cole Forbes, solid moto going on here on lap number 3. But 1 point out of the championship run now that Getz has made the climb up into third.
Yeah, and who's the fastest rider on the track right now?
J.P. Parsons. No, that's Jonathan Getz with a 217.949.
I was going to say, wow, he snuck out of here and got in their moto that quick.
He's ready to ride.
He is tricky. All right, so yeah, that's the battle to look at is how far up can Getz get. I'm even not sure why I said that.
It's okay. He's getting it. We know that. He always has here at
Look
Freestone.
At this. Cole Timbo on the charge out of the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn. He's doing his best to get up there and mix it up.
Don, look at those ruts. There's about 8 lines you can take out of that Dunlop drop into the number 5 step roller.
Beautiful, huh? Beautiful the way this track shapes up.
Beautiful the way they ride it.
Well, it's beautiful because we're looking at it.
Sure, absolutely.
You know what, though? These riders have got a skill level that's probably just like a smooth old parking lot for them.
It's like breathing oxygen to them. They don't really even know any different. That's what they've trained for their entire young lives.
So you're looking at your top 3, Forbes, Johnson, and Getz. Cole Timbo trying to get up there and mix it up. The 43 using that outside line. Now we're starting to see these guys go outside down there.
Well, I mentioned that about 2 hours ago about the outside line, and I want to bring you up to speed here on some past history. The Pro Motocross Championships held here. A lot of the fast-paced riders are flowing to that outside line all the way around.
I remember seeing Wyndham lay that bike over in the outside a couple times.
Just carrying that momentum.
So as we come back up the hill and into the FMF Power Wall, looking for the 550. And he is starting to get away. Forbes with a little bit of a gap now. Johnson makes the move into second, or hold on a second, I should say. Getz in third, Timbo fourth, and Diesel Thomas now fifth on that 524. And here we go. The 22 trying the inside before the mechanics area. Can't make the pass there, but Getz sticking a wheel in on him. And there it is, second, third, fourth, and fifth on your screen there. Beautiful overhead shot. Cole Forbes just trying to get away. He's got a 4.5 second gap now as Johnson, Getz, Timbo, and Diesel Thomas are all duking it out. And that's good news for Cole Forbes.
Yeah, that's the best he can hope for is let everybody mess with themselves. Cole Forbes just disappear into the future.
Yep, right off into the proverbial sunset.
That's right. He's going to make his way up over the number 6 step up into the shock sock sweeper here, Don. And you got the Munn Racing crew down there waving the orange flags, the orange towels.
That's it, the terrible towel. Timbo trying to take advantage on the 177 as Jonathan Getz has made the move to second.
You got 4 riders stacked up there in the Blake Baggett berm, Don.
Yeah, Jonathan Getz able to make that move around. And that is going to be important for the overall picture.
Chase Moore, you might want to slow down. We don't want you to blow out an ankle or a knee or a ligament. one of our esteemed media photographers out there in a full-blown sprint trying to get
it down there.
He's trying to get set up for the front runners that are making their way into his near future.
All right, so watching overhead here, and again, that's the second, third, fourth, and fifth. Oh, we got a rider down at the bottom of the hill there. Let's see who that is. All right, we're going to have to pick up the race order here and see who it was that had trouble down there.
Here comes our front runner, Don.
And it might have been Forbes that went down.
That was Forbes. All of a sudden, Jonathan Getz is in the lead. So Jonathan Getz goes from third to first here, Don.
And a little taunt look over there over the finish there. Did you catch that?
Oh, my goodness. Is it the announcer's jinx? We just spoke about Cole Forbes, and he makes the huge mistake.
Oh, there he is right there. He's going to drop all the way down to sixth.
I am gutted for Cole Forbes, Don.
Yeah, that's too bad. He had a great run going out front. But Jonathan Getz, not going to be denied. Looking at a 1-1 now. And that's an easy score to add up there, Shan.
Yeah, winning the first moto yesterday. This is all Jonathan Getz needs is a little bit of click up into the opening position. And next thing you know, he is going to be one hard cookie to crack here. Kay Johnson just sitting there right there behind Jonathan Getz. We're going to see if Kay Johnson can reel in Jonathan Getz and make a statement here, at least in this second moto.
Well, I got to tell you, I think Getz was sending a little message to Cole Timbo when he came over the finish because he gave an exaggerated look back. And that to me says there was a little bit of mustard on that pass. And,
yep. Here is your rundown. It's Getz now in the lead. Timbo second, or Kay Johnson in second. Timbo third. Diesel Thomas, Gavin Betts, Cole Forbes in sixth position with Owen Bills in seventh, Bradley Williams in eighth, Jaden Searles in ninth, Cade Miller 10th, Brevin Wilson in 11th. It's Brian Medeiros in 12th position, Cade Drone in 13th, Gavin Templin in 14th, Clay Edwards in 15th, and Ryder Bell in 16th. I will butcher that name in another 4 laps.
Oh, that's all right, though. It's all about percentages, Shan.
And consistency.
So again, that beautiful overhead shot of the Freestone County Raceway here as you get a beautiful look. The extent of this. And here we go, running through the rollers here. Jonathan Getz, the Kawasaki rider. Cole Timbo, the 43, able to hold on to second. Diesel Thomas now to third. So Kay Johnson going to get shuffled back to fourth. And it looks like now the 72. Gavin Betts pretty solid in fifth. The 560 of Forbes. He is getting bounced all over the place. So you got to wonder if maybe he just got a bad bounce in one of those lines down there because he was kind of getting booted around coming through that VMAX switchback.
Great to have Malcolm McCaskey up here on the announcer's deck, high atop the Stasic Tower with amended MX gear. There's Owen Bills making his way up over the finish line tabletop, the 553, just inside the top 10 there in 7th position with Bradley Williams in 8th here, Don Collings.
Yeah, and there's a lot of laps left to run. We're at the halfway point. So let's see if Cole Forbes is able to claw his way back up into the top 5 because he's got the speed. Like I said, it just looked like he maybe got a bad bounce or something, but he's running the same pace as Gavin Betts, so let's see if he can start to chop into that gap.
Well, you mentioned we're at the halfway mark. We're running a 25-minute, 1-lap moto here for the second moto, the 250A Pro Sport.
Oh, and it looks like the 13 of Gavin Templin going to pull off, so Templin looking a little shaken up there.
Brian Medeiros back there in 13th position. Cade Groen, who went down in turn number 1, up in 12th position here.
Yeah, that's a good recovery. And again, following this battle out front here as they head up that Dragon's Back. Just sitting over the shoulder, it looks like, of Diesel Thomas. Through the mechanics area. Going to dive over those easy ups. So Jonathan Getz trying to open up a gap, but Cole Timbo still 1.3 seconds behind him. And you see that battle out of the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn. So looking at the 43 Yamaha Cole Timbo, and he is given chase to Jonathan Getz. That's your leader. But again, Timbo just trying to play the patience game. He goes outside, Getz sticks to the inside line. They're going to switch it up as they hit that triple step up. And again, they're going to switch up lines here. Getz going to the high line inside. Timbo with a nice run on the outside. Little look over. Here he comes up alongside. Timbo makes the pass. Cole Timbo laid into that inside line coming down the bottom of the hill, and he just left Jonathan Getz no choice. Out of the team cramp corner, charging up the hill, new leader here in the 250A Pro Sport. Cole Timbo, the 43, taking over the lead, gets now to second. Diesel Thomas sits third. As we follow the top two riders up and over the Dragon's Back. Through the mechanics area, Jonathan Getz trying to get back around Cole Timbo. And again, making that left-hand 90 down to the Don's double down section. All right, back to the inside, looking at that battle. They're going to come up into the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn. Diesel Thomas trying to chase down that battle out front as you see Thomas trying to get into the picture. He's going to sneak into the corner of the frame there. So top three riders down that Freestone freeway. And we're following Diesel Thomas, looking over his shoulder as he tries to get himself into that second spot. All right, so top three riders working through that big sweeping left-hander down the bottom of the hill. You're looking at Diesel Thomas. And Thomas getting just booted around there as he tried that midline and stuck his rear wheel in there, and it just kind of rebounded out. Again, the team cramp sweeper, we're looking at the overhead as they're going to climb to the top of Cemetery Hill. And here we go, your top three through the rollers. And Getz trying to make a push on the outside. Timbo trying to hold him off. They're both going to switch to the left side of that Dragon's Back. Oh, feet off the pegs for Jonathan Getz. He just got his feet ripped off the pegs. Does not stop charging. He's going to try the inside by the mechanics area. Runs out of room. Oh, they almost bumped tires there. So Getz putting the heavy pressure on Cole Timbo. And there is the battle going to go down through that Don's double down section again. And again, you can see the multiple lines that have developed through there. There we go. Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn. And here we go. Battle for the lead continues. And Diesel Thomas still not far off the back tire of Jonathan Getz, so we may have 3 riders starting to duke it out as again. Here comes Timbo trying to get the lead back. All right, Cole Timbo going to work the outside line. Getz on the inside line. And we're going to watch him hit that triple step up, and then it's down to the loop 270. Timbo is putting the pressure on.
Don, bring me up to speed here.
Well, Cole Timbo giving up that lead to Jonathan Getz. Getz left him no room coming out of the mechanics area and just took that spot away. And now we're watching the battle down through the loop 270.
You just said Cole Timbo gave up the lead to Jonathan Getz.
Yep.
Okay.
Diesel Thomas still third. Johnson and Betts still fourth and fifth. And here we go, Team Cramp corner. And as you can see, Diesel Thomas closing up. He's now in the picture. So let's get a look at them, Shan, as they make their way into the FMF Powerwall.
Looking forward to it here. Lap number 9 of the 250A Pro Sport. It is the 43 of Timbo. Getz in second. You're talking about a 2-second gap between first, second, third here. Literally a 2-second gap. And back in fourth position, Cade Johnson. So what happened to Johnson? He was in second last time I was able to be involved here.
He just got shuffled back because those other riders just were getting aggressive
Just
with each other.
bringing the speed.
That's it. And look at the lap time. He's a 220 there, 218, 219. And again, gets a 220. That lets you know how Cole Timbo got by him.
Yep, you're right.
All right, so leaders again down that long that double down section, going to make the left-hand 90 and head up the hill to the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn.
And our leader looks like Timbo's starting to slightly pull ahead here.
He does have more of a gap than he's had ever in the race, that's for sure. Yeah, Timbo just pressured Getz off the inside line down the hill there, and there was just nowhere that Getz had to let off. He had no choice.
And look what that does to the overall class results here. 2-1 moto scores for Timbo and 1-2 for Jonathan Getz. It's going to be
love to see it.
Fantastic showdown tomorrow at 10 a.m.
Love to see that 2-1, 1-2 situation.
That's right, Don.
All the marbles are on the line. So it is Cole Timbo, Jonathan Getz, Diesel Thomas, Cade Johnson, Gavin Betts, top 5, Cole Forbes, Owen Bills, Jaden Searles, Bradley Williams, and Cade Groen. Going to round out your top 10 there.
Pretty impressive for Cade Groen. He's involved with that first turn pile-up as well as Jaden Searles, and now they're at both 10th and 8th place respectively.
Well, plenty of time to recover, and they did the right thing. They didn't panic. They didn't put themselves on the ground again.
Right.
Just charged forward, and yeah, that's a great recovery.
Anytime you can leave an event like the JS7 top 10 here in any class after going down in turn number 1, respectable.
Yeah. When you finish the moto, pat yourself on the back a little bit.
That's right.
But don't do it during the moto.
That's right.
That would be bad.
Breven Wilson here back in 12th, the 45 on the Yamaha. And here comes our front runners.
Whoa. Timbo stepping the back end out a little bit into that VMAX switchback. And it looks like Diesel Thomas starting to pull a gap on the 22. He's closing right up. And that Dragon's back section there is getting very challenging for these riders. They got to pick the right line going into that.
It is so rutted going through that section, and then a couple of riders like Andrew Short actually springing up over, doubling over it.
It's probably going to be the good way to get through it. Now here we go by the mechanics area, Shan. Here comes Diesel Thomas. They're going to go back down the hill, and he's closing up. And again, that would be the best news in the world if you're Cole Timbo. Diesel Thomas can get around Getz. That'll break that tie at the front of the pack. Here we go to the inside.
Oh, he's showing him a wheel, Don.
Oh.
He's going to scrub that down, take that outside, come into the outside line, carry that momentum around the Leonard Skinner oak tree, and try to rock it down the Dunlop drop, into the Dunlop drop.
He's got him.
He made.
Can he make it stick?
Side by side.
Oh, nice recovery by Getz.
He's going to have the inside into the shock sock sweeper. He looks over at him, and that is it. The pass has been made. Something's wrong with Jonathan Getz.
Yeah. He's just looked up at the sky like he's angry about something.
And it looked like his suspension was bouncing.
You know, I saw him do that over the finish a couple laps ago. So, yeah, maybe something is up with his bike. He can't charge the way he wants to.
It looked like his suspension pogoed, almost like maybe his shock is blowing.
Oh, man. That is not the time for that to happen.
Wow.
I mean, there's never a good time, but when you're in the middle of a battle for the win, that would be devastating for Getz.
Yep.
Because, you know, Diesel Thomas has got him. Cade Johnson, he's only 5 seconds back. And if Getz has a real problem, he could drop out of the top 5.
Thomas set that up through that number 5 and 6 straightaway, the roller, and then the uphill step up here into the shock sock sweeper. He protected that inside line, and beautiful setup pass that happened leading into the Dunlop drop. He set that up in the Dunlop drop and executed it about 7 seconds later, Don.
Yeah, that was beautifully done. Looking at Diesel Thomas here into the VMAX switchback. White flag is out.
Okay, let's look at Jonathan Getz's bike. It doesn't look like anything's...
No, that bike is not settling down. I think you're right. I think he's got a problem with the shock because that bike isn't sitting down in the turns.
It's
See the way
pogoing.
it's bouncing him? Yeah. I think you're right, Shand. Now the question is, can Diesel Thomas capitalize and make the move on Cole Timbo because he's close. Less than 2 seconds. It's the white flag lap. Does he try to set up the same move going over 6?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I would think so. He knows that can play into his cards here. He's done it once. Can he do it again?
Yeah, he's getting close.
But even with Jonathan Getz's situation here, because he won the first moto, he's got 4 points here, so he's only 1 point back behind Timbo.
Yeah, not devastating, but the thing is he's got to stay where he is. He cannot let another rider get him. And there's Cade Johnson lurking in the background. All right, let's look at him here as he comes into this section. Yeah, I don't know. That is
I don't know either, but he looked up at the sky like something was
exactly.
majorly wrong.
And like I said, he did that over the finish line like 2 laps ago.
Well, the white flag is waving all of a sudden here, so Jonathan Getz may be able to salvage the best he can here.
Like I said, that's the best thing you can hope for is to hold on to that 3rd spot and not lose any more points.
We're on the final lap of the 250A Pro Sport. Here is your rundown. Timbo, Thomas, Getz, 1st, 2nd, 3rd. Johnson, Betts, and Forbes, 4th, 5th, and 6th respectively here on the last lap. And it's Cyril's up to 7th. Owen Bills in 8th. Cade Groen in 9th. Bradley Williams rounds out your top 10 with Miller, Wilson, Edwards, Bell, Medeiros, and Templin back in 16th position, Don.
Shan, let's take a ride through the rollers on the final lap with your leader, Cole Timbo. The 43 Yamaha ride is going to grab the moto win. That Toyota of Redlands Bar X Yamaha Fly Racing Twisted Development ride taking the win.
Diesel Thomas with a 2nd, and Jonathan Getz able to salvage the last few laps for a 3rd place here in the 2nd moto. And look at that points chase here. 3 points for Cole Timbo, 4 points for Jonathan Getz, Diesel Thomas with 5 points. So that is a big-time shake-up here coming in the 3rd moto we're going to be able to watch.
We've got to get somebody to find out from Jonathan Getz what the problem was.
Sure, maybe Dean. Well, yeah, Dean's not going to be able to stop him. He's going to head on right back to the pit.
Well, I don't know. He did did just the winner last time, or did he do all 3 in the pro?
Just the winner.
Just the winner, yeah. So we'll have to send somebody out to get some intel on that one. But right now, I bet you we're going to be talking to a very happy young Cole Timbo down there as he grabbed himself a moto win. So we'll let him get situated down there on the podium and send it down to Dean Dias down there to talk to our moto winner in the 250A Pro Sport.
Yeah, guys, I'm down here with Cole Timbo, just letting him get a little cooled off. That was a hard performance out there. Pro Sport motor, but he's coming away with it. Cole, man, how'd that moto go?
We're going off to a decent start. Got off to a decent start. Waited for the pass. I made the pass and then kind of just rode my race for there. I definitely got a little pumped up at the end, but yeah, I had a great race.
Yeah, moving forward though, what kind of confidence does this give you going into the third and final moto?
Yeah, it gives me lots of confidence. I know I can win. I got a good gate pick going into the third moto, and yeah, we'll go rip it up in the third one.
Awesome, man. I'd love to hear it. I know you want to get back here, recuperate, and tell me who you'd like to thank. Who's making this all possible?
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, my whole family for getting me here, the whole Twitter, Redlands, Barks, Yamaha team, Byron, Paul, Corey, Bradley, Robbie, my mechanic Jordan for all he does, Fly, Hope, Alyssa, Viral, Mika Metals, Henson, Motorsport. Yeah, thank you.
All right, guys, go with the 43 at Cole Timmo. Get the second moto win there. The Too Many Pro Sport. Take it away in the Stasic Tower.
All righty, thank you very much down there, Dean. We're underway with the Mini Senior 1. So it looks like it was the 305 ride of Bauscher with a whole shot here in the Mini Senior 1. He had the finished second in Moto 1, so Bauscher doing what he needs to do to get out front. Gage Brown was the winner in Moto 1. Tace Morgan was third, fourth, and Temmerman fourth and fifth. So we'll see what they stack up as we're underway here with Mini Senior 1. This is going to be the first of our championship classes. All right, here we go. Looks like the 5 of Temmerman going to take over the lead. Maddox Temmerman out front. The 810 of Tace Morgan into second. And on the 129, downtown Gage Brown moves to third, Ford in fourth.
Yeah, for what it's worth, it was Tace Morgan with the whole shot. I thought it was a 910. It was actually an 810. Get down Gage Brown there in third. Nolan Ford in fourth. McCoy, how about Tinley McCoy, the young female out there running top 5 here on lap number 2. Austin Keller in 6th, Dylan Graham in 7th, Bryson DeYoung in 8th, and it's going to be Connor Feather in 9th with Elliot Bosher rounding out your top 10.
All right, so looking at your leaders heading out of that Leonard Skinner to Oak Tree turn here as we are into the championship half in the Mini Senior 1. And right now it is Gage Brown sitting in third. He's got a 1-3 score as they run. That would still put him in the top spot of the podium. Tace Morgan, Maddox Temmerman second and third overall as they run right now, but we have plenty of laps to put in here.
Man, Timmerman with that 5th in Moto 1, Don. He got a 5th place in Moto 1. That mathematically really hinders his overall championship run here with a 2-moto format.
Yeah, even if he gets the win, third is as good as it's going to get.
It is all get down Gage Brown right now. Sitting in third right now. He's good enough for the championship spot.
I saw him already going to work on Tace Morgan, so I'd say he's going to get himself to second at least as we watch the big left-hand sweeper back up to the top of the hill here coming out of that Suzuki sweeper. And it looks like that is the struggle right there. There's the 810. So Tace Morgan's trying to stay with the number 5 of Temmerman. If he can hook onto him and try to just follow his lines, that could probably keep him ahead of Gage Brown. So right now, that wouldn't change up the overall.
Yeah, Tace Morgan, if he was to get around Timmerman, now he just lost a complete second off from the previous lap. So if Tace Morgan was to get around Timmerman, he would have a 3-1 for 4 points. Brown would have 1-3 for 4 points.
Better score in the second moto takes it. So Morgan does indeed need to try to get that pass made on Timmerman. Once again, you're looking at a situation where Gage Brown can't control it, but Maddox Timmerman is his buddy right now.
That's right. You're exactly right, Don. Our leaders making their way around the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree here, Don, heading down into the Dunlop drop. Very challenging section down there.
Yeah, they're going to have their hands full for sure.
They're starting to separate from Gage Brown. They've got a 2.5-second gap over Brown now, at least.
Yeah, and you got to wonder if maybe Brown is playing the long game, but with Nolan Ford closing the gap, that might not be a good strategy.
That, and with Tace Morgan keeping the pressure on Timmerman, if Morgan gets around Timmerman, it's game over.
That's it.
So Gage Brown really does not need to lay up at all. He needs to put in the ride of his life so far.
Yeah, he's got to get on the gas. So looking at that big overhead shot, the sweeping left hand of the Loop 270. Back to the top of the hill. We're watching the battle for the lead. And we go down the hill again. And yeah, Tace Morgan on the Yamaha. He is trying to close the gap.
He is keeping the pressure on, Don.
Now you got to wonder, does he know what's at stake? That he's got to get around Timmerman to make the pass or make the win?
I got to
Or do you
think so.
Is it just a simple, all right, I don't care who it is, I want to make my way to the front and get the win?
No, I think he's fully aware of where he was sitting in the overall points here. And I bet his mechanic probably has a pit board going, you must pass, must pass.
Yeah, get that guy.
How about the 44 Nolan Ford making his way through here in that bright pink gear? Running a solid fourth with Dylan Graham back in fifth.
And that is the battle still for the lead. That's the battle for the championship as far as Tace Morgan is concerned. Because look at the gap back to Brown. That's 4 seconds between Morgan and Brown.
Yep.
He's got to get on the gas, or that championship is going to slip out of his hands.
Basically, to put it in plain English, Tace Morgan has to make the pass on Maddox Timmerman if he wants to secure the championship. If he does not pass Timmerman, it is all get down Gage Browns.
All right. He would take the championship sitting in third.
Check out Dean Dias down here in the infield walking around, getting a bird's eye view here of Dean Dias, and he is...
Well, he's got Austin Keller out there running in 10th right now, so I know Dean has done a lot of training with him. Austin working at MTF as well now, but, you know, once you start training a guy,
you develop your friendship.
Yeah, you want to see how he's doing.
Yep. Dax Wiles back there in 15th, Ducosin in 14th, Benji Harris in 13th, Evan Thalman in 12th, Anthony Pacala in 11th, Zoe Moore in 17th position. Great ride for Zoe Moore. Cash Tucker in 16th. Connor Hensley in 18th. Jackson Stanley 19th. Rounding out your top 20 here is the 100 machine on the Husqvarna, Talon Hill, back in 20th position with Patrick Davis in 21st. As we are on lap number 4 here, the Mini Senior 1, 12 to 14 age group. Our first championship about to get underway here in just a few laps.
Yeah, it looks like Timmerman is maintaining the gap. He's on the outside line there. All right, so we got Mini Senior 1 on the track. Junior Plus 25 next off the gate. Riders in the 250C 12 Plus, you should be in staging. 65 7 to 9, race 4 in pre-staging. And 250B 12 Plus down to pre-staging as well. So there's Timmerman and there is Tace Morgan, 1 and 2. Gage Brown starting to lose touch with the top 2.
But having said that, he's still in the championship driver's seat here.
He can't fall back too much, though. The white flag is out, so that might be his best buddy in the world. is
Yeah.
that they just brought that white flag out.
He's got about a 4-second gap ahead of Nolan Ford. And with Gage Brown's dominating performances here at the Texas Winter Series, this is basically his home track. He was the poster child for the Winter Series. He knows his way around. I think he's just laying up and controlling Nolan Ford back there in fourth here. It is his championship here as long as Tace Morgan, again, does not make his way around Maddox Timmerman. Don.
So working the final lap here for the riders in the Mini Senior 1. Through the big Suzuki sweeper. And it looks like we're going to follow Timmerman up the hill here to the top of the cemetery. He'll step up and over the FMF power wall. And the checkered flag going to be waiting for Maddox Timmerman. So Timmerman taking the moto win. Tace Morgan on the 810 going to hang on to second. And third place going to be good enough for the overall for Gage Brown. So a 1-3. Brown takes the overall.
Brown, Morgan, and Timmerman, first, second, third in the overall class results here in the championship run.
There you go. And the exact opposite how they finished in the moto.
Exactly, yeah. A little role reversal, Don.
There you go. Well, I'll tell you what, that was that one could have got a little dicey for Gage Brown if Tace Morgan was able to. All right, so it looks like that is going to do it for the Mini Senior 1. That'll be the first of our overall podiums down there. We're going to let things get situated before we do that. Again, we're going to have the riders in the Junior Plus 25 off the gate next. 250C 12 Plus, Race 3 in staging. 65 7-9, Race 4 in staging. And 250B Race 5, 12 Plus down to pre-staging. It looks like we're going to start to get our riders situated down there on the podium. Throwing those bikes up on the stands. So we'll let them pop the helmets off, get all situated down there. Got to get the right goggles, the right hats. You got to get all that stuff together.
Bars of silver.
There you go. I did not even expect that. So we're underway.
All right, let's wait for this moto to take off the track real quick. I'm here with the third overall finisher, Maddox Timmerman. Man, that last moto was a good one. How'd it go for you?
It went good. I got a really good start, passed Brown and Tace, and then just rode my race.
Absolutely. You just did what you had to do. You got out front, rode your own race, and wherever the cards fell, right?
Yep.
Love to hear it, man. Who's helping you out?
My mom, my dad, my grandpa, my whole family, Monster, Fogs, DRS, Omi Creations, Motorex, DT1, Mika Metals, and everyone else I forgot. Thank you.
All right, that's your third overall finisher up here on the podium. Now I'm going to go with your second overall finisher. Tace Morgan on the 810 Yamaha, man, making it happen out there. How do you feel?
I mean, that was all right. I made too many mistakes. Maddox got by me, but we'll come back swinging in the other one.
Absolutely, man. Come back swinging. That's what it's all about. Now you got a lot of sponsors, long list of people helping you. Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank my mom, dad, brother, my sister, Yamaha, Altus, Dunlop, Monster, Bell, 100%, Moose, Alpine Star, and thank you.
Case Morgan, your second overall finisher. Now the class champion. I'm up here with downtown Gage Brown, man. How's it feel to be up here?
It feels great.
Feels good. How'd the moto go for you?
It was good. I came off to a pretty good start, and I noticed that if I just stayed where I was good in the championship, so I just rode smooth the whole time and just brought her home.
That's right here. Brought it home. Who's helping you bring it home?
My mom, my dad, my grandma and papa, my Mimi and papa, my sister, my aunts, my uncles, Adventure Moto, Huxon Brand 7, 100%, Bell, Pro Taper, T-Rex Throttles, On Track School, T-Rex Throttles, Dan Pine, and everybody else forgot. Thank you so much.
All right, before we get too crazy up here, the champagne bottles are bringing Chris Huddle so he can give you the hardware. Get up to the class champion here in the.
All right, so thank you very much, Dean. We're underway now with the riders in the junior plus 25. Giancarlo Klauser grabbing the whole shot in this one.
All right, now bring up Dax Wiles for the luck of the draw. Dax, man, you didn't get out there, didn't get the moto you wanted, but guess what? You're going to James Stewart. How does it feel to get the luck of the draw?
I thought I would get it.
You though, huh? Anybody you'd like to thank for helping you get out here this year?
My mom and dad, Jesus Christ for keeping me safe. Pixies and everybody else, thank you.
All right, guys, give it for Dax Wiles, your luck of the draw winner.
Congratulations, Dax Wiles. We're going to move forward here, junior 25-plus class. It was Klauser out front with that early hole shot with Brooke Whipple in second early on. She was passed, immediately put back to fourth. Right now, Don, we've got the legend Andrew Short out front, large and in charge here out of Smithfield, Texas, the 29 on the KTM, leading this junior 25-plus class.
So Short, Klauser, Tracy Cloy, Keegan Labonte, Skylar Adams, your top five. Shane Kelleher, Brooke Whipple now 6th and 7th.
And we are on lap number 2 here, the junior 25-plus class, about to crown our second championship here, Don. And you know what? It's probably going to be Andrew Short, and he's in contention possibly with an Open Pro Sport class championship tomorrow if things go really well for him.
I've got to tell you, that was an impressive run in the Open Pro Sport. So, yeah, I wouldn't say that one. That one is definitely not out of the realm of possibilities. And look at the gap we've got here now. So I would say Shorty looking to just cruise this one in.
Sure.
He says Giancarlo Klauser, Tracy Cloy.
And the 462, Skylar Adams now moves up into 4th.
Yeah.
Keegan Labonte going to slide back to 5th, the 910. We're looking for Shane Keller, the 887.
Kelleher and Labonte, a couple New England riders, so this is just like a race back home right now.
Right on.
They're running 5th and 6th.
And they love hearing your voice. It's like right back home. Here's Brooke Whipple.
You know, I did one of the years I did this was the first year that a couple of guys from New England had come down. I can't think of who it was now. But they said they didn't know I was going to be here, and they said all of a sudden the mic comes on, and they're like, hey.
What in the heck?
We're back at Winchester.
That's right. We recognize that voice, that specific accent from our neck of the woods up north.
What do you mean? I don't have an accent.
That's right.
What are you talking about?
That's right. It's not an accent. It just sounds really funny to us.
Well, if it makes you feel any better. Y'all sound very funny to me.
We sure do.
Although I have to tell you, that's one thing I have picked up. And when I do it, people up there are like, "What are you talking about?"
Say y'all.
You say y'all all the time.
That's right. How y'all doing down there in
But
them parts?
come on, it makes sense. It's a very good shortening of the all of y'all.
You all?
All you all.
All you all?
All of you all. No, y'all. That's the way to go.
That's right.
I'm all about economy, Shan.
That's right.
Well, I'll tell you right now, the economy class right out there right now. Andrew Short looking to make sure he takes his another championship. Again, that was impressive of Klauser to get out front with the whole shot. He's taking a whole shot away from a guy who was a whole shot artist.
You know, when they came out of the gate, I had the binoculars on. I looked at it, and it didn't dawn on me that it was the junior 25-plus class. It did, but it didn't dawn on me that Andrew Short should be up there. So when I saw the 322 in the lead, I thought, wow, somebody just outgunned Andrew Short to the first turn. So it can be done. He is human.
Yeah, there you go.
He is human.
But he will run you down immediately after.
Sure. Wow. Okay.
So there's Andrew Short working through the James Stewart ski jump and up into the Dragon's Back section. Looking at the overhead here of the 322, Giancarlo Klauser. So Klauser in that second spot. Skylar Adams still sitting in third. Tracy Cloy fourth. And here's the battle for fifth. Again, this is like a race back home in New England as Shane Kelleher looking to make the move on Keegan Labonte. And here we go by the mechanics area. Labonte going to hold him off. Short coming down into the Dunlop drop out of that rough and rutted section there. Making it look easy. So this is a 5-lap moto. We are ready to put lap number 4 to bed. So the white flag is going to come out the next time we see the 29 KTM of Andrew Short. So Andrew Short making the run down the hill. So again, clicking off the laps here for the junior plus 25, Andrew Short, Giancarlo Klauser, Skylar Adams, Tracy Cloy, Keegan Labonte, top 5 last time around. So Short making his way to the finish line jump. Just doubling through that roller section there, the 12-pack, and we got 1 to go. So looking over the shoulder of the 29, let's take a ride on the final lap with Andrew Short up and over the Dragon's Back section. You notice he's just hopping over the top of that, missing all of that rough stuff in the middle. So I was talking to Dean Dias a little bit earlier, saying, you know what, some of these riders need to take a look at this overhead footage that we're seeing on the XR broadcast, because it will help you with that line selection, and also maybe a couple of pointers on how to shorten up a few sections of the track, as Andrew Short is giving a master class right now on how to ride this Freestone track. So up into the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn, the 29 going to lay it into the outside line. All right, Short coming back to the inside. We're looking at him into the jump stand number 6. Shock sock sweeper, and now charging down that Freestone freeway. And it looks like Skylar Adams starting to close the gap on the 322. And that would change the overall picture for second and third, as right now, Klauser has it with 2-2. Skylar Adams with 4-3. Oh, actually, that might not change it because a 4-3 is still not going to beat. A 4-2, sorry, would still not beat a 2-3. So Klauser just needs to keep himself up on 2 wheels. He's in good command for that second overall. And Skylar Adams looking good for third overall. But right now, the rider looking the best is Andrew Short, the 29, sitting on a 1-1 score. And he has got about 50 yards of track left to grab that championship. And here comes the 29. So the Fly Racing KTM ride, Andrew Short grabs the win. That is going to be a 1-1 for the overall here in the Junior Plus 25. 322, Klauser just going to hang on. Whoa, did he? I got to see those. Skylar Adams got him at the finish. Does not change the overall. It's still Short, Klauser, Skylar Adams in the overall, but Skylar Adams, little fist bump there. All right, 250C underway.
All right, guys, I'm down here with third overall on the podium, the Junior 25 plus class. Skylar Adams, man, you seem a little wind, a little bit tired. Tell me how that moto went.
I got a terrible start. I went outside, it was way too muddy. Couldn't cut in long enough, and I was in the back of the pack. I had to charge the whole time. And it was a good moto. I'm glad I rode as good as I did. I was able to kind of push and didn't go down, so that's all that matters.
That's what matters, man. You're up here on the podium at the JS7. You got to tell me, how does it feel to be on the podium here at JS7?
It's awesome. I've been wanting to come here for years. Luckily, we were able to make it out with a bunch of the local Utah guys. We're pumped to be here.
Hey, man, we'd love to have you here as well. Somebody who'd like to thank who's making you get here.
Like to
I'll say we'll give it to Skylar Adams, third overall on the podium. Now luck of the draw winner and second overall on the podium, man. Are you more happy with the second overall or the luck of the draw and going? You always get ready for next year. What do you think about next year? Then we'll get our here on the podium. Now we're going to go with our champion. And Andrew, how's it feel?
It feels good. I was super stoked for GC. I've been racing with him at these local Texas tracks. He's a cool dude with the game moto guys. So super excited. But yeah, overall, good track, and I'm happy to be here.
Are we done for the day? We going for some ice cream?
Done for the day. And maybe one more tomorrow, depending on the rain. I'm kind of a fair weather rider. My kid got hurt, so I don't know what's next, but it's been a good race so far, and see what happens.
That's tough to hear. Well, I hope the best for you and everybody. Tell me who you'd like to thank.
Fly Racing, WPS, KTM, North America, TJ's, W, Factory Connection, C Concepts, WP North America. Those people really helped me out. Scott Goggles, my wife, Jackie, for coming to help with us, my son. So it's been a cool week.
Awesome job, Andrew. Over Chris out the hardware. Number 1 plate.
All right, so quick update here for the riders out on the track. The 250 C12 Plus, Hunter Brennan, Talon Becerra, Nathan Jacobus, Mason Core, and Diego Laguna running top 5. Jack Dawson, Jamin Wilkie, Kean Majors, Seth Drake, and Jack Cadlow, the top 10 here on the first lap. And right now, Hunter Brennan sitting on a 1-1, which would give him the overall. All right, so Talon Becerra, Hunter Brennan, Nathan Jacobus still running top 3.
Well, here we go. Becerra, Jacobus, Diego Laguna.
Oh, Brennan with the move up now, the 27. All right, so your leaders up into the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn, and we got a challenge for the lead there. Hunter Brennan on the Suzuki, Dyson to the inside on Talon Becerra. And Brennan sitting in the second spot. He does not need to make that pass. He's got a 1-2, which would give him the overall. 2-3 right now for the 717 and the 494 Majors on a 5-5. Again, that is the top 3 right now in the overall picture. Still got laps left to run.
Check, check, check. 1, 2.
So again, looking at that overhead here of Freestone County Raceway as our leaders come down through the Texas 12 pack. And we have got a side-by-side battle for the lead. Talon Becerra trying to hold off the 27. Side-by-side over the ski jump and up that Dragon's back, Shand.
What a race here in this 250C 12 Plus. Brenham won first moto, 2 in the first moto for Nathan Jacobus.
Yeah, and here's the thing. He doesn't have to make that pass. He can sit in second right behind Becerra and still grab the championship. So
that's part of that 250C class mentality. Like maybe not really analyzing things. Let's say, hurry, get to the checker.
Win
at all costs.
That's it. And look at that, coming tight to the inside as we watch the battling riders here. And it looks like the 27 not going to sit in second and still take the overall. He's going to get out front and paddling through that turn there. So the Suzuki ride of Hunter Brennan makes the move out front.
Yeah, I think Seth Draycott was the one that grabbed the whole shot here. He's running about 8th position right now, just ahead of Ryan Helley, Owen Stoddard, and Isla Phillips in 11th here, Don. Got the Moto dads down here over the fence, clapping, yelling, cheering on the kids. There's Moto Mom down, fist pumping, Moto Mom fist pumping.
That's it. I think she was shaking her fist like, go.
Get
I
going.
will beat you.
That's right. You will not eat dinner tonight if you don't finish in the top 5.
You can spend all this money so you can get in 9th place.
That's right, exactly. That's what my mom used to tell me.
All right, so it looks like we're going to be looking at the white flag next time around here in the 250C Shan. Talon Becerra giving up the lead to Hunter Brennan. Brennan's going to move himself into a 1-1 situation.
Give everybody the rundown as the white flag comes out of the huddle hut here. It's Becerra, Brennan 1 and 2, Jacobus and Majors 3 and 4, Laguna 5th, Jackson Dawson in 6th. Yep, Hunter Brennan now moves into the lead here over Becerra.
Oh, and Nathan Jacobus makes the move to 2nd. There's Becerra in 3rd,
Wow.
so that is going to maybe change things up a little bit.
And a distant 3rd at that, Don. So something must have happened, Becerra. It is Majors in 4th, Laguna in 5th, Jack Dawson out of Arkansas in 6th, Jamin Wilkie in 7th, Seth Draycott in 8th position, Ryan Helley 9th. Rounding out your top 10 here on the white flag lap is going to be Owen Stoddard, your top 10 in the 250C 12 plus.
Yeah, Stoddard, one of our New England boys down there, the 444 on the Yamaha. Good to see Owen out here. I'm sure he's out here with the Cavels and the Levantes, that whole crew. They came down as a gang, wearing coordinated outfits. They will punch you out if you give them a hard time. I'm
That's
telling
right,
you, man.
that's right.
Don't mess with us. All right, so Hunter Brennan coming out of that Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn. And again, didn't need to make the pass, did it anyway. Well, like you said, Shan, that's the racer mentality. You know, when you get a little bit older, get a little more seasoned, or you get a little more time on the seat, maybe you think, all right, I got to do some math in my head here and be smart. Not at this level.
Little scientific approach to it.
That's it. Not here. Science is right out the window.
That's right. Check out Buddy Antonez, Don, down here just outside the shock sock, the entrance to the shock sock sweeper, going around checking everything out. Outstanding job by our flagging crew here.
Yeah, I saw Buddy this morning over there doing the meeting with the flaggers as he came in, rolled over. All right, let's remember, guys. You know, I heard him saying, number 1 rule, don't turn your back to the track.
Yep.
Don't turn your back when there's bikes coming, because that's a bad situation to put yourself in.
Yep, you're right.
And, yeah,
I must have pulled in right behind you because they were still there in their meeting, and I caught the tail in the meeting, and I got a beautiful group photo of all the flaggers, Buddy Antonez, Della Klawinski. Check it out. We're getting some Radio Shack wiring in here.
Just a few minutes behind me there.
Yep, you're right. But hats off to all the flaggers, Della Klawinski, Corey, our head flag guy here, and, of course, Buddy Antonez with the Brett Downey Safety Foundation.
Yeah, and if you don't know what the Brett Downey Safety Foundation is, they go around and educate flaggers. They do those special lights and things like that. They've got into the sport for that. And right now we're going to send the checkered flag and the race win. And look at that. He is a very happy Hunter Brennan taking the win. 7:17, Nathan Jacobus across the line 2nd. Talon Becerra looking to hang on to 3rd. And it's Brennan Jacobus and Kean Majors looking to be the top three in the overall picture. That is the way they're going to go. So letting them get situated down there on the podium. As you see Hunter Brennan, very happy young man down there. So it looks like we're getting ready to send it on down to the podium here, talk to our top three overall.
All right, guys, I'm here with third overall now, Kean Majors, man, making it happen. How's it feel to be third overall on the podium?
Feels good.
How'd that moto go for you?
Pretty rough. Track's really rough.
Yeah, but man, how was the start?
Didn't get too good of a start. Started like 12th, had to work my way up through the pack.
Makes it feel even better, doesn't it?
Yeah.
All right, who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, MRP SBR, Darnier, Husqvarna, 7, ASV, 100%, and everything else.
All right, guys, give it the key on Majors on the 494 machine. Now our second overall finisher. Man, I know you want to be the winner, but second overall feels pretty good, doesn't it? How'd the motor go for you?
It's really getting hot, and the track is so rough compared to Arizona, so I was just trying to hold on.
Definitely did that, man. Hold on to second place. It feels pretty good. Who would you like to thank?
Oh, my dad, my grandma, Fly, Factory Edge, Phoenix Suspension, Roosted Productions, my sister back at home, and anybody else.
All right, guys, give it a 717. He is second overall with the podium. Now our class champion. First of all, we're bringing Chris Huddle, so you hand over the hardware, the #1 plate, man. Hold that thing up. First title here at Freestone, man. How'd the moto go? Did you get the whole shot? Give me all the good stuff.
Get the whole shot. I don't know what start I got, but I got up there, and then, yeah, I just rode my race.
Rode your race, made it happen. That's what it's all about. Who would you like to thank? I know one guy, this Tim Castro guy, keeps on messaging me. How are the boys doing? How are the boys doing? Who would you like to thank?
I thank the Lord Jesus Christ, Dad, BC Goggles, One Industry, 60 Helmets, Mika Metals, Dunlop, never know.
All right, guys, get up for your C Riders here in this one. This is the championship. Hunter Brennan, you got it, dude. How's it feel?
Yeah, it feels amazing.
All right, now we're going to bring in our luck of the draw. You're so fast, I didn't even get a name. What's your name? How excited are you?
Not believing it's real right.
It's like calling into the radio and winning a grand prize, right? If your luck's changing right here at JS7, who would you like to thank for making your luck change?
All right, so underway here with the riders in the
That's
65cc 7-9. You got Jet Route, Tate Brush, Cameron Buckman, Yamina Burning, and Gunnar Lusk, your top 5 first time around. Dakota Lee, Boone Lloyd, Daxton Dingfeld, Deegan Mullen, and Brody Jones rounding out your top 10 on lap 1.
Yeah, just outside your top 10, Armbruster, Taggart, Sierra Bull, Brady Hall back in 14th. He was up there with the fishing tournament last night.
Yeah, he was.
He was the one little kid wearing the Crocs that caught nothing. Hudson Workman there in 15th position. Caden Wood in 16th. Vanderberg in 17th. Don, you going to fall out here?
Well, that poor kid took a lot of heckling from us, so I feel kind of bad for Brady Hall there.
Brayton Moore in 18th position. That is Zoe Moore's little brother. Good to see Brayton Moore out there in 18th. Logan Moore in 19th position. Dominique Steele in 20th. And Gunnar Robinson in 21st position here on lap number 2, Don.
Yeah, and this is race number 4 in the order here as we work through the main event half. 250B 12 Plus is going to be next off the gate. That is a full gate of 250B riders. Open C race 6 is in staging. Mini Senior 213 to 16 race 7. You should be down in the staging area as well. Because there isn't any of them. Yeah.
How about Jet Rao out there completely in missile mode?
Yeah, he's got a big gap early here, Shand.
He's got Buckman and Tate Brush back there. Tate Brush, the 16 out of Tennessee, in second position, followed by Cameron Buckman in the 753. Yamina Burning. You know, she missed a couple of motos yesterday from a Wednesday practice crash. Here's the 141 out of Pleasanton, California. And great to have Yamina Burning here.
Yeah, and running up towards the front. Gunnar Lusk on the 211 still going to hold on to the top 5. So good, solid performance early. Looking at the overall, well, it's not a hard one to add up there for the overall champion. Jet Rouse sitting on a 1-1. Then we've got that situation. We love Tape Brush, Cameron Buckman, 3-2-2-3.
Roll reversal. Dakota Lee back there in 6th position. Boone Lloyd in 7th. Daxton Dinkfelt in 8th position. Deegan Mullen in 9th. And check it out, Ezra Armbruster, and I believe he's in contention here for the top underclassman award.
So looking over the shoulder, your riders making their way. Looks like heading back down through that section there. The Freestone Freeway. I know that was actually coming out of that Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn as we look at over the shoulder of this rider here. So again, we're following the battles here, coming up the Cemetery Hill climb. And up and over the FMF power wall as we follow this rider through. And that is the 72 Jet Rao you see working through the rollers into the VMAX switchback as we follow him through the James Stewart ski jump and up to that new Dragon's Back section. Negotiating the challenging lines through there like it's no big deal. And Rao going to make the left-hand turn, head by the mechanics area. And this is a long moto, 20+1 here for the 65, 7, and 9. So looking at the overall picture again, Jet Rao with a 1-1. Running down the race order here, Jet Rao out in front, Tape Brush in second, Cameron Buckman third, Yumena Burning fourth, Gunnar Lusk rounds out the top 5 in this moto. Dakota Lee, Boone Lloyd, Daxon Dingfeld, Deegan Mullen, Ezra Armbruster rounding out the top 10 here for the 65cc 7-9 as they run in this moto.
Well, just outside the top 10, it's going to be Taggart in 11th, Brady Hall in 12th, 13th, Brody Jones, Hudson Workman in 14th, Sierra Bull in 15th, Dominique Steele 16th, Shaw Vanderberg in 17th, with Riley Gall in 18th. How about Brayton Moore there in 19th position? And in 20th, Logan Moore, the Husqvarna, the 115, and Gunnar Robinson still back there in 21st position here.
And it looks like we're about at the halfway point in this moto. I see they've got the cross flags out. So the sticks are showing. We are halfway done here in the 65 7-9. Again, following Jet Rao to the top of that Dragon's Back section. So working through the halfway point here in the 65cc 7-9, and Jet Rao is absolutely gone at the front of the pack. 23-second gap. Tape Brush second. Bachman on the 753. Going to give up that third spot. The 141 of Burning going to move into third. And it looks like Gunnar Lusk going to move to fourth. The 753 of Bachman drops down to fifth. And it doesn't look like that's going to change the overall picture still.
Yeah, and unfortunately here with Yamina Burning not able to complete that first moto here, she's not going to be a factor whatsoever in the overall class results here, even with a third this second moto.
Yeah, and that's too bad because she's got a good run going here in this moto. She would probably be in contention for one of those overalls, but like you said, she had that practice crash, didn't really get a chance to get out in Moto 1, so. So again, working through the laps here as we're past the halfway point. Jet Rao up and over the finish line jump once again and continuing to run a solid gap on the field. Tape Brush and Yumena Burning still holding down second and third. Lusk and Buckman fourth and fifth. And this is the 65cc 7-9. Race 5 in the order, 250B 12 plus is next off the gate. Those riders should be lined up. And Shan, that's a 40-rider gate, baby.
Awesome. Can't wait. Can't wait, Don.
Open C, race 6 in the order, you should be in staging. Race 7, Mini Senior 2, 13 to 16 down in staging, as well as 450B 12 plus, race number 8 to staging.
And another reminder, Don, here we're looking here at the top underclassmen award here in this respective 65 7-9 age group for race number 4, and it looks like This is not official here, but it looks like out of Anaheim, California, Ezra Armbruster might be the recipient of that top underclassman award.
There you go. Sitting in the 10th spot right now.
Brady Hall in 12th, Brody Jones in 13th. Brayton Moore now back to 21st, Caden Wood in 20th. Gunnar Robinson has climbed up from 21st up to 19th position with Riley Gall in 18th, Shaw Vanderberg in 17th, Sierra Bull in 16th, Dominic Steele 15th, Hudson Workman in 14th position with, again, Jones, Hall, and Taggart just outside your top 10. Ezra Armbruster in 10th, Daxon Diemfeld in 9th position, and Deegan Mullen in 8th.
It's like we're following over the shoulder of your leader there as he heads down to the big Suzuki sweeper. And really getting to see the way those lines develop now as the sun's starting to get a little bit long on the other side of the sky. You really get a sense of how those ruts are forming up there, Shand.
A lot of lines here, Don Collins. It's all about line choice and line selection.
Well, there's your leader doing a great job at that. The 72 of Jet Rao.
Out of Big Sky, Montana.
There you go. I know there's a pretty big sky down here in Texas. I keep noticing that the sunrise come up here, Shan.
That's right.
All right, here we go. Your leader up and over that Cemetery Hill. Step up. He's going to head down, get that FMF power wall. And Rao absolutely gone at the front of the pack here.
Chet Rao absolutely flying. His mom, Teresa Rao. Tressa Rao absolutely flies. Justin, Dad, flies as well.
Oh, sure.
The whole family.
I get crap if you're calling Lex Lexi.
That's
you can
right.
just change her name completely.
Let's just change their names. Hey, our names have been butchered too. Many times. Mine has. For sure.
But you can't really get mine wrong.
No.
The last name I usually get wrong because most people don't know there's a G in there.
Yep. Don Collins instead of Collins.
Correct pronunciation, absolutely, sir. All right, so again, following the leader, the 72 of Jet Rao, as he continues a flawless run out front. Working his way up into the Leonard Skidded Oak Tree turn.
Logan Moore and Brayton Moore both making their way through the VMAX switchback here. In 21st and 22nd position, respectively.
So again, 65cc 7 and 9 on the track right now. They are doing a long moto 20+1 for the Mini Warriors out on the track. And again, Jet Rao, easy math to do right now, 1-1 as we're looking at him, Shan.
Yep. 1-1 moto scores, pretty convincing. 3 points over Tate Brush. Tate Brush, a speedster out of Tennessee. Don, looking forward to this 250B 12+. A pair of divisions come together here. It's Carson Wood and Max Shane winning their divisions. Schaefer and Covelli. Covell, they're in second. Way and Zing third. Batchelor and Doby fourth. And Lawton and Campbell fifth in their respective divisions. We'll be seeing them here in just a few more minutes.
Yeah, and that, like you say, that's going to be a great race because we've had them all had to kind of fight to get there. Now we've got them all out on the track.
Jet Rao putting another lap in the books here, and he has about a 45-second lead over Tate Brush.
And you know, I saw your finish line flag guy coming out. He was looking at the stopwatch. No, not yet.
Not yet.
Not quite. We're getting close though to that 20-minute mark. So again, looking over the shoulder of the 72 as Jet Rao heading through the Don's double down section there. All right, and there is the 412, Boone Lloyd.
Yumina Burning, there the 141, still holding a solid third. I wish she would not have gotten hurt there, or crashed in, on Wednesday's practice, Don. Unfortunate situation because I was really looking forward to her having a chance at winning a championship in the 65, 7-9 class. And also, notice how she's quite a ways back from third, 37 seconds behind Brush. Well, she checked in herself at Waxahachie, Texas, about an hour from here at a chiropractic firm getting worked on. So you got to know that Yumina Burning is probably really, really sore and not running at 100%.
No, I agree with what you that's a tough position to be in. All right, looks like the time has expired because I see our finish line flagger out there with the white flag in hand.
Mr. Calvin Kinney.
And we are just waiting for the 72 of Jet Rao to charge to the top of Cemetery Hill. Airing out that big step up. And there we go. The white flag is out. So Jet Rao another time around to grab himself the moto win. We've got some riders dicing it up there, getting through the field. Able to air out that jump stand number 6. That looked like it was Lusk. So again, winding down the final lap here as the 72 of Jet Rao gets it done. Big, big gap on the field. Brush, Burning, Lusk, and Buckman through the top 5 here as we wind down the final lap. So working through the final lap here for the 65cc 7-9, and here comes. Working through that final section there, we're looking for the 72 of Jet Rao. So Rao making his way down that big Suzuki sweep of the Loop 270.
He makes it look easy there, Don. He makes it look easy.
Especially on that small bike. That is a tall order to get through there.
Don, I hear a bunch of 250 bikes fired up here, and we've got a full gate here. 250B, 12-plus age group.
All right, there we go. The checkered flag comes out. That is going to be the race win Jet Rao, and that's a win with dominating fashion, a minute gap.
Oh, yeah, a little bit over a minute here. Unbelievable here ride by Jet Rao. He's going to take that #1 plate back to Big Sky, Montana, and be proud of this one.
Yeah, he should be. He has been money all week long.
All right, guys, I'm going to start with the podium interview in this one. Jet Rao, dude, in lead in the rest of your competition. I think that's the biggest lead I've ever seen. How's it feel?
Good.
How'd that motor go for you?
It's the best one here.
Yeah, you had a lot of fun?
Yeah.
All right, man, I know you got a lot of people to sing, so tell me who'd like to sing.
My mom, my dad, Cobra, Money Inc., Bees Moto Lab, Alpine Stars, Money Game, and everybody else I forgot. Thank you, guys.
All right, that'd be the hard. Got a lot up here on the podium, please. All right, second row on the podium here, Tay Brush, man. How's it feel to be second overall?
Good.
How'd the motor go for you?
It went good. I got a good start. And I was just and I just rode my own race.
I hear you, man. Well, I know you got a lot of people helping you this year. Who'd you like to thank?
My mom, dad, Altus Jordan, Ed,
All right, guys, give her a tape brush. You grab that bottle, head back over there by your bike. I'm going to bring up now Cameron Buckman, third overall finisher. Cameron Buckman, come on. Don't look too happy. What happened?
taking a grass hard in the mechanics area. Not really.
Well, I'll let you get back, get recuperated for your next moto. Tell me who you'd like to thank.
My mom, my dad, Mended, Lynx Racing, Alpine Stars, PR2, Scott, Husqvarna, and everybody else. Thank you.
All right, he took a hard digger to your finish in that one. Cameron Buckman got a couple other special awards. Bring up Ezra, winner of the underclassmen, man. How does it feel coming into this being the younger guy? Was a little nervous?
Yeah, a little bit.
But you made it happen, huh?
Yeah.
How was your start? How was your moto?
It was really good. I probably got a top 4 start, and the track is rough out there.
Yeah, but you did the best stuff. You made the most of it. Who'd you like to thank?
My mom and dad, Money, Caleb, Cobra, Medinid,
All right, guys, give it to the underclassman Ezra Armbruster. Got one more guy right here. This guy is going to James Stewart's house. How does it feel?
Good.
Dude, I'm super stoked. You want a JS7? Hold that thing up. And are you pumped?
Yeah.
Who's going to help you get there?
My mom and my dad.
That's all you got? You don't got any other sponsors?
Troy Lee, ODI, Enzo, Underground, Beef Jerky, and pretty much.
Elijah Taggart, your winner of that JS7 Hard Luck Award. What do you guys see out there on the podium?
All right, so underway here in the 250B 12 plus. So Carson Wood grabbing the whole shot. Max Shane dropping into the second spot behind him. Cole Coker in third, but we are now looking at Max Shane trying to chase down Carson Wood. So Carson Wood, Max Shane, Will Campbell, Cole Coker, Austin Schaefer, Jonathan Yelton, Dandre Ruse, Jesse Furtado, Tommy Doble, and Owen Covell, your top 10 here on lap 1 of the 250B 12 plus. There's Wood coming across the finish line. There's Shane. And the top 2 are moving away quickly from the rest of the field. Austin Schaefer moving up to 3rd. And there's the 919 of Yelton up to 4th, Furtado to 5th.
Yeah, from an 8th. So Furtado in one lap passing 3 riders. Started out in 8th. He's up to 5th here, and he's all over Yelton.
Yeah, Covell going to make some moves up into 7th, and now Lawton up into the top 10. So we saw these guys battling at the front in their respective heat races, so definitely a little more hectic when you get them all together.
What's up, Kevin? So Wood, Shane, Schaefer, Yelton, Furtado, Coker, Covell, Tommy Doble in 8th position, Donnery Roos 9th, Chase Lawton in 10th. It's Logan Edwards 11th, Chase Haynes in 12th. Vincent Way back in 13th with Seth Creedy in 14th. Rounding out your top 15 here on lap number 3 is going to be Gavin Moon, 99X on the gas.
And looking over Jesse Furtado's shoulder here as we head out of the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn. He's trying to find some smooth real estate on the outside there.
He is the man on the move here, Don.
Well, you know, Jesse probably has been a little bit frustrated because he's had some great starts, and then a couple of mistakes has kind of pushed him back in the order a little. So I'm sure he would like to get himself a little farther forward, and he's on the hunt for that right now, Shand.
Yeah, with all the training he's put in, he wants to leave here with a couple of wins or some top 3s for sure.
Yeah.
And it just has not worked out for Furtado so far this week.
So doing his training with Shannon Nide, and looking like that training is paying off because he has definitely picked up the pace. Oh, so here we go down through that Suzuki sweeper, putting the drone in chase mode.
Yeah. The physical training from Shannon Ade, the mental training from J.P. Parsons.
I don't know that's a good combination.
I'm not sure
Although
either.
the physical training from J.P. wouldn't be any better.
Yes, exactly. He offers 0 physical training. He's about as athletic as Kevin Kelly.
Oh, there you go. 2 finely crafted human beings.
That's right.
So Carson Wood and Max Shane, we saw them battling earlier on, and Wood able to get the better of him. He's trying to do it again. And I got to tell you, Shand, it looks like some of these riders have been watching what's going on with Andrew Short, because the top 2 just did that jump over the top of the Dragon's back. So they're kind of lifting and leaping over those ruts in the middle.
Man, and that's so hard to do right now with it so beat up, leading up to that 3rd step where you want to bunny hop over.
They're doing it.
So the ones that are doing it, I give a lot of credit to, because that is a very tricky section to try to navigate and double up. I call it a bunny hop.
There you go. So we're looking at Max Shane working his way up into the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn. Shane going to come down midline, going to go back to the inside here. And Carson Wood is just starting to slip away. As you can see, he's kind of moving away into the distance in front of Max Shane as we look at Shane through the inside.
Look at that beautiful aerial view shot here from XR Media and Area 51 Films. A sea of motorhomes. It's packed out here at Freestone County Raceway for the 15th annual 7MX James Stewart Freestone Spring Championship presented by TAMER Whole Shot Devices. Got to hang out with Kevin Merritt last night at the restaurant. Always good to visit with Kevin Merritt. Carson Wood, meanwhile, 1-1 moto scores here for Carson Wood, so he is the top dog with Max Shane right there next to him.
Yeah, and looking at the down in the order there, Jesse Furtado up to 5th, and he's bringing Owen Covell with him because those riders were back down like 8th and 9th on lap 1, and they're almost identical in lap time. So they're two riders, Yamaha's charging through the pack, and Jonathan Yelton going to be the next rider in line. We'll see if Furtado can get him. So here is Carson Wood. All right, there's Max Shane.
Our third place rider here on the KTM, the 361 of Austin Schaefer. Here comes Furtado.
Yeah, up to 4th.
Man, Jesse Furtado, the man on the move, has went from 8th to 4th.
So that's going to put Yelton down to 5th, Covell in 6th. And a 2:18.6 that time around. The only rider faster was Carson Wood.
Jesse Furtado is coming here. He is just a couple seconds behind Austin Schaefer. So with a couple more solid laps in here for Jesse Furtado, he should close in and probably make a pass on Austin Schaefer, the 361, as he is carrying some serious speed. A 2:18 lap time for Jesse Furtado.
Yeah, unfortunately, looking at the score in the first moto, that is going to keep him off the overall podium, even if he can climb up farther.
Yep.
But again, that's going to be a little personal satisfaction, I'm sure, at the end of the day.
Little reason to celebrate.
There you go.
You got to take those small victories when you can get them, Don.
Absolutely. All of it ends up building the confidence. And we got riders down after the Dragon's back.
Yeah, and that's where we were just talking about that section where they were bunny hopping over it. Want to welcome Kevin Smith up here and hear the Lynn Nickerson, Shan Garcia, J.P. Parsons suite.
That looks like it was the 127 of Creedy who went down over the Dragons back there. They had to put out the caution flags because his bike was laying right in the middle of the track there.
Heads up flagging by our flag crew. Look at this battle here going into the shock sock sweeper.
Just absolutely tooth and nail battle there. But I'll tell you what, we're still watching Carson Wood rip it up out front, and he's getting away from Max Shane. So a 1-1 for Wood, a 1-2 for Max Shane because we had division racing. And Wood is just going to continue to inch away. 6.9 now, the gap. Schaefer and Furtado now 3rd and 4th, and Furtado continues to close on Schaefer. Less than a second separating now, or actually 1.1. Looked a little closer than that.
Yeah, Furtado is coming here. Yelton back there in 5th, Covell in 6th, Cole Coker. Great ride here by Cole Coker in 7th position. Tommy Doble in 8th, Chase Lawton in 9th, and Logan Edwards there in 10th position aboard the Yamaha, the number 12 on the number plates, with Way, Haynes, Moon, Ulrich, Creedy, Tate, and Batchelor back there in 15th position as Batchelor.
So going by the halfway point here as we watch Carson Wood back through the inside. Looking over the shoulder of the 260. He's going to use that inside line going down the Freestone Freeway. That line has developed a little bit smoother on that side. I emphasize the little bit part.
Little bit, yes.
All right, Wood going to negotiate with some back markers here. Change up his line to the outside. Right back to that smoother inside line. See him lay into that berm.
Impeccable riding here.
And I've got to tell you what, we ought to give a nod to the mechanic too, because that back end of that bike is rock steady.
Yep.
You see the tire and the swing arm going up and down. The fender stays level.
Staying steady. That suspension working. It's magic here, and you're right. Mechanics have the bikes dialed in.
So the Monster Energy Star Racing ride, the Yamaha of Carson Wood. Going to continue to run at the front of the pack here. And again, they're coming through some lapped riders now.
Carson Wood grabbed that whole shot and has just not relinquished the lead whatsoever here on Max Shane.
I'll tell you what, look at the battle between Schaefer and Furtado shaping up now. Furtado going to use the inside, coming over the Dragon's back.
He got him. Furtado made the pass on the outside, Don Collins.
That's a confident pass right there.
Told you, he's the man on the move, up from 8th, now to 3rd.
Yeah, that's an impressive run in a stacked field, too.
He needed that right there mentally. He is not going to close in on Max Shane. There's just too much real estate. But he can manage and maintain a 3rd place finish here from here on out. And that is going to put Furtado up into 5th overall, I believe, with 11 points.
Yeah, that's going to move him into the top 5. I'm sure that's a step that he wanted to make.
There goes the 24 machine of Owen Cavell. In 6th position, just behind Jonathan Yelton. There goes the 69, it looks like, of Ryder Lee. Out of Shreveport, Louisiana, with a 9th in his division. Our leaders making their way here through the VMAX switchback up and over the finish line tabletop here. Carson Wood just absolutely flying, Don. Check him out. He doubles up on. He doesn't double down the downside. He doubles up on, but he knows what he's doing here.
Yeah, he's had to change that lineup, I think, because that might have that one he was using before might have gone away. And that might explain why we saw that rider go down going over that section too.
Possibly.
So he's going to whip by the mechanics area, that big gap or that big double there, and then he's going to head down Don's double down section.
Yep, Don's double down.
And X, I got to tell you, we're watching him ride, and he's way out front. Of course, that's a given. But the way he's able to pick his way through the traffic, look how much he switches his lines. Got to let off there a little bit, get a perspective on it. All right, now charge the outside, get around that guy back to the inside. So Carson Wood just putting on a clinic in how you work through the lap traffic.
He is. Not only the lap traffic, but just a very challenging rutted layout here.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is the riders in the 250B. We've got Open C next off the gate, race 6 in the order. Mini Senior 2, 13 to 16, race 7, you should be in staging. 450B, 12 plus, race 8 in staging as well. And race number 9 in the order, 65, 7 to 11. Make your way down to the staging area. All right, so here's Wood up and over the finish line jump. Still looking over to make sure he doesn't miss the white flag. Not out yet. We are closing in on that time running out, though, that's for sure. So again, just watching Carson Wood here pick out through the lap traffic, charging up to the top towards us here as you see the Stasic Tower in the foreground.
About a 14-second gap here for Carson Wood over Max Shane.
Yeah.
Very impressive ride here in this 250B 12-plus age group, Don.
Yeah, and another 10 and 12 back to Furtado in third, but an impressive run for the 67, getting himself into that third spot in the moto because he had to work to do it.
Sure.
So Schaefer, Yelton, Cavell, that's fourth, fifth, and sixth. Tommy Doble in seventh. Cole Coker in the eighth spot on that 57 Yamaha. Chase Lawton, the 50 Yamaha ride in ninth, and it's going to be Logan Edwards rounding out the top 10 on the 12.
You know, you got the fastest B riders in the nation. They're in the top 10, and they're not too far off the pace from any A-class or pro-class ride.
No, it's close.
So when you see Furtado go from 8th up to 3rd in a 250B stacked class, that tells you.
You might want to keep your eye on that kid.
Sure, sure.
All right, here we go. The white flag is out.
One lap left here, Don, for the 260 of Carson Wood. And there is Max Shane, number 79 on the Husqvarna. White flag is waving. Got to wait about 15 seconds. We'll be seeing Jesse Furtado. Here comes Furtado crunching through the legendary Freestone Texas 12-pack. Still
He's got a pack of hounds coming after him, Shan.
Yeah, and he takes a look back at Schaefer, and then Schaefer looks back at Cavell.
Cavell looks back at Yelton, just on and on and on.
Either they looked back or they were just making sure it was the white flag waving.
I think that might have been it. I think it might have been checking because you catch that flick out of the corner of your eye. You're like, what is that? Was that the white or the white and black?
Yeah,
what is that?
Just double checking, Don. Doubling down.
Oh, yeah.
Don's double down section. There goes Vincent Way, the 27 machine. He's back in 13th position aboard the Kawasaki with Ulrich in 12th, Batchelor in 11th, Edwards in 10th, and Lawton in 9th, with Cole Coker up in 8th position.
And yeah, this has just been a master class in line selection here for 260 of Carson Wood.
Yep, our leader. Go ahead, Don. I'm sorry.
No, that just was you cannot believe how well Carson is able to pick through the traffic. And, you know, that's a skill that you don't get that skill unless you're fast enough to have to do that.
Right, right. Well, he's battled the elements, a challenging track, a 20-minute moto, and back markers, and he's done it brilliantly.
Absolutely.
So in the overall class championship run here, it's Carson Wood right now in the driver's seat for the championship. Max Shane in second, of course, with 1-2 moto scores. And how about the 361 of Austin Schaefer, 2-4 moto scores for sixth. Cavell and Furtado round out your top 5 in the overall class championship run. Checkered flag's going to wave here for the 260 of Carson Wood.
Yeah, a little fist pump over the finish there. You should be stoked.
Brilliant ride for Carson Wood, Don.
Absolutely. Max Shane, no shame in that game. Boy, he put on a great run, but just not able to match the pace of Wood out front. Once Wood got away a little bit, that kind of just was the end of it right there.
Oh, big crash here for our fourth-place rider, Austin Schaefer. And he is back up like an athlete, running back to his bike. He was trying to chase down Furtado.
And that changes the overall. Owen Cavell now going to get the final step on the podium on the 24 Yamaha.
Exactly. Wow.
So the Altus Motorsports Blue Crew Yamaha Moose Parts Unlimited Dunlop ride of Owen Cavell going to get the final step on the podium.
Schaefer,
changes on the final lap.
Schaefer trying to chase down Furtado in the Texas 12-pack, and the bike went sailing. Luckily for Schaefer, he was not hurt. He sprinted right back up, went back to the bike, but that allowed Owen Cavell, as you pointed out, to move up into the third-place run here in the championship.
So the fortunes change on the final lap, as it is going to be Carson Wood, Max Shane, and Owen Cavell, top 3 overall here.
Wow, fireworks there, Don, at the very end.
Oh, man.
And look what they did for Furtado. Furtado was in 5th. That's going to knock him back to 6th.
And I'll tell you what.
Because Cavell moves up a slot.
That was a perfect example of keep the big picture in mind because, you know, honestly, Schaefer didn't need to make that pass.
Nope.
It was a pass that was, you know, it would have been nice, but it put that mistake booted him off the podium.
Yep, you're right. Big crash. I'm just glad he's okay.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, up and running before the bike stopped moving.
That's right. We're about to have our podium celebrations. Dean Dias, we're going to send it down to you, our good friend.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. We're bringing Owen Coble over here. Owen, make last lap pass. Come on front, bud. Owen. Make a last lap pass. You know, I'm like one of those guys. I was watching it. I was like, oh, we can't say it, man. It's too close. To have that last lap. Walk me through that moto.
Yeah, honestly, I don't even have any words. I didn't come out good on the start and wasn't breathing, so we'll be better next one.
Who would you like to thank for getting you?
Mom, my dad, my mechanic Cam for coming out this week. The whole factory, Altus Yamaha team. I can't thank them enough for everything they did. 100% me. Parts Unlimited and everyone else I forgot. Thanks so much.
All right, go third overall, Owen Coble. We have second overall, Max Shane. Max, man, solid riding out there. Walk me through that moto.
Yeah, I got off to another good start. Was second off the gate right behind Carson. Held with him for like the first 2 laps and made a couple mistakes. He got a little gap and pumped up a little bit, but, you know, we'll be stronger for the next one, and we'll try and get him next one.
Yeah, solid ride. Like I said, try to get him next one. Who's going to help you get him that next one?
Big thanks to my mom, Greg Albertson. Really dialed in them starts. I'm a different person from last year. I feel like last year I wasn't as smart, just sent it all the time and was on the ground, but this year I'm feeling pretty strong, and I know I can do more.
I'd like to hear get up for Max Shane, second over on the podium. Going to bring up the champ. Speaking of champ, we're going to bring in Chris Huddle so he can bring you this #1 plate here, the real hardware. Yeah, huge congratulations for Carson Wood. How'd that moto go?
Went good. That was my first hole shot on the mod bike, so it made my life a lot easier. So I found really good lines and just paced myself.
Definitely, man. Solid job. Makes it a lot easier, that whole shot, doesn't it? Who would you like to thank for getting that whole shot and the moto win and championship here in this one?
I want to thank my mom, my dad, Monster Energy, Star Racing Yamaha, Pro Taper, Thor Alpine Stars, mechanic, and everyone here helping me. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, guys, give the champ top 3 on the podium. With that being said, Here in just a little bit, we're going to bring in the luck of the draw. Go bring in the luck of the draw. Kobe Tate is going to get the luck of the draw here in this one. He's going to go to James Stewart's house. Kobe, man, how's it feel? You might not have, things might not have the way you wanted to, but you're up here. You're going to go to JS7. How does it feel? Definitely super sick, man. Who would you like to thank for getting you up here?
My mom and dad for allowing me to come to America and race my dirt bike, and us and everyone that helps me out. Thank you.
All right, awesome job, Kobe Tate. We'll see you at JS7. All right, now you guys can get crazy. Party the podium here. Pop champagne bottles. That is its opportunity to be 12 plus. What do you guys got going on in the Stay Stick Tower?
All right, Dean, thank you. We got some water going down on the track right now.
So we got a little bit of time. We can talk a little bit more about some other business. Hey, guys, if you have packages, you're expecting packages at the front gate, please go up to the front gate. There's been quite a few packages up there, so if you're expecting something, please go up there. There's a list from here to the front gate, so just get up there.
Yep, if you decided to have something shipped, it's probably here. So once again, while we have a moment here, going to send a shout out of thanks for the title sponsor here, 7MX. Make sure you check out 7MX's 25.1 collection, all new Zero Rival and Vox lines in their latest drop. They showcase the innovative design and materials that push the limits of product performance. So head over to 7mx.com, explore both the youth and adult collections. And just this week only, use the code Freestone20 at checkout. You'll get 20% off selected styles. Once again, code Freestone20 at checkout. You can use that to get 20% off on select styles, but make sure you take advantage of that. This limited time offer is only lasting through Sunday, March 11th. 7MX, redefining limits. And again, a big shout out to our presenting sponsor, the folks at TAMER, the original whole shot device. Trusted by Moto Concepts Racing, Club MX, Yamaha, Phoenix Racing, Honda, AEO, KTM, Tylube Honda, Rock River Yamaha, and many, many more teams. TAMER is the original inventor and patent holder of the front and rear whole shot device. So with 25 years of business in the business, they can guarantee that they are the best.
All right, locked and low to the gate. Open C, winning Moto 1. Hunter Brenham taking the win. And here we go into turn one.
Oh, it looks like Hunter Brennan, another good jump, the 27 with the whole shot.
He's got his Winchester loaded, Don.
And it looks like the 309, Husqvarna, Jamin Wilkie taking the lead.
Man, a tough break in his first moto for Jamin, getting a 10th in Moto 1.
And Becerra running in third now. But Hunter Brennan starting that moto out the way he wanted and looking like he's going to grab himself another moto win. And now Turner moving up into the top 5.
No, I think there's not many of those you really like in that one I saw. There wasn't that many of those. All right, here comes your leader. Through the shock sock sweeper. That's still Hunter Brennan out front.
And it looks like we might have had a lead change there.
That's what it looked like. It didn't look
Get a
like
look,
the
yeah,
27.
no, it does look like 717 might have moved out front. We'll get a better look at them as they make their way towards us. Right now, they are heading down the hill. The big Suzuki sweeper there, JP.
It is a big sweeper. It's 270 degrees. That's why we could call it Loop 270.
A little bit more of a turn, you'd be doing loops down there. Just keep a circle track going.
That's kind of I was just thinking. Let's extend it and make another 270 loop, man. We'll have the biggest. It'll be bigger than a mile track.
All right, so you can see your top three working down the hill. Starting to bunch up a little bit as they come out of that team cramp corner. And climbing up to the top of Cemetery Hill over the top of the FMF power wall. And it's the 309. So Jamie Wilkie taking the lead. 36 of Becerra into second. Talon Trahan, the 107 third. Nathan Jacobus running in fourth on the 717. Seth Draycott, the 38, rounding out the top five. Kala Kubik, Jack Dawson, and Kean Majors through the top eight.
Followed by Mason Core, Cole Trinkle in 10th place. Andrew Thornburg in 11th. Jack Galdo in 12th. Andrew Breckmeyer in 13th. Ryan Helly in 14th. Walker Lewis in 15th. And this is Open Sea.
Yeah, and look at the battles there down through the Don's Double Down section here as we can pick out the lines on the inside. So there is the 107. We're looking over the shoulder.
As they go down the Freestone Freeway, they're not. The first 1 and 2 is very close together. Third place is not too far behind, so it's Jamin Wilkley, Talon Becerra, and Talon Trahan. As they go over the number 7 Kawasaki Step Up.
Yeah, Trahan there on the Yamaha trying to close up the gap on Talon Becerra. Becerra working on Wilkie.
Yeah, Trahan, one of our 26th annual Texas Winter Series competitors. I think he went the most rounds. And also with Talon Trahan.
Trying to make that move forward now, JP. And here we go. Again, through the top of that turn. And down the hill again. See that? That is coverage that's so up close and personal, you're getting dirt thrown on you.
You got to like it.
Oh, yeah.
It's like that Tron monitor at AT&T Stadium.
That
You can
giant
see
thing.
the dirt coming off the nub. It's insane. You can actually get transfixed by watching that.
Yeah.
You got to step away. All right, speaking of stepping away, here we come through the VMAX switchback. And it's still the 309 of Jamin Wilkie. But Talon Becerra trying to apply the pressure. And 717, Nathan Jacobs moving up into the third slot. Followed by the 107 of Talon Trahan. But the race, like Shan said, is right up at the front between Jamin Wilkie and Talon Becerra.
Yeah, Becerra looked like he was going to try to make a move to the inside before the mechanics area, but couldn't make the line work. So he's going to go wide into that big jump as they make the left-hand turn. And down the double down section. And here we go. The battle for the lead continues into the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn.
Oh, look at this.
Rocketing out
On
the outside.
Tyler
both saw the
Becerra.
same
no.
thing.
Wilkie says, not now. He hits another gear and retains the number 1 slot as they roll over 5 into 6. They'll make that right-hand turn through the shock sock sweeper down the Freestone Freeway.
You know, Becerra tried the same thing in that mechanics turn, and it didn't work out for him either, JP. So he's going to keep on slugging away, though. And, you know, right now, that might be the best thing for the 717. He's right there behind it. Those two get tangling with each other. Nathan Jacobus could go right by.
Well, it is very well possible. We are in the C class.
Well, no, let's look at this, too. Look at the overall. Guess who's got the overall right now?
Nathan.
The rider in third, so he doesn't need to make that pass. He can just kind of trail those guys, wait to see if the opportunity comes.
I wonder if his mechanic has got the pit board over there. I mean, that would, to me, would be a crucial time. Hey, stay in second.
You know, Shand and I were talking about that before. I'm sure they must be doing that math in their head. You know, they go to the gate knowing who's they've got to get around and what they need to finish in. But again, it is the C class. Maybe not. Maybe he's going to throw caution to the wind.
All right, so coming up next is going to be Mini Senior 2, 13 to 16, followed by 450B, 12 plus.
And getting a little buck wild here in second and third. So Becerra moves out front. Wilkie and the 717 of Jacobus now battling second and third.
And followed by the 107, Talon Trahan.
And that, my friends, is a C-Class moto. Just wildness going on here. Oh, and your leader goes down. Becerra goes down after the mechanics area.
Maybe he saw the pit board. He was in first place and it freaked him out.
Well, right now, the rider on the 717 needs to keep it in control because he's got the overall locked up. Feet off the pegs. Man, look at this. These guys are just, it's a battle of attrition at this point.
I tell you what, it's not dull.
Whoa, you're right.
What's
Goes
this?
off.
Runs off the track. That's the number 70.
That's the 717. He's got 70 on the jersey.
Yeah. Okay, that's what it was. Change your jersey, guys.
Man, you guys are giving us a heart attack. Settle down, boys.
And go over to Stacy at HyperX. She'll take care of that.
Well, that's a testament to how hard he's pushing because he's just pushing himself all over the track trying to get around. And again, apparently they have not given him the pit board that says, hey, settle down, you've got the championship, man.
There's a 10 of Sage Tangler. How about a 93 Jackson Freeson. Running 17 and 18th currently. Lap number 4. Just finishing up lap 3. 124 of Ryan Huddle.
And we got a rider with a little trouble in the 12 pack there. Back up and on the bike.
Well, he finished the 6-pack, but he just couldn't finish the other 6-pack.
That's it.
But now he's back up and going.
That's the 45 there. Angelica Vasquez, a little trouble in the 12 pack, but back up on the bike. And the 717 has made the pass. So Jacobus out in front. So Jacobus going to take the lead, and that's going to solidify a 2-1 right now.
Yeah, fouled by Jamin Wilkie and Talon Tran up in the third. Fourth place is Ian Majors. And 105, Jack Dawson.
Well, I hope at this point someone tells the 717 to settle down a little bit.
Well, but you know, Don, it's racing, man. You can't slow down. It's in the blood.
That's it.
Oh, man, tough break for
Oh,
Becerra.
Becerra. Oh, no, the
Oh,
36
no.
has to pull off. Yeah, I think he might have been shaken up from going down because he had a pretty good amount of dirt on the jersey there. So tough break for the 36 of Talon Becerra.
Well, like I said, hopefully you know, and man, but if you're not feeling it, don't do it. Take a break. There's always more motos to
Sit.
come.
Yeah, don't push the issue. So your leader coming back to the inside.
I guess he's been watching. Nathan's been watching because he's taking that outside line just like the B riders and the A
Yep.
riders were.
Yep, they figure it out. If you spend your time in between your motos just doing a little scouting in some of those sections, you're going to get a chance to see the right line. So the white flag going to be coming out for your leaders this time around. So we follow the riders through the team cramp corner here.
So you throttle out, head towards Cemetery Hill to the FMF Powerwall, feel the power. And of course, the House of Horsepower.
And here we go, white flag, JP.
I bet he's feeling good right now. Nathan, keep it up on two wheels. You're good. Talon Trahan moving up in the second slot over the 309 of Jamin Wilkie.
Yep. And there's the 494. Majors on the 494. He sits third in the overall picture, running in the fourth spot in the moto, and he's got nobody near him, so he's in a good position to hang on to that. Just need to keep the bike upright, but it's the 717 of Jacobus. Talon Trahan on the 107, and Kean Majors looking at the overall top three right now. So following the leader here through the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn. Nathan Jacobus on his way back to the inside here, using that inside line in the Dunlop drop. So white flag working here for the Open C. We are waiting for the 717 to make his way down to the finish line here. Right now, he's working that Cemetery Hill climb.
Well, hopefully he's breathing a little bit easier right
Oh,
now,
yeah.
Don.
Yeah, because things got a little hectic for him for a bit
Well,
there,
I tell you
JP.
what, it was up and down like a bad elevator.
And here we go. The checkered flag getting ready to fly. And that is going to be the race win. And that's a 2-1 for the 717. He will be your champion. Talon Trahan on the 107 going to hang on to second in the moto and second overall. Wilkie gets third in the moto, but Kean Majors, the 494, looking at the third spot overall. And that is going to do it for the Open C. And that, my friends, was a hectic race as we had riders off the side.
It was entertaining. It
Oh,
was
yeah.
exciting. It was
Absolutely. But if you were out there or your kid was out there, it was hectic.
well, it's just like Jane Draycott. You know, she's got a set of twins, and every once in a while they're in the same class. Not so much anymore, but you know. But earlier, I mean, it's just like you got one kid out there, but then you got two kids out there. Wait, let's take it one level further. It's a set of twins. But you know what's also interesting is there's more twins racing now than I can remember.
Yeah, it's because you have to drag both of them along. You can't have one do it. One of them's going to whine, hey, you're giving all the money to this guy. All right, looks like they're getting themselves situated down there on the victory podium. So we are going to give them a moment to just pop those helmets off. You can see the bikes rolling up there. So getting ready to send it down to the podium and talk to our moto winners, top three in the overall. As we send it down to you, Dean, down there on the podium. I know you're still getting yourself situated.
All right, thanks, boys. I'll bring you over our third overall, Kean Majors, man. You're up here again. How does it feel to be back here on the podium?
Feels good. Takes some time to get used to the track.
Yeah, man. Well, you're definitely used to it for sure. We got any more motos tomorrow?
Yeah, I got one more race today, hopefully.
All right, I hope you get it done, man. Who are you going to thank to get you there? Who's going to make it for you?
I want to thank my mom, my dad, my mechanic Michael, MRP SBR, 7, Aero, 100%, Garnet, Nish Cycling, Husqvarna, Bob the Cooler, and everyone else I forgot. Thank you.
All right, guys, give it for Kean Major. Third over on the podium, second over on the podium, step right up. First, they tell me you're not.
Yeah, no, the first moto, you know, I crashed back in the back. I didn't really do that good of a moto.
I got you. That's amazing. And I heard you you had also struggled with a little bit of vision out there. How difficult is it riding like that?
Not too bad. You know, some people think it's a lot worse than what it is, but it's really not that bad.
That's awesome, man. Well, I think it's pretty amazing. It's pretty amazing to be up here on the podium in second place. How'd you do it?
You know, I got a good gate. I wasn't really expecting to get that good of a gate, but I got it, and then I just kept putting laps together. I saw third was kind of right behind me, so I just, you know, I just went for it.
That's what you got to do sometimes. Just go for it, man. Who'd you like to thank?
I'd like to thank my mom and dad, Jesus Christ, Sonoma Training, Tommy Hahn. I'd like to thank Van Martin, Factory Connection, Trick, and everybody else. Thank you.
All right, guys, get up to your second overall finish. And now the champion. We're going to bring in Chris Huddle so he can hand you the hardware. Nathan Jacobus, man, how's it feel?
So good. It's been a long time coming. I live in Arizona. There's like no places to ride, and just perseverance and good.
Yeah, so a lot of hard work, and it's surely paid off there. How'd the moto go?
It's so slippery. They watered right before I got the person who got first, and the other motor went down. I was like, all right, this is my time to go, and I just kind of put it down, and it's so slippery. I almost hit a couple times, but I made it to the finish, so I'm stoked.
Absolutely, man. You made that your advantage. That's what it's all about. Who'd you like to thank?
Shark Moto, my mom and dad, grandma, Phoenix Suspension, Roosted, Fly, Factory Edge, and everybody else. Thank you so much.
All right, give our top three on the podium out here. And now we're going to bring in our got the Hard Luck Award. He's going to JS7. All right, I keep on saying that wrong. But luck of the draw, man. How's it feel to be up here and going to JS7?
It feels pretty good. I've never been before.
Super excited. I mean, it's almost like winning the lottery, isn't it?
Yeah.
Feeling pretty good for sure. But I know you got a lot of support behind you. Who'd you like to thank?
I'd like to thank Mom, Dad, my grandma, Courtney, Clayton. About it.
All right, well, awesome job. Hope to see you up there at JS7. Give it up for all our riders up here on the podium in the C class. Take it away, boys.
All righty, thank you, Dean. We're underway with the Mini Senior 2. The 810 of Tace Morgan grabbing the whole shot, but wasting no time making the move out front is the 129 of Gage Brown. So Morgan in second, Nolan Ford to third, Bryce DeYoung fourth, Travis Lawrence and Jake Willis fifth and sixth, Anthony Pacella running in seventh, Evan Thalman eighth, Blaine Westbrook running in the ninth spot, and Dylan Graham going to round out your top 10 on the 96 Husqvarna, followed by Connor Hensley, Cash Tucker, Tristan Wheelchair, Britt Eckenbrock, and Benji Harris through the top 15. We had a little bit of a pile up there at the start. Looked like one of the riders exited the track because that bike was pretty well tangled up. The forks seemed like they got bent out. Looked like he was riding a chopper off the start straight there. And it looks like we are following the 44 of Nolan Ford down the hill into that Loop 270. So Ford working that inside line, not quite tight to the inside, but working about 2 lines out of there. He'll use that high inside line in the off camber, laying it into that rut. All right, again, looking over the shoulder there. So again, you get a really good idea going through the mechanics area how this track has developed those deep lines. And Gage Brown out to a 4-second gap now over the 810 of Tace Morgan. Ford and Bryce DeYoung still hanging on third and fourth. Lawrence not far off the back tire of DeYoung, but it's a big gap between third and fourth here. And this is one of those situations where consistency over the event is going to help you out way more than winning is, because Tace Morgan finished second yesterday. He sits second right now. Gage Brown had a fourth yesterday. So even with the win, that is not going to be good enough for the overall. He's only going to be second overall. Nolan Ford, a 3-3, sitting third overall right now. So consistency for Tace Morgan might just hand him that number 1 plate, JP.
Man, it looks like if he can stay where he is, like you said, Don, yeah.
All right, and watching the riders come up over the top of that. Going to head down the hill again. So again, nice sharp color of those lines down there. You can really get a good idea of how many different ruts these riders get a chance to pick from. Going through that midline there, then fading out to the outside. So there is your leader, the 129 of Gage Brown, up and over the finish line jump. Lap 3 goes in the books. Morgan with a solid second place run going. Nolan Ford third.
Nolan Ford looking good. Bryce DeYoung in the 4th place. Travis Lawrence in 5th. And, of course, Jake Willis, the little SA out of New Mexico, is in 6th.
So looking at Gage Brown as he heads by the mechanics area, going to head over that big tabletop there. And down the hill into the Don's double down section, the 129 rider.
All right, we got the word from the top. Race 12 will be the last race, will be the 65cc 7-9 Limited. So we will stop at that point and then get ready for the nighttime activities, which tonight is going to be the dodgeball, the Tamer 100% dodgeball extravaganza. What was the type? Stasic. Yeah, we delayed the Stasic from yesterday, correct, Don? So we were going to do the Stasic race, then dodgeball.
The dodgeball of death.
I tell you what, when I was growing up in Dallas, way back when, then it was one of my favorite things to do is dodgeball, at gym.
There you
That's
go.
when we used the real rubber,
The
and
missiles that would leave a mark on your face, look like someone ran you over with a truck.
It would have the imprint on the face of the guy. Of course, that's what we try to do is hit upside the head,
Of
which
course
we're
you
supposed
would.
to do.
Of course you would.
Yeah, we're bad boys.
Yeah, well, it was fun.
And speaking of fun, right
Yeah.
now, it's Get Down Gage Brown.
Yeah, looking over his shoulder there. So your leader up and over the finish line jump. Gage Brown going to see the white flag. Heading through that mechanics area, and it has been a solid march out front. Tace Morgan, though, he is in command for the overall. He just needs to keep himself in that second spot. So the 41, Jake Willis, rolling around there. Looks like the silencer is blown off the back of that KTM. So in case you were wondering what a KTM two-stroke sounds out without any silencing, that's the noise.
Yep, very distinctive.
But no problems out front for this young man here, Gage Brown. He is going to charge down the hill here. Big sweeping left-hander. So final lap here again as we work through this last lap of the Mini Senior 2. Gage Brown well in command of this moto. And he's got the championship, unfortunately, out of his grasp because a fourth in the first moto not going to do it for Brown to get the overall.
When you're at this level of competition, that makes all the difference in the world. I mean, you wouldn't think two places, but yeah, it
Oh,
does.
yeah. Especially when you got a consistent guy like Tace Morgan who's going to just keep knocking down those second place.
Yep, he didn't drive all the way to Florida not to win.
That's it. Yeah, made his way here from Claremont, Casey Cochran's hometown. So the race win is going to go to the 129. That is Gage Brown. That's going to be enough for second overall. But the second spot, a 2-2 to the 8-10. Tace Morgan will take the overall
And
win.
He knew that, man. He did a little fist pump with his left hand.
Yeah,
Keeping his hand on that throttle.
He did the math in his head, that's for sure.
That's cool.
So Nolan Ford will finish third, and he'll be the third step on the podium. Fourth in this moto, Dylan Graham, Bryson DeYoung gonna round out the top five. Jake Willis sixth, Travis Lawrence seventh, Anthony Pacella in eighth, Blaine Westbrook and Evan Thalman rounding out the top 10 here in the Mini Senior 2. And we are going to let the top three riders get situated down there on the podium. Coming off the gate next, we are going to have the 450B 12 Plus. So 450B 12 Plus is coming off the gate next. 65 7 to 11. You should be down in staging. Senior 40 Plus in pre-staging. And once again, race number 12 today will be the final moto of the day.
Boys, ready up the tower to bring in Nolan Ford first. Your third overall finisher here. Making a half there. How'd the moto go for you?
It was all right. I've been riding great all week, so that felt better.
Absolutely. Moving forward, did you learn anything out there moving in your next moto? Absolutely, stay strong. I know you can stay strong. Tell me who's helping you stay strong out there.
Mechanic TJ and everybody else, thank you.
Guys, give it up for your third overall finisher, Nolan Ford. Now we're going to bring over our second overall finisher and last moto winner, Gage Brown. Man, you showed the speed. Things obviously didn't work out the first moto, but how'd that second moto feel?
It was good. I came off to a pretty good start and then just quickly passed and got out to the lead and then just rode my race home.
Yeah, Gage, a solid ride for sure. What about you? Did you learn anything out there moving forward?
Yeah, I learned some new things. Standing up in the sweeper helped a lot because it's pretty kickered out down there.
No doubt about it, man. That's definitely your style, your form. Who would you like to thank this year?
I like to thank my mom, my dad, my grandma and papa, my Mimi and papa, my sister, my aunts, my uncles, Venture Moto, 100%, Seven, Bell, A-Stars, Damn Racing, Sonoma, my trainer Tommy Hahn, T-Rex Throttles, On Track School, Drag Up Coffee, and everybody else I forgot. Thank you so much.
All right, guys, get up here second overall finisher, Gage Brown. Now I'm going to bring in Chris Huddle for the AMA so he can bring in the hardware, that #1 plate for Tace Morgan. Tace Morgan, bro, you brought your Yamaha right up here on the top of the podium. How's it feel?
It feels pretty good. I had a pretty good race. I was getting pressure from Nolan, and I just knew I couldn't make no mistakes and keep on going forward.
Yeah, you knew you had the overall in the bag, right?
Yeah.
Awesome. That's super important, man. I know you got a lot of people supporting you this year. Tell me just who you'd like to thank.
I would like to thank my mom, dad, brother, my sister, Win, Kim, Yamaha, Altus, Dunlop, Monster, Bell, 100%, Moose, Alpine Star, and everyone that helps me out. Thank you so much.
All right, guys, give it for top three on the podium up there. Then we'll bring in our luck of the draw here in just a little bit. That's the podium there, the mini scene 2, 13 and 15. Now we're going to bring up Bryce DeJong. Bryce, come on up, buddy. All right. Bryce DeJong. Bryce, dude, guess what? You're going to JS7. How's it feel?
Good.
You know you're going to get this thing coming into this or what?
No.
It's like winning the lottery, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
You going to throw some fat whips at Stewart's house or what?
Definitely.
All right, buddy. Tell me who you'd like to thank.
Huxon Brand, WTT, mom and dad, my brother, my sisters, 100% Adventure Moto, Tommy Hahn, Sonoma, Max, Scott, and Cindy from Sonoma, and everyone else who supports me. Thank you, guys.
All right, guys, go to Bryce DeJong. You're lucky to draw winner going to JS7. Take it away to the tower.
All righty, thank you very much, Dean. We're underway here with the 450B. Out front with the whole shot, it was the 404, Riley Busey, Gavin Player in second, and Max Shane were third off the start, but that is now the 404, Riley Busey with the lead. Max Shane in second, Owen Covell into the third spot on that Altus Motorsports Blue Crew Yamaha ride. Gavin Player, Jesse Furtado, fourth and fifth. Tommy Doble, Aiden Zing, sixth and seventh. Austin Schaefer, Jonathan Yelton, and Logan Edwards through the top 10. And we're looking at the overall picture. Shane with a win yesterday sits second right now, and that would be a 1-2 for the overall. Owen Covell, a second yesterday. He sits in third. If he can get around Max Shane, he could snatch away that overall. And Jesse Furtado sitting on a 3-5 score right now. Final step on the podium. But we have got laps to run, so we'll see how it's going to shape up. Looks like he did get around the 25 of Gavin Player, so again, Jesse Furtado trying to solidify that run to the podium. All right, your leader going to come up and over the FMF power wall. .404 Yamaha out front. Following behind the 24, Owen Covell. He has made the move on Max Shane, so Covell moves to the top step of the podium with a 2-2.
Furtado in third. Max Shane off the radar. So we must be looking for a yellow flag, or he had a mechanical difficulty.
Yeah, I didn't see anybody go down. But he's definitely dropping through the field. So as quickly as you say it, things have changed. So Riley Busey, Owen Covell, Jesse Furtado, Gavin Player, Tommy Doble still top 5. Looking at the overall, a 2-2 for the Blue Crew ride of Covell would be the championship. Wow, so the 79 way off the pace.
Oh, man, we got 3 Yamahas out front right now. Riley Busey, Owen Covell, and Jesse Furtado. Covell.
Wow, something up for sure. Yeah, something definitely up with the 79. We don't even see him coming around yet.
Now that was really cool. Down the Freestone Freeway, Riley Busey wheelied all the way down to that little jump right there before the Blake Baggett berm turn.
All right, so these riders are going to be going in a long moto, so we're going to have to see if Busey, Covell, Furtado, and Player can keep it up and moving. Now, Austin Schaefer, the 361, he sits 6th right now. He's put himself into the final step of the podium.
Man, if Furtado can make a couple passes, one pass, come on. Remember Grasshopper.
All right, so following along over the FMF power wall, looking at the 404 Yamaha ride of Riley Busey.
Riley Busey out front, Jesse Furtado in third.
And Owen Covell, the 24, solid
be in the
ride. He's in the second spot. So again, Altus Motorsports, Blue Crew, Yamaha, Parts Unlimited Dunlop ride. Covell, he has got to hang on to the second spot.
You know, speaking of Blue Crew, if you want to see a beautiful blue bike that's a little vintage, 26 years old, get on over to FMF, check out that 909 machine.
That bike is older than these guys out on the field right now.
You know what, you're right on that one.
Yeah. So again, Covell with a 2-2 score. He has got to hang on to that second spot. There's the 24. Jesse Furtado closing the gap on him, though. And looks like trouble for the 25, a Gavin Player out there. He's going to go down, coming into that shock sock sweeper. Back up and on the bike. And that is the 79 Husqvarna being pushed off on the side there. So Max Shane, unfortunately, going down, but no misfortune for this rider making his way through the 12-pack. That is Riley Busey, the 404 Yamaha.
Looks very, very strong and kind of a big guy. It must be over 6 foot, 6'2".
Yeah, he's not a small dude. Furtado makes the pass on Owen Covell.
Up into second. Covell back to third.
Guess what?
Furtado is your new leader overall
That's
potential.
right. A 3-2 versus a 2-3. So Covell has got to get him back if he wants that championship.
Wow, this is going to be interesting because we got quite a few more laps to go. As this is a 20-minute plus 1 lap moto, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, remember, if you got packages up at the front gate, please go check it out. There's a plethora of packages up there. Gaggle, as Luke would say.
A plethora, Hefe.
That's kind of a more polite, professional, like Don would say. Plethora.
So there you go. Furtado making the pass on Cavell, and he's trying to gap away. Austin, or the Riley Busey on the 404 has been riding his own race out front. No pressure. That battle has been for second.
Well, hopefully Jesse, through the difficulties he's experienced today, that he's on point and wants it bad. That's right.
So 450B, 12-plus riders on the track. We have got a barn burner going right now. The 404 trying to grab a moto win. Again, not a factor in the overall, unfortunately, because he was 12th in the first moto.
Right.
Right now, Jesse Furtado seizing destiny in his hands to grab the overall top spot if he can keep that second position.
Yeah. Well, the flags are crossed. We are halfway through this 450B at 12 plus, which is race 8. We are going through race 12 today. Then we're going to do the Stasic race. Then it's slam, bam, thank you, ma'am. Dodgeball time.
Dodgeball mania. And look at this, Furtado maintaining the gap, so he's giving himself a little bit of a comfort room. Still a solid run for Cavell there. The 24 looking to hang on to the second spot on the podium.
I tell you what, as this track gets worn in, rougher and rougher each moto. I mean, man, you have got, just like through here, it's just getting rutted.
Yeah,
man,
you gotta be able to pick those lines, JP. So following the 404, Riley Busey around the outside line there. Busey out of the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn. He's going to come to that big Dunlop drop, looking for the 404 Yamaha. He'll be pointing towards us here as you follow him. Oh, another bike goes off the side there. Oh, no. Oh, no. Jesse Furtado, the 67, looks like he is off the side of the track with the bike that has let go. And that was the championship, so that's going to transfer it back to Owen Cavell. Oh, man, that is a heartbreaker. What a heartbreaker. Furtado, just the nicest kid. Always got a smile on his face. And unfortunately, it looks like that bike is done.
Jesse's like the All-American kid like Ryan Dungey.
You know, yeah.
He's so many riders over the years.
Just a solid guy. Really cool family. Yeah. So the 404, Busey, he doesn't know what's going on behind him. He just only knows he wants to win this moto.
That's right. And he's on his way to do that in a solid form.
And guess what? That puts the championship back in the hands of this Yamaha right here. Owen Cavell with the Altus Blue Crew Yamaha ride. Oh, that's a heartbreaker. It really is. So Owen Cavell, Austin Schaefer now top two in the overall picture. Looks like Tommy Doble is going to move up as well. Yeah, that is a heartbreak. You hate to see it. All right, your leader making his way to that big Dunlop drop. He's going to come over number 5. We're looking at the 404 Riley Buse. And I don't know that Owen Covell knows, but he is now on the top step of the podium if he keeps that bike on 2 wheels. So again, following the 404 Yamaha around the inside line through that sweeper. Making the turn down the hill once again. And here comes your leader up to the top of Cemetery Hill, looking for him to launch the FMF Power Wall. And Riley Buse going to put another lap in the books out front, the 404 Yamaha. Oh, the 72 going down before the finish there. Or is that the 12? Yeah, that looks like Logan Edwards going down. He's going to give up a couple of positions. So again, looking at the 404 coming out of that Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn. And again, just a heartbreaker there, Jesse. Hate to see that for you, buddy. So the 404 working through some lap traffic. And coming into that Shock Sox sweeper, there's the 24, Owen Covell. And again, he just needs to stay where he is, and he is going to be your champion. Covell, Schaefer, and Tommy Doble now running top 3 in the overall picture. All right, so you're going to climb to the top of Cemetery Hill once again. And we are very close to time going down. Looking at the stopwatch. And no, we're still going to have 2 laps, it looks like. So there's the 404. Again, we're going to be down to 2 laps to go. Riley Buse, Owen Covell, Austin Schaefer, Tommy Doble, Jonathan Yelton. So again, an overhead shot here of this beautiful Freestone County Raceway as we work through the final couple laps for the 450B 12 plus. So the 404 back to the inside. So again, winding down the final couple laps here for the 450B 12 plus. We've got 65-7 to 11 next off the gate. Senior 40 plus race 10 here in the second half in staging. 85-10 to 14 race 11 in pre-staging. And the final moto today, race 12 in the order, 65cc 7 to 9 limited. You should be in staging right now. And here we go, white flag is out for the 404. So Riley Abuse has been solid out front, but again, he had bad luck in Moto 1, a 12th in the first Moto. Put him out of contention for the overall. He still sits 5th in the overall picture.
That's crazy, 12-1.
Here's the guy right here that needs to just get one more lap done where he is, Owen Covell.
Another question, is Owen know, or
You know,
he could be the overall?
If I know Owen's dad, I'm pretty sure they've done the math, and he's told Owen, hey, listen, you need to get here or better if you want a shot at it. And now that, you know, unfortunately the 67's out, that definitely opened up the picture for him. So
right now it's Riley Busey, Owen Covell, Austin Schaefer, Tommy Doble, Jonathan Yelton, and Chase Haynes, Cole Coker in 7th, Aiden Zing in 8th, Gavin Player 9th, and Logan Edwards in 10th rounds out in the B 450B 12.
yeah, how crazy is this? You're right. Max Shane with the win yesterday, out in this one. Jesse Furtado looking like he was going to bring it home. Bike, let's go. Now we're looking at a 2-2 again for the overall. Schaefer 4-3 for second, and Doble 7-4 right now would be third.
In a B class.
Madness, just craziness. Well, we're not winding down this final lap, looking at your leader heading up the hill here. He's coming out of that loop 270, going to make the right-hander, head down to the team cramp corner. And it is just about 150 yards of real estate to go. And here's your leader going to charge up the hill, that big double over Cemetery Hill. The FMF Powerwall, and here comes the run to the checkered flag for the 404, Riley Abuse. Going to get the moto win, but he is not going to get the overall, so the checkered flag comes out for the 404. Good, solid confidence booster. And second place, going to do it for the overall win. That is the 24, the Altus Motorsports Blue Crew Yamaha Moose Parts Unlimited Dunlop ride. Owen Covell, a 2-2 finish to be your champion. Austin Schaefer going to hang on 4-3 for second overall, and Tommy Doble, the 59 ride, is going to bring it around with 7-4, which is going to be third overall. And having watched Owen grow up and ride in New England, I cannot tell you how happy I am to see that young man grab the championship.
Okay, right now it's going to be Owen Cavell, Austin Schaefer, and Tommy Doble. 24, 361, 59. Hike.
The guys, the stage is set here in the 450B class. Third overall is a overall. But Tommy Doble, come on over here, man. Let me talk to you. Tommy Doble, third overall on the podium, bro. Tell me how it feels.
Yeah, I am cooked right now. I spent myself in that last 250B moto, so yeah, it feels good.
Yeah, how'd this moto go?
Yeah, it was good. I just found a rhythm. I kept to it. I stole the bike over there somewhere, so that sucked, but oh well.
You made it happen, man. Tell me who's helping you make it happen this year.
Thor, TJ from Dirt Care, Mum and Dad, all the boys back at MPF, Brian, Colleen, Jacob, and yeah.
All right, guys, give it up for your third overall finisher, Tommy Doble. Now to bring second overall up here. Sweet Pea, Austin Schaefer, man. Tell me about that moto.
I got off for a pretty decent start and then just rode smooth and ended up second.
Yeah, man, a solid ride for sure, second overall. Aren't you excited to be done for the day?
Yeah, I'm pretty excited, but I needed that moto. I threw away third overall last turn, the moto before, so.
So you're saying it's helping out for your confidence a little bit going into the second motos tomorrow?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I'm very excited for tomorrow morning.
All right, brother. Tell me who you'd like to thank.
Mom, Dad, South of the Border, ICW, One Industries, Power Band, FMF, KTM Lumberton, Maniac, Seth, and everyone else. Thank you.
All right, guys. Give it to second overall on your podium, Austin Schaefer. Now the champ, Owen Coble, man. You made it happen. How'd you make it happen?
I don't even know how I made it happen, to be honest. That was not a good ride, dude. I need to get back to work and be ready for sprinting.
Absolutely, man. Get back to work for sure. But how'd that moto go? Did you get the whole shot?
No, I was probably like P5, and then I made some passes and got past Max, and then something happened to him, and then I don't know. I just kind of rode it in, but definitely not happy about it.
Awesome, man. Well, try not to be too upset. You put yourself in the right place, right time. You made it happen. Somebody you'd like to thank. Who's getting you here?
My dad, my brother, my mechanic Cam for coming out this week pretty last second. I can't thank him enough. DBK, Donnie, Ed, Jordan, everyone at the factory Altus Yamaha team. I can't thank them enough. DBK, 100%, Moose Elite, Alpine Stars, and Parts Unlimited. Everyone else I forgot, thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, one more second. Made it come. Really matters. That number one plate. Congratulations. Get up here, 450B, top three on the podium. Here in just a little bit, we'll be giving our luck of the draw winner out. All right, got Gavin Player up here. Luck of the draw, man. You're going to JS7. How's it feel?
Feels good. I went 2 years ago, and it was fun. It was a little muddy that year, so hopefully we can come back this time, and it's a fun time.
A little bit of redemption, huh?
Yeah. it'll be a good time.
Absolutely, always a good time. Well, tell me who's making it a good time for you out here.
My whole family, especially my dad. He works his butt off, and the Millers for putting on this amazing event. Answer Racing, Pro Taper, Cycle Track Nord, JM Racing, Stefan, Nick Way over at Answer Racing, and MXG Designs at Chirby's, Big Daddy, TTMX, Van Martin, my trainer. I started riding in 2019, and I give it all the credit to that guy. Didn't have the motor he wanted, made a couple mistakes, and rebounded for nice, so not that bad.
All right, guys, give a player. Your luck of the draw winner and forward to be podium. You guys go ahead and grab your bottles. Let's celebrate a little bit down here on the podium.
All righty, thank you, Dee. We're underway with the 65cc 7-11. Looked like it was Sedgwick with the early lead there, but the 72 Jet Rao taking over, and he is already moving away here on lap one. So Jet Rao, Talon Hinson, Beckham Smith, Landon McBride, Caden Sedgwick, your top 5. Diego Cabildo is in 6th. Parker Beckington 7th. Bryn Brockmuller is 8th. Maverick Gresham Lewis and João Ferreira is going to round out your top 10. Looks like Buckman, Berning, Hinton, Corbin, and Houndstein through the top 15 as Jet Rao heads over the finish line. So again, following your leaders here through that big Dragon's Back section. Getting an idea of the shadows getting long in the day here at Freestone County Raceway. And working their way up through here. So looking for Jet Rao to work his way down to the bottom of the hill here again. Rao into that. So Beckham Smith trying to do his best to hang with him, but already the gap is starting to stretch out as Rao moves away. Talon Hinson with a solid run to get himself to 3rd. McBride and Sedgwick still rounding out your top 5. And Rao going to make his way down as we follow the riders down the hill here into that big loop 270.
Well, do you think Beckham Smith is going to close that gap on Jet Rao, or do you think Jet Rao is going to control this 8-second lead here, Don?
You know, Shan, after the way the day has gone and not being able to figure out what exactly is going to happen, I'm not going to make any predictions yet.
Smart man, Don, smart man.
Things have gone upside down and sideways for a whole bunch of riders today. There's your leader right there, the 72 of Jet Rao. So, yeah, I'm not going to make any predictions yet because I don't want to curse anybody.
Yep. Okay, so check it out. Beckham Smith has shaved off a second half here on Jet Rao. We got a 20+1 minute moto, so I don't know. This is Beckham Smith's home track.
Well, there you go. If he's going to do it, he's going to have to do it now because there's, like you say, it's tightened down a little, but Beckham has got to maintain those fast laps. He just turned the fastest one on the track with a 2:42.6. So if he can keep doing that, Shan.
Yeah, it could come down to the wire here. Talon Hinson there in 3rd. Caden Sedgwick in 4th. Landon McBride in 5th. Parker Beckington in 6th. Maverick Gresham Lewis in 7th. Joao Ferreira in 8th position. Bryn Brockmuller 9th. And Yamina Berning back there in 10th here with Cameron Buckman in 11th. Cameron Buckman actually moving up past Yamina Berning in 10th. And Cameron Buckman should be our recipient here of the top underclassman award.
There you go. All right, here comes Jet Rao back into the inside. There's the 72 Cobra. And there is the 23 of Beckham Smith. So Smith is staying in touch with the leader. Oh, getting his feet dragged off the pegs there, working through that downhill section. And we are following the 149 of Talon Hinson through that Freestone Freeway. Going to hit that triple step up again. These young riders doubling up onto it and then stepping off. Going to make the right-hand swing down the hill here. So looking at your third place rider heading down the hill into the Loop 270. So let's see if Beckham Smith can keep Jet Rao in his sights. Start to close up the gap a little bit more. Again, 6.9 separating them last time around. And Smith does look like he's on a good pace as we watched him go down the hill. Oh, there was one rider off the side there. Didn't really get a look at who that was. Hopefully not one of our top two.
Get out of here now.
All right, so we are at the halfway point here. Jet Rao, Beckham Smith, it gaps down to 4.5. So Beckham Smith, he is coming. And he was, again, 3 seconds quicker that time. So Rao's starting to run into some trouble. Might be some lap traffic. Might be that he just got himself offline. But I'll tell you what, Beckham Smith trying to write a new story here. So looking again at the overhead, and here comes the your leader on the 72. Look at this. Beckham Smith is right on the 72. There's the 23. The gap is down to probably 2.5. Yeah, 2.3.
You know, this is pretty interesting because this is the first guy that actually has challenged Jet Rao all day, almost all weekend.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he was walking away from the field before.
Beckham has definitely got the speed. He's been a speedster since actually probably on 50s.
That is very rare. So again, beautiful overhead shot here of the Freestone County Raceway here, the Miller Family Ranch. As you can see, the sweeping views behind us. But right now, the view we're looking for is the view of Beckham Smith chasing down the 72 of Jet Rao as they head down to the Dunlop drop. Rao on that inside line. He's going to pop over 5. There is Beckham Smith. And he is flat out chasing him down because, again, last time Beckham 2 seconds a lap quicker.
Tick tock, tick tock,
tick-tock.
That's it. And the beautiful thing about that, Shand, is they've got a lot of time in this moto.
Sure, absolutely. That's why I kind of called that on about lap 2. Got plenty of time here. Beckham Smith is slowly going to close in on Jet Rao. Jet Rao with a 28th in moto number 1 here. That's the deal killer.
Yeah, unfortunately. You mean Smith?
That's what I meant. Yeah. My apologies. I'm got sidetracked watching JP actually do some house cleaning here. Totally sidetracked.
But again, that's where you get to see that spoiler aspect come in because, yeah, Beckham's not in the overall picture. I'm sure that's maybe why he's hanging it out because he just wants to take a win. Just say, hey, I took one from you.
Yep, absolutely.
So Talon Hinson sitting on a 2-3. That's going to be good enough for second overall. Beckington, 4-4. Nice consistent run looking at third overall. But we aren't going to do any warm-ups before the fat lady sings here. So,
nope. And again, we believe it's going to be Cameron Buckmaster, our recipient for the
the underclassman award.
Underage Classman Award. Check it out.
Side by side, here comes the 23.
He has made the pass on Chet Rao.
Got him.
Now, does Rao hold on to that rear fender, or does Beckham Smith start to pull away into the distance?
Well, the other thing is, does Jet Rao try to put himself on the ground just to get another win, or does he settle for second and take the championship? All right, he might have got him back. All right, we'll see here. Watching him on the overhead here, going down through that Don's double down section. All right, here we go. Coming back up into the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn, and Smith holds the lead. So Beckham Smith holds the lead, and he is starting to pull away from the 72. So, yeah, Shan, maybe Jet Rao's thinking big picture here.
Big picture. Smart big picture.
Yep.
It is Hinson in third, Beckington in fourth, Sedgwick in fifth, Landon McBride in sixth, Joea Ferreira in seventh position, Maverick Gresham Lewis in eighth, Bryn Brockmueller ninth, Diego Cabildo in 10th position, Cameron Buckmaster in 11th, Yamita Burning slides on back to 12th position, Ryder Aniston in 13th, Eli Herrick in 14th, and Tyler Hitton rounds out your top 15 here. Just Buckman. That's why I'm used to that that name, Buckman. It gets cut off. I just assume Buckmaster. Yeah, Bookman.
There you
Seinfeld, Bookman.
So again, Beckham Smith taking the lead away from Jet Rao, and that was an authoritative pass too. And racing Kyle at 254 going through the visor off the front there. That's never a good sign.
She is extremely fast.
Oh, yeah. But again, continue to look over the shoulder of your leader here. As he goes up and over that FMF power wall. Charging through that 12-pack. And looks like we're going to have 2 laps to go. Time did not expire yet, so 2 to go here for the 23. And there's the number 72 of Jet Rao. So again, looking over the shoulder of your leader as he goes down that Don's double down section. So Beckham Smith. And there you see Beckham Smith working that inside line, heading to that triple step up. Again, these riders just going to head on up there. So Smith heading down the Freestone Freeway. Again, we continue to follow Smith. There's the 23. Top of the hill, going to head back down to the Team Cramps corner. And Beckham Smith on his way to the top of the hill. Looks like the white flag going to be coming out this time. And here we go, Beckham Smith out of the VMAX switchback, going to see the white flag. So one more time to go here as he heads through that James Stewart ski jump and up that Dragon's Back. Jet Rao trying to close back up. You just unplugged it. All right, leave it alone. All right, so Beckham Smith heading by the mechanics here. He's going to make that left-hand turn into that big tabletop. And Jet Rao rejuvenated on the final lap. We'll see if maybe he's going to make a push. So Beckham Smith working his way up into the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turns. And just absolutely rocketed his way up into that position to make a pass on Jet Rao. Rao has been pretty much unbeatable all week so far. And Beckham Smith says, yeah, not anymore, he's not.
Yeah, smooth ride here for Beckham Smith, Don. When we started this moto, he was 8 or 9 seconds back behind Jet Rao.
Yep, just took out the axe and started chopping.
Jet Rao riding a flawless moto as well. And he has the championship on lockdown, barring any unforeseen crazy circumstance here on the last lap, Don Collings.
Yeah, and looking good for that. And I'm sure, like I said, he had a bad first moto and ended up having to just kind of try to get the most out of this one to end the week on a good note. So looking at Smith making his way through that sweeping left-hand turn. Top of the hill, going to drop back down one more time, JP, to the Team Cramp corner. Whoa, a little offline there as he got himself a little cross-rutted, but kept on the gas.
Yeah, his new number's 23. He's been 3 for as long as I can recall.
Well, he's feeling a little leg swag off the side there as he came up to the top of Cemetery Hill. And here we go, one more run over the FMF Powerwall. And that is going to be the checkered flag waiting for the 23. So Beckham Smith going to finish the week out in the 65cc 7-11 with a moto win. Jet Rao is going to take a 1-2 score to the top step of the podium. We're looking for Talon Hinson here to hang on to third, the 149, a little ways back. And Parker Beckington, fourth in this moto. He would be third overall. And we got the senior 40-plus riders next off the gate. So again, Rao with a 1-2, Talon Hinson a 2-3, and Parker Beckington 4-4. And we're looking at Cameron Buckman to bring it around and grab that top underclassman award, as he's one of the younger riders here in this class. So getting them situated down there on the victory podium here. It's going to take a few minutes. You can see Jet Rao calling for the podium hat down there. But we'll get them set up down there, and it looks like it's going to be about time to send it down to Dean Dias down on the victory podium and talk to some very happy young riders. Dean, we'll send it to you, sir.
Thank you so much. Now we're getting the stage set. We're going to bring Parker Beckington, your third overall finisher out here in the class. Parker, dude, man, you overcame a lot of adversity, but you made it happen. How'd the moto go?
It wasn't a great start, but I pushed my way up and got on the podium.
Got any more motos coming up tomorrow?
I got 3 more classes, and then I'm done for the week, and then I'm going springing in.
Awesome. Well, good luck. Man, who would you like to thank for making it all possible?
My mom, my dad, 60, Scott, O'Neill, TCD, One Touch Paintings, and everyone who thanks so much.
I got third overall finisher, Parker Beckington. Second place finisher, Talon Hinson, going to get second overall out here.
Feels good.
Hey, guess what? You made mistakes, but, man, you pulled through and you still got second overall. Is there anybody you'd like to thank?
Altus Blue Crew Yamaha, Alpine Star, Moose Racing, 100%, Dunlop, Bell Helmets, and everybody else. Thank you.
Get over Talon Hinson, your second overall finisher, man. A trooper right there. Got second overall. He's still not very happy with it. Now we're going to bring over our champion and our number 1 plate, Chris Huddle, come in from the AMA. Jetman, how does it feel to be up here with this number 1 plate? Feels good. How'd the moto go?
Good.
I noticed you didn't get the moto win. Just kind of settle in and let Beckham.
Yeah, I knew I had the spot there.
Awesome, man. A great race that was. Someone who you'd like to thank. Who's making this all possible?
My mom, my dad, Money Inc., Cobra, Alpine Stars, Game Moto.
Give it up. Top 3 on the podium here in the 65-711 class. And now we got to bring in our underclassmen. Bring in our underclassmen, buddy. In front of you. Cameron Buckman, how does it feel being the young man out here?
Really hard.
Was it really hard doing so good against all these tough riders?
Yeah.
You feel about this underclassman trophy right here in the 65cc711. You're the top finishing 7 and 9-year-old.
Really good.
Really good. You really like it, huh?
Yeah.
Tell me who you'd like to thank. I'll let you celebrate.
Husqvarna, Scott, PR2, Lynx Racing, Mended, Alpine Stars, and everybody else. Thank you.
Get up here underclassman Cameron Buckman. And now we're going to bring up the luck of the draw winner, Ryder Anderson. You're going to take it away. All right, Ryder Anderson, man. Luck of the draw. Guess what?
What?
You're going to James Stewart's house. How's it feel?
Good.
That's awesome, man. Super excited. Hold that thing up so the camera can see it. Everybody can get some pictures of you. And tell me who you'd like to thank. Who's making this all possible?
Jesus Christ, my mom, my dad, FXR, Scott, Cobra, and everybody else.
All right, give it to Ryder Anderson. Give it up for all your 65cc 711 riders up here on the podium. You got champagne bottles. You know what to do. The podium.
All righty, thank you very much down there, Dean. That was one happy kid down there with that luck of the draw. So we got Robert Fitch, Shane Kelleher, Kyle Dangler, and Tony Cardona running top 4. Tressa Rao going to round out the top 5 here in the senior 40-plus. Looked like Kelleher grabbed the whole shot, but Fitch able to make the move around quickly. So following the battle here, that looks like Kyle Dangler trying to close up a little bit here. It is indeed the 549 of Dangler trying to work the lines on the inside. Kelleher working the far side of the track. And he's going to fade in and shut that line down. So Fitch out front. The battle right now between Shane Kelleher and Kyle Dangler as we watch them head down that Freestone freeway. Dangler going to go way to the inside again. Kelleher using the outside and then fading back over. So there. So again, Kyle Dangler trying to close up the gap on Shane Kelleher. That's the battle for second. Robert Fitch starting to get away. He took the win yesterday and looking like he is going to try to repeat that. So as they run right now, 1, 2, and 3 on the track, guess what? That's how they finished yesterday. So Tressa Rao with a 4-5 as they sit right now. Cardona had some issues yesterday and ended up 20th. And he's running 4th right now. But again, heading through the rollers. Fitch trying to hold the lead, but Kelleher starting to close up on him. And again, that's the situation where it would be a 1-2-2-1 sort of a thing. So if Kelleher can close up on Robert Fitch, he can grab that top spot. And great to see Shane down here, a bunch of the other New England guys. I know Shane's got a couple of boys who ride up with us in New England here up at Winchester Speed Park. So great to see some folks coming down here to Texas. I've been talking this event up for the last 3 or 4 years, telling them you got to get down here because this track is amazing, and finally starting to draw some of those Yankees on down here to.
That's right.
Down to the state of Texas.
Did you realize they were potentially coming down this month?
Honestly, did not know that they were going to come for sure. I know a few folks had said, "Hey, we'd like to do it," but you never know for sure. But this guy is a absolute racer core. Like I said, you know, the guy, he's going to be there till the end. You are never going to shake that guy until the checkered flag comes out. So Robert Fitch trying to get away, but look at this. The gap is down to 2.5 now.
Yeah.
And cross-rutting up that face of that jump, staying on the gas.
That's ripping for vet speed right there. Senior 40-plus.
And, yeah, this is where it's kind of getting difficult. Some of those lines, you're just going to cross-rut like you just saw Kelleher do. And I don't care who you are. That's a tough situation to be in. Kyle Dangler hanging on to that third spot. Big shout-out to Kyle over there at FMF who shepherded along that YZ125. A lot of folks putting in parts and help, and it was just great to see that bike come back to life. It sat under that FMF rig years and years ago.
Yep.
And now it's back home again.
A lot of history with that bike between J.P. Parsons and the original owner, Donnie Elmer.
Yeah, I mean, really, that is almost a museum piece at this point.
Sure. 26-year-old motorcycle. That means JP really had that thing when he was probably in his early mid-40s. Think about that for a minute.
Still old.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, here we go up the hill as we're watching Shane Kelleher here, the 887. We're just taking a peek over the shoulder with this drone shot. And, again, you're really getting a great idea of what these riders are dealing with because you can see every single bit of dirt. You can see that back end just dancing around. And it looks like Fitch is going to open up a little bit of a gap now over that 2.5 mark. We'll see what it ends up being.
I'm thinking about 3.5 now. Oh, 5.3. Fitch just continuing to disappear into the future over Kelleher.
Yeah, and it's a tough time of the day to be out there trying to charge. Kyle Dangler just doing his thing in third there.
What happens sometimes that that sun starts to set over here in the west side of the track, and even with my binoculars, it's hard sometimes to even read the number plates.
Yeah, so when they're coming up that hill, looking into that sun, that is really tough.
Up out of Team Cramp Corner into Cemetery Hill, over Cemetery Hill into the FMF.
Yep, just a big bright splash of light coming at you there, Shan. So yeah, you can definitely see where that would be difficult. But right now, Robert Fitch handling it with no problems. Kelleher on the 887 going to chase him into that Leonard Skinner oak tree turn. So again, looking down that Freestone freeway as we watch Robert Fitch hit that big triple step up there. Kelleher going to follow him up it in just a moment. So senior 40-plus riders on the track. We've got 85, 10-14 next off the gate. And then the final moto of the day today, 65, 7-9 limited. You should be down in staging. Once again, we will be doing the Stasic racing shortly after the race program is done. And then we'll push back the start time just a little bit for the 100% Tamer Dodgeball Tournament. Make sure you get signed up for those Stasic races.
Man, we got a special guest up here in the tower, one of our good friends, as well as Kyle Dangler's good friend, Big Hoss Josh Cartwright. Josh, you once told us a while back that you went about 10 years before you came back to the JS7, but you said Freestone was one of your absolute favorite tracks in the entire nation. So welcome back to the JS7. What are you doing out here besides hanging out with Kyle Dangler, buddy?
Yeah, I just wanted to come out and see all the racing. I mean, it's been about 10 years. My last time here was 2013, I think, and it was always one of my favorite nationals. I always did my best here, and now that I live here in Fort Worth, I've tried to come up here every year, see everyone, see all the up-and-coming racers. I mean, racing's been my life forever, and it always will be, so I'll always come here to support.
Last year you had an incredible run at Supercross. I think you made, 14 main events, something like that in 23. Okay, so what's going on right now on the Supercross? I don't think you're racing Supercross this year, but you're gearing up for 26, correct?
Yeah, so 23 was one of my best years, and this year, last summer, I ended up tearing my ACL, and it ended up taking a little longer to heal than I thought it was going to, so it put me into about February to start riding. So this year, it wasn't in the cards. Like, it was just too much. I do this for fun now. Like, I'm not trying to get a factory ride or anything. I do this because I love racing and I want to do it correctly. So I'm just kind of starting back riding now and get my feet wet for next year. I want to do it correctly next year in 26. I'm starting to ride right now, so if an opportunity comes up, I'll definitely do it. But right now, we're just kind of having fun and just chilling.
All right, man. Good to see you, Josh. Big Hoss. Josh Cartwright used to kill it out here at Freestone all throughout his amateur career. And then, like you said, I think you came back here in 23 to hang out. And at that point, it had been exactly 10 years since you raced. So welcome back to Freestone, Josh. Don, what's going on the track, buddy?
Well, it's the final lap here for the senior 40-plus, and Robert Fitch is on his way to take this moto win, as he's been a solid run out front. Heading down to the Loop 270, opens up a gap over the 887 of Kelleher. Dangler in the third spot still. Cardona and Rao going to round out the field. And again, it was Fitch, Kelleher, and Dangler 1, 2, 3 yesterday. That's exactly how they sit in the order right now, and that is exactly the overall picture.
As I often say, the numbers do not lie sometimes.
No.
That's what they just said.
And that's the checkered flag race win for the 676 of Robert Fitch. So Fitch with the race win here. He's going to grab the overall with a 1-1, it looks like. Looking for the 887 of Shane Kelleher to bring it through the rollers. And here we go with the 85 10-14. There's the 887 of Kelleher. And Kyle Dangler going to finish off the third step of the podium here. And I think that was the 5 of Temmerman who was out front there at the whole shot for the 85 class. So here's Kyle Dangler on the 549. He's going to hang on to third in the moto, third overall. And that is going to do it for the senior 40 plus. We're going to let him get situated down there on the podium. Give him a few minutes to pop those helmets off. A little cool water down the throat, and we'll get ready to send it down to Dean Dias down there on the victory podium.
All right. I know it's for Dangler to get ready and get set, so I'm going to go ahead and do this from backwards. Bring in Chris Huddle with the AMA so he can do the hardware quick. Number 1 plate, man, that's what matters. Bobby, brother, how would the moto go?
It was good. Honestly, everything that I was doing out there, I was just trying to, I may not be as fast as my son, but I was trying to emulate what I was trying to get him to do earlier and shift and stay through a flow through the stuff, you know, and I may not have quite as much of a flow, but.
You know what it takes, that's what you're saying, right?
Absolutely. At one time, I was faster.
All right, brother. Well, you're still pretty fast now. Like I said, good luck to you going into Alabama, but tell me who you'd like to thank. Who's making this all possible?
I want to thank Rocky Mountain Cycle Plaza. I want to thank Fitch Racing. I want to thank my kids for letting me do this. I want to thank Yamaha, Johnny Luce. I want to thank Danny Lewis for sticking by me and helping us out. I want to thank Guts Racing, FMF, Kyle and Joel. They helped me out quite a bit. Achurbies, Happy Living the Now, Performance Cycle, Recluse, Tamer, Dunlop Tires, get me off great, ODI. This is the first time on some new ASV levers, and man, I'll tell you, go over and get you some because these things are sweet. I want to thank Fly Racing, Oakley, Alpine Star, everybody. Just thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, guys, give the class champ here, Bobby Fitch. Now we're doing second overall and luck winner. Look at that. You got some luck going to James Stewart House. Second overall on the podium. How does it feel, Shane Kelleher?
Oh, feels good. Just coming off the broken arm, couple rides in, so I can't complain. 100%. We got Factory Flurry, works on the bikes, DC3 suspension. Eli Labonte for cheering in my corner. Kelleher Sealants, Crazy Motorsports, 139 Designs. Hydro Earth. That's about it.
Get up for him. He gets second overall. And look at the draw, Shane Kelleher. Number third overall, Kyle Dangler, man. Congratulations, third overall. How's it feel?
It feels tiring.
Yeah, it was a long moto, wasn't it?
It wasn't that long. We're just old.
Come on, I was trying to pump you up a little bit, dude. That was a brutal moto out there, super long. Honestly, though, you made it happen, man. Who would you like to thank?
The whole Freestone crew for putting on this race. The track was so gnarly, but it's really raceable and a lot of fun. I probably just needed to do a little bit more seat time before we got here. Thanks to FMF. I usually get to do that when I'm not bouncing from one side of the country to the other, but definitely thanks to them, thanks to Tamer, thanks to Fly, Factory Connection. There's a long list of the Decal Works, ASV. There's a long list of people that help us out, like everybody out here. So thanks, everybody.
Awesome ride. Third, I Heart Daniel getting it done up there. What we got going on the track, guys?
All righty, thank you, Dean. We've got the riders in the 85 10-14 out on the track. And right now, Maddox Temmerman getting the early lead with the whole shot. He holds the top spot. Nolan Ford, Jaden Smart, second and third. Chase Brennan and Cade Nightingale going to round out your top five. You got Carter Gray, 6th, Austin Keller, 7th, Braxton Baldock, 8th, Dylan Graham, 9th, and Mason Murdy rounding out the top 10. Then you got Gage Brown, Gavin Wells, and Gabriel Ducosin, Parker Hatt, and Dax Wiles through the top 15 here as we watch the riders battling through that lower 270 loop. So Temerman on the number 5 out front, continuing to hold the lead.
And so right now, Maddox Timberman out front. Nolan Ford. Oh, yes, he's through.
Yep, the number 5 of Temerman holding the lead, JP, as we watch over the shoulder of some of these riders heading by the mechanics area. And boy, you can see there's about 1 million lines across that section. And none of them are easy.
No, and we are towards the end of the day when it's the toughest and roughest.
Yeah, it's challenging for sure, as you got to make the right line choice. Because it can really just, on these smaller bikes, it'll just rob your power. Whoa! We just saw that one rider whip the bike out to the left and almost clip the guy he was going by.
Yeah, and the other guy was going,
Whoa.
holy cow.
Let me just back this off a little bit.
Back in our days, Don, we didn't have ruts because we didn't have any equipment. We had a tractor with chains or a box blade.
To just drag it flat. So Temerman and Nolan Ford starting to break away from the rest of the field as we follow the battle. Like right now, it looks like we're looking at about 5th. Yeah, there's 2 riders right there heading down the Freestone Freeway, opposite sides of the track. Both of them going to try to get to that smooth line on the inside. Good luck with that. And again, look at this battle side by side up to the top of Cemetery Hill. And these 2 riders are going to pop over the top of the FMF power wall. So Temerman holds the lead. There is the 4 of Smart. Still holding down 3rd. Gage Brown and Chase Brennan now 4th and 5th. All right, clicking off the laps here as we continue to follow the battles. Look like 3rd and 4th. Jaden Smart, Gage Brown, Chase Brennan, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. And coming back over the top of the hill, going to come towards the announcer's tower. And that is indeed Jaden Smart trying to chase down Nolan Ford as they head down the Freestone Freeway. Smart trying to make the move forward. Nolan Ford on the 44 trying to hold him off as both of those riders searching for the best lines. And down the hill they go. So still working on that inside line there. It looks like it's still working for him. But Maddox Temmerman making the most of that good start as the number 5 has checked out about 7 seconds ahead of Nolan Ford. But Nolan Ford has 17 seconds on Jaden Smart. So right now, the battle's going to be between Smart, Brown, and Brennan. Temmerman sitting on a 1-1, Ford a 2-2. Gage Brown a 1-4 right now for the overall. So he has to stay where he is and maybe improve that by 1. We're at the halfway point in this moto. So looking at the riders heading over that Dragon's Back section. Going to make the hard sweeping left going by the mechanics area. And we are just riding on the, following along with the 467 of Cade Nightingale, trying to move himself forward here. He sits 6th right now. So Temmerman coming back to the inside, the number 5 holding the lead. Here's the 44 of Ford going to make his way in. And there is. Looks like the 129 of Gage Brown. We're following him down that Freestone Freeway. Smart working that section as well. So working through the halfway point here, we've got one more moto on the gate today. That's going to be the 65-79 Limited. And we'll be doing the Stasic Racing shortly after the completion of the race program today. That's coming up very quickly. And then right about 6:30, maybe a little bit later, will be the Tamer 100% Dodgeball Tournament right next to the start line.
Yep, make sure and bring your A game.
There you go. We are not messing around with dodgeball, folks. It is duck, dip, dodge, dive, and duck. The 5 Ds of dodgeball.
Oh, I thought I was going DDD, triple D.
Patches O'Houlihan's rules. So a good long moto here for the riders in the 85, 10-14, but it's still Temmerman stretching it out. A little 7-second gap now, almost 8. Ford, a good solid gap over Gage Brown, and then it's a big gap back to Jaden Smart, Chase Brennan, Dylan Graham, 4th, 5th, and 6th. Cade Nightingale drops down to 7th. Carter Gray, Austin Keller, and Connor Feather going to round out your top 10 here.
I tell you, Max, he just grabbed that whole shot, never looking back. I think he's over to. He wants to get over to Little Joe's Lemonade or the ice cream
You
place.
go.
I mean, if it was me, that's what I'd want to do.
I'm a fan of ice cream myself, JP, so I'd follow him over there. That's for sure.
I guess it's pretty good with it. We gotta go tomorrow.
There you go.
Put in that special order.
And once again, a roller running through the rollers here for your leader. There's the 5 of Temmerman. And again, just a great job getting off the gate way he needed to do and has not had any problems since. Working his way through that Dragon's Back section. And again, you can see the shadows starting to get a little long out there. Great view of how deep this racetrack is. That's where you really start to get the to understanding of how deep the lines work into this track. So presenting a challenge for sure. Here we have Abram Quillman up to the tower, please. Abram Quillman. Abram Quillman, please come up to the tower. They need you at the registration window. And we are getting close to time running out here. As you can see, they're starting to take a look at the stopwatch. And again, this is a nice long moto. So again, nice overhead shot, give you the lay of the land here at Freestone. So they are clicking off the laps here for the 10 to 14 85cc riders. And again, Maddox Temmerman just absolutely gone. Ford is in second, and now Gage Brown is chopping into that gap. We're down to 2 seconds separating Ford and Brown. And that's going to be the battle for the second spot on the podium, I think.
Yeah, and it's possible.
Yeah, because right now, Nolan Ford a 2-2. Brown a 1-3, so if Brown can make the pass, he'll push himself up another step on the podium. Right now, no one's going to unseat the 5 of Temmerman, though, sitting on a 1-1 as they run.
There you go, right there. Gage Brown has moved up into the second slot overall.
Nolan Ford going through in third. And again, just a great day of racing to kick off the second half here of the start crowning those champions for the 2025 7MX James Stewart Freestone Spring Championship presented by TAMER. Looking at the number 5 of Temmerman, working his way back to the inside. And right now, his only concern is just working through some of the traffic he's got to negotiate, keeping himself up on 2 wheels. We are down to 2 to go. So it looks like time is going to be expiring here. Maddox Temmerman working that big Loop 27 as we look over the shoulder of the number 5 Husqvarna ride. Coming back to the top of the hill. And then, he has got lapped riders, downed riders. He's working his way through a minefield here, trying to negotiate all of the traffic. He had to switch his lineup right to the top of that berm. He almost went over the top of the berm trying to avoid that lapped rider. switches back. He is doing a good job getting through because some of these guys get into a rut, JP, you know.
Oh, I know. Anything could happen. They can go completely sideways, and that's why you got to be so precautious, especially with a quarter of a lap with a few turns to go.
Yeah. So there you go. White flag is out for Temerman. And like I said, he's doing a great job because, again, when the lines get deep like this, some of the riders, they just can't get out of that line. They're kind of stuck. And he's got to figure out a way to work around them. And, again, look at this. 2 lapped riders right in front of him. Got to split the difference. So he hops over that rut, back to the inside.
Go grabs that smoother line.
Doing a great job there. So Maddox Temerman, if you're watching this, folks, you're getting a master class in how to work through the lap traffic and pick the line. Oh, and he beeps into him. Just as soon as I said that.
The announcer's jinx.
That's all right. Look at this, though. He's going to jump right back on, and that 10-second gap is going to help him out. Right back on. And that, like you said, JP, it's unpredictable. That kid didn't know that, Maddox was coming. He's trying to get his own line, and just a little bump of the tire.
I mean, get that. Just think, if he hadn't got back up so quick, Gage Brown could have been the overall winner.
Yeah, that would have changed up everything. I mean, both of these guys were the winners in their heat races, so they both know how to win. Right now, Temerman has just got the better track position. But, yeah, it is literally, he's really, really got to watch what he's doing because at this point in the day, it's difficult for riders to get out of the line that they're in.
There's Gage Brown. And right there is Temerman. And the Blake back at berm turn. So he's actually probably about 4 or 5 seconds behind, but got a half a lap to go.
Yeah, and he's going to head down the hill here to that Loop 270. So,
again,
yeah, we're not saying anything yet.
Probably should not leave
We
well
are
enough
not,
alone.
yeah, not making any predictions.
I know.
And again, he's just trying to working through some of the traffic here, trying to keep himself on pace. And no blue flags here in outdoor motocross, folks. You got to find your way through. All right, here we go up to the top of Cemetery Hill. And one more run through the Texas 12-pack as he hits the FMF power wall. And the checkered flag getting ready to fly. That's going to be the race win and a 1-1 for the overall for Maddox Temerman as he takes the win. Little scary moment there on the final lap as he got into that rider, but able to get up and get moving. Gage Brown across the line second. And we're looking for the 44 of Nolan Ford to bring it through and hang on to the third spot in the race, and that will be the third spot on the overall podium. And there is the 44. So that is your top 3 in the race. And that is your top 3 overall here in the 85 10-14. Final moto of the day getting ready to leave the gate. The 65cc 7-9 Limited. Clicking them down the line. And we are going to send it out to the 2 card. And we are getting all the riders situated down there on the podium here. So just about time to talk to some very happy riders, I'm sure, down there. And Dean, we will send it to you.
Thank you, boys. I do appreciate it. Let everybody take the helmets off, getting prepared and ready. '85cc 10-14. Third overall finish. It's gonna be the 44 and Nolan Ford. Nolan get those situated his way over here in center stage. Nolan Ford, come on, man, make it in the middle of the podium. How's the moto, dude?
Not good. I got a good start, and then I got really bad arm pump.
Yeah, man, it's tough out there. The track's tough. It's easy to hold on tight. But, dude, you made it happen. You still landed third over on the podium. Who would you like to thank?
My mom, my dad, KTM Orange Brigade, Monster, Mike, 100%,
Fly, Hope and Alyssa, my mechanic TJ, Craig Corn Motorsports, CP Racing Team Eric Coker, and everybody else. Thank you.
All right, guys, get up here. Third overall finisher, Nolan. Going to bring our second overall finisher over here. He's going to bring the bottle and all. No games here for Gage Brown. How'd the moto go?
I got on the first turn pile up, and I knew I just had to charge as fast as I could to get back, and I just looked ahead of me, and I saw that Maddox was right there, and I just tried to keep charging. I almost got him, but I'm fine with this finish. I charged hard.
No doubt. A little birdie told me that you were hauling butt out there. Well, who do you like to thank? Who's helping you out there?
My mom, my dad, my Mimi and Papa, my grandma and Papa, my aunts, my uncles, my sister, Adventure Moto 7, 100%, Bell, A-Stars, Hudson Brand, T-Rex Throttles, On Track School, All Sport Dynamics, Sonoma, my trainer Tommy Hahn, and everybody else forgot. Thank you so much.
All right, guys, get over your second overall finisher, Gage Brown. Now we're going to bring in Chris Huddle, and that number one play, baby, that's what it's all about. Maddox Timmerman, how's it feel to be the champ?
Feels really good.
How'd the moto go? Walk me through it.
I got a really good start. Then I just kind of rode my race. I was riding super nervous, but I got it done.
Absolutely, you got it done, man. So who would you like to thank for getting here?
My mom, my dad, my grandpa, Fox, Monster, DRS, Dunlop, Omi Creations, Motorex, and everyone else forgot. Thank you.
All right, guys, give it up for your champ out here. Got the draw. What do we got here? Gabriel Dukeson?
Yeah.
How's it feel, man, to be lucky the draw winner?
Really good.
Really good? You ever been to Stewart's house?
No.
Have you played on the video game?
Yeah.
Yeah, guess what? You're going there in real life, man. How's it feel?
Amazing.
Who helped you get here this year?
My mom, my dad, Game Moto, Greg Albertson, 110 Racing, and everyone else. Thank you.
All right, guys, give it for Gabriel to get it done down here on the podium. Take it away, boys. Oh, we're not done yet. Time out. We got something other kind of prize here awarded to you, getting a luck of the draw. It's just some silver right here. What do you think about that, dude? That's pretty sweet, isn't it?
Yeah.
What are you going to say?
Thank you very much.
All right, guys, give it up for Gabriel Coaston. Luck of the draw winner, and also coming with some silver. Hey, pop them champagne bottles, boys. All right, take me in the tower, guys. Sorry about that.
All righty, thank you, Dean. We're underway here with 65 7-9 limited. It looks like the 753 Cameron Buckman out for an early lead, big lead. Deegan Mullen on the 3 and second, Dakota Lee third. Yemina Burning in the fourth spot on the 141. Billy McLaughlin, the 779, going to round out the top 5. Brody Jones 6th, Sierra Bull 7th, Gunnar Lusk in 8th, Dexton Dinkfeld 9th, and Brady Hall going to round out the top 10. No, Dinfeld will round out the top 10. Brady Hall in 11th. Armbruster in 12th. Dominic Steele is 13th. Boone Lloyd 14th. And Hudson Workman going to round out the top 15. All right, we are well underway with the 65 7-9 limited in Jet Rao trying to get away early here from Cameron Buckman. Mullen in the third spot. Dakota Lee, Yemina Burning in 4th and 5th. So Rao was the leader out front. It looked like we had a little misread on the transponder there on lap 1, but got that all corrected as we follow the 72 down the hill into the big Suzuki sweeper.
You know, speaking of that, we were just talking about, you know, how many motos. I think Jet's been, this is like his 4th class.
I want to say you're right. I think this is his 4th class here today, yeah.
kid's got to be in really, really good shape. Of course, he's got two really good parents that know how to ride also.
Well, you know, they're 7, 8, 9 years old. You could just run all day till the bike runs out of gas, JP. You remember those days?
Yep. No, I never ran out of gas because I went and got more gas so I could ride longer.
That's Chad Reed's story there. He would take a 5-gallon drum of gas out to the track out in the outback and just ride until he was almost out of gas completely and then have just enough to get home.
That's gold.
All right, your leader going to head up and over that FMF power wall. So Jet Rao up and over the finish line. Looks like the second place rider going to come down that roller section. And that is Buckman on the 753 we're following here through the switchback. So we are 2 laps into this one here. It's a 5-lap moto, so a couple more to go here before we see that white flag. So Jet Rao trying to get himself another moto win here, sitting on a 1-1 score as we run right now, and he has separated out away from Buckman. So Cameron Buckman on the 753 sits second. Yamina Burning on the 141 in third. And again, unfortunately, Burning not out there in Moto 1, so she is out of contention for the overall. Deegan Mullen on the number 3 slash sits in the 4th spot on the moto, and he is third step on the overall podium. So there's Jet Rao, the 72, a little bounce over the finish line jump. So there's Deegan Mullen on the number 3. Again, that rider sits in the 3rd spot in the moto and 3rd spot overall. Cameron Buckman, 2nd overall. Jet Rao, of course, looking at a 1-1. So that puts him on the top step of the overall podium if he stays right where he is.
As we wind down this race, number 12, our 65cc 79 Limited. Directly after this, we're going over Stasic Racing on the Stasic track. right behind the grandstands, adjacent from the Stasic Tower. And then when we finish up the Stasic Racing, it's go time. Dodgeball.
Dodgeball.
100% Tamer.
The dodgeball tournament. That definitely promises to be a lot of fun, as we know. There's been a few grudge matches over there over the years. So, if you want to get over there and get a chance to throw a ball at someone's head, that's the way to do it.
That's right.
Dads.
Kids against deadbeat dads.
JP and Shand, of course, will be officiating that. We'll be heading over to the Stasic track first, of course. All right, so we are fixing to put out that white flag here as we look at the overhead shot. Jet Rao, Cameron Buckman, Deegan Mullen, Dakota Lee, Billy McLaughlin, and Sierra Bull running in the top 6. Gunnar Lusk 7th. Brody Jones, Daxton Dingfeld 8th and 9th, and Dominic Steele rounding out your top 10. You got Hudson Workman, Brady Hall, Boone Lloyd, Ezra Armbruster, Hank Tix, Riley Gall, Elijah Taggart, Tate Brush, Logan Moore, and Caden Wood. The 418 going to round out the top 20 here. As we've got the white flag out. Final lap in the moto, final lap on the track today. And again, we need to remind you folks, when the racing is done, you need to stay off the track surface, please, because we're going to get to work with the machinery to fix that up. So again, when the track is closed, that means do not go out on the track. And when we're not racing, the track is closed.
So tick-tock, tick-tock.
Here you go. Looking over the shoulder of the 72 at Jet Rao as he heads down the Don's double down section. Going to make that left-hander up into the Leonard Skinned Oak Tree turn. That's it. I'm running it. I want that on a T-shirt.
I'm all in.
Get on that. I want that Berm Lords T-shirt that
You know
says
what you
that.
do first with that? You make stickers to see what the response is.
There you
If you
go.
get good response, then you go to the T-shirt level.
That's it. Marketing. Marketing.
LTS, life's too short. Ride more moto.
There you go. So Jet Rao heading down the Freestone Freeway one more time. He's going to head down to that Blake Baggett berm, picking his way through those nice deep lines. So again, your leader making his way down off of number 8, down to the big Loop 270. Jet Rao on the gas, heading down into the big Suzuki sweeper. The 72 ride, putting that Cobra exactly where it needs to be, right at the front of the pack.
And trying to pick out the smoothest lines possible.
Well, I don't know if that's...
And they're not out there, but, you
Yeah.
know.
Well,
you
he's
gotta
picking
do
the right
best.
ones, though,
No,
JP.
he is.
And here we go. Final run over the FMF Powerwall for the 72. And he is going to charge through the rollers on the way to the checkered flag. And that is going to be the race win. And the overall here in the 65 7-9 Limited, Jet Rao.
Honoring his name, Jet.
There
And
you
he
go.
has definitely jetted through this day of racing, number 2 of the 15th running of the James Stewart Spring Championship, right here, beautiful Freestone Raceway in Wortham, Texas.
And it is almost a full minute gap back to Cameron Buckman. Buckman and Deegan Mullen going to be second and third in the moto and look like they're going to be second and third in the overall picture.
You know, it's not that any of those riders are slow. It's just Jet is on a different level.
Yeah,
to, you know,
he's definitely picked up the pace, brought himself to a new level. And like we said, that's what you see with riders. All of a sudden, able to just jump up a skill level where it's like, wow, this kid is on fire. So championship number 2. As we wait for the second and third place riders to make their way through here. And again, you get a beautiful view there of that lower part of the track there, the team cramp corner. 5 deep lines through there. Take your pick. Here's the 753, so Buckman across the line to hang on to second. And we are looking for Deegan Mullen. Here's the number 3. And that is your third place rider. And that is your top 3 on the podium. So we will get them situated down there on the podium in just a moment. We'll let them roll those bikes up there. Get the right hat there. Get everything all situated. Bike up on the stand. Jet Rao's a pro at this. He already knows what he's doing. So we're going to get ready now to send it on down to the victory podium, talk to our overall winner and top 2 and 3 riders. And it is going to be time to send it on down to you now, Dean, as we get ready to go with the podium.
All right, got the final podium of the day. Picking up third overall first. Deegan Mullen on number 3, man. Walk on up front. Dude, going into this last month day, were you excited about it or a little upset?
A little excited.
Yeah, definitely, dude. Super rough track, wasn't it?
Yeah.
How'd the moto go for you?
Pretty good. Start was good, and I just kept with it.
Yeah, Kevin, you did an amazing job, man. I know you got a lot of people to thank, and the list goes forever, so tell me who you'd like to thank up here.
Mom, Dad, WP, Callahan, MX School, Scott, Solid, and Rhino, and everybody else. Thank you.
All right, guys, get up to your third. Deegan Mullen, number 3 pitch. Now we're going to bring up Cameron Buckman, second overall, man. You look a little more happy about this one.
Yeah.
How'd the moto go for you?
Good. I'm super happy because last 7 and 9 moto I got Tate and crashed in the mechanics area last moto, but now I'm happy because I made up for it and got second.
I'd be happy too. Sweet. That is a sweet kit you got going on right there. How does it feel to be so fly?
Super good.
Super good. Who would you like to thank?
My mom, my dad, Husqvarna, Mended, Alpine Stars, PR2, Lynx Racing, Scott, and everybody else. Thank you.
All right, guys, get for Cameron Buckman your second overall finish. Now we're going to bring over Chris Huddle so he can hand over the hardware for Jet Rao, our class champion. Jet Rao, dude, how does it feel to be the champ again? How many classes are you riding?
4.
They have an Ironman class here or something? Or an Ironman award?
I don't know.
Oh, but they should.
Yeah.
All right, man, who'd you like to thank? I know you got a lot of people helping you out.
My mom, my dad, Cobra, Alpine Stars, Money Inc., Game Moto, and everybody else I forgot. Thank you, guys.
Your class champion, give it up for all top 3 of the overall. We get some pictures quick, then in a little bit we're bring up our luck of the draw winner, Billy McLaughlin, dude. 7-9 machine. Get it done up here. How does it feel to be at Stewart's house? You ever been to Stewart's house? You're excited to go?
For sure.
I got to ask you, too. You been playing on the video games?
Mm-hmm.
I love it, man. Who'd you like to thank, Billy?
Mom, Dad, BC, Money, Fast House, Simi Valley Cycles, my
Mike,
All right, guys, get the cloth, and I'm going to hand these bottles over so we can have a little party on the podium and roosh some champagne. Always ask your parents. That's all I can say. Parents are really the ones that put all the hard work, dedication. They're the ones who need to spray. That'll up on the podium. I believe we're going to Stacey Grayson after this.